Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei was abandoned and became Wukong Jin Mori from God of Highschool Part 8. Before we start, please go support jokersHearts for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Fragment, the true eye. Destruction was what could be said of the place that was desolate. Pieces of rocks were floating. It seemed to be a temporary distortion made by the in the middle of nowhere. A dark red place, full of floating rock. There were some small sparkles as if they were stars. What was once part of the space where you could see the different dimensions was now a place of a battle to the death. On one of the thousands of pieces of rocks, there were 4 guys standing. 3 were silver-haired and 1 was dark brown that resembled black color. The 3 silver-haired men had a similar appearance. Although they had their physical differences, one was younger than the other. The first silver-haired man was thin but muscular, wearing some kind of high-tech suit, with a katana on his back. The second silver-haired man was a man about 2 meters tall with red eyes, great muscles, wearing a black trench coat with gold embroidery, while his forearms and legs had parts of armor on them. The third silver-haired man had a great resemblance, but this one had horns from his devil state trigger, but the only difference was that this one looked a little younger. And the last one, a chestnut whose hair color resembles black, some tips of his hair defied gravity. He wore a black robe with gold embroidery, a piece of tiger skin tied around his waist, eyes with red pupils with golden irises in the shape of a cross, but above all, a halo around his head. Ronin. Esterasa Sparta. Altar. Yakumo Jin. What do they all have in common? They are Isseis, although the last 3, Altar and Esterasa, are not directly, while the other 2 are directly. The 4 stared, each with an icy seriousness full of hatred at the subject in front of them. A white-haired man with some kind of dark armor with purple lines and gems, riding a white dragon. He had a twisted smile. It was as if he was having fun with this, and what is to come, as he called himself Zark. He began to applaud but without losing his crooked smile. Zark, congratulations, he said with a calm voice. Despite losing all your loved ones, you are still sane. You are the strangest Issei I have ever seen. You could say that you are irregularities, he said to the white-haired man as he descended from the head of his white dragon, which would only be limited to being a simple spectator. While the white-haired man descended without losing that smile, but you are the last ones I must kill before reaching the true eye. The white-haired man looked surprised that none of the 4 responded to him. All the Isseis that he had killed always tried everything to avenge their beings, but none had any result, which in the end devoured his soul. The 4 of them were the last Issei left before eradicating their work and reaching the real one. Zark, although it was to be expected, they are vulnerable when they have no one to protect or even a reason to follow their ideals, but I must congratulate you again for having defeated all my pawns, said the white-haired man, giving a dreamy smile. He had killed different versions of Issei in various planes, and everything that made him interesting he turned into a doll controlled through his strings. Descendant of the 5th Mao, dragon god, rider, Hakaraku, Hyoudou Issei, ninja, god of war, Shinigami, son of the beast, conqueror, dragon knight, supreme king, holy knight, dark dragon, dark king of devastation, dragon of wrath, Tsukaima, tamer, assassin. And Nephilim are some of the Isseis that I kill as if it were a simple game, turning it into its pieces, without any conscience, reduced to more than just simple puppets to do their job and reach their goal. Zark, come on, say something at least, anything, you know? That's not something normal for you guys, you know. Justice, my ideals, protecting my loved ones, defeating the bad guys, saving the day, come on. Where did those stupid clichés go? He said, mockingly imitating being someone good like them. His attitude changed to a serious one, and with a look of hate. I feel sorry for them, he exclaimed furiously. Esterasa, without warning, launches himself into his blue state to deliver a powerful blow to the white-haired man who intercepted him with the palm of his hand. The Sparta was furious, seeing how people who were important to him disappeared one by one without being able to do anything caused him great fury, and the cause was this guy. Zack. No, he denied, moving his ring finger of his free hand. You are so predictable when you get angry, Issei. Killing one of them was like killing a defenseless puppy that follows you everywhere, he said with a smile that showed pleasure of having killed them. It was then that his palm that had the Sparta's fist felt more pressure of power. All the good husband got angry? Mocking tone. He didn't stay back to build up his strength and also to see how this strength competition would end from his point of view. Again another one launched to attack him. This time it was Jin, who made Rui grow to about 3 meters long with 50 centimeters in diameter. Zark, with his free hand, made a movement like a signal. He made 4 dynamos appear, forming an energy shield receiving the powerful impact of the sea needle. Zark, as for you, hairless monkey, if you had never accepted that stupid request to be reincarnated from that green-haired hitch, you would never live this beautiful moment, he said in a funny, sarcastic and somewhat scolding way to the dark brown, who frowned even more. I still remember how I decapitated that blonde and her pink-haired cousin. The taste and smell of their blood was phenomenal. They deserved it for falling in love just to be saved by their hero, haha. Talking to him was useless. His goal was to kill them for fun? Out of boredom? Hate? Nobody knew. He just told them that they were simple imitations of the real thing, and that those stupid ideals disgusted him. They deserved to die. He always repeated cliché here, cliché there. He was like a madman. No one knew the identity of this being. It appeared out of nowhere. Everything was so fast that no one could react to its actions. After a few hours, they had ended up in a part of what was once the space of dimensions. Ronin was the third to attack. With his kanata he pointed directly at Zark's heart. With great momentum he quickly launched himself to give a cut with his sword that would kill him. He would stop being a hero who doesn't kill. He definitely had to die. Leave aside the morale of the hero. A clean and precise cut was made horizontally, splitting the white-haired man's body in half. It seemed that he didn't put up any resistance despite seeing the attack coming. Just after giving the cut, the 3 of them took their distance from the half-cut white-haired man. The white-haired man's body, cut in half, began to become one again. It was as if nothing had happened. Zark, ha, you couldn't kill me with just a simple cheap metal needle. It would have worked if it weren't for 2 things, he said, cracking his neck with his eyes closed. I am everything and nothing at the same time. A monster, a god. What everyone can think of me that I am, and what can kill me is infinite, and what can't kill me is also infinite. And I am both zero, or rather, the void. None of the 4 knew this, nor did they know that he was under their command for a long time, which meant that there were 0 ways to kill him. He was not like any enemy they had faced before. Esterasa, I've already faced someone who thinks the same as you, a superior being, or rather 2, the Sparta commented, but without lowering his guard. Zark, I can be whatever you think of me, he said in a funny way, angering the platinum-haired man, ha ha ha. We all form 100% of a plague, but all of you eays are 99% that must be eliminated for being a stupid existence, he commented to the air, looking up. Ronin, and the 1% that remains? Asked the Rider of Justice while holding his sword more firmly. Zark, a confrontation between me and the true one. There's only one true I. One, and the rest must be eliminated like the plagues they are, he said, now sharpening his gaze towards the 4 counterparts. As for you, Alter, you betray me. Do you not want back the soul of your beloved wife Marie? I do not think your children would like to know that their father lost the only chance to get her back. Can you face those children? The aforementioned simply clenched his fists in anger to the point that they began to bleed. Jean, we'll get it back, exclaimed the dark-haired boy loudly, and not only that, but we'll reverse all the damage you've caused, he exclaimed, pointing the Rui at the white-haired boy. Zark, because of attitude, how come I hate so many versions? Why take that stupid attitude of doing good all the time? I asked sarcastically. It makes me nauseous. The white-haired man's mood swing was always a 180-degree turn, as he made several dynamos appear, charging an energy attack. The purple energy surrounding the white-haired man was unknown, if what Megumi, Navi and Ryuza said is true. Zark killed the guardian Sophia of his plane, obtaining her power. Nobody knew how he did it, but such power was proof. The 4 of them would have no chance of winning, but the 3 guardians knew very well something they didn't know, and that was that there was someone who could beat them. They would be in charge of bringing them in, while they would buy time. No matter what Zark said, they shouldn't fall for his fourth wall comments. Chapter 36, Party at the Haider Residence, Training with the Citri Clan. Knowing that Prim and Lulu entered the game was a big surprise for the brown-haired boy, who ended up tripping over a chair and hitting his head, something silly for the first-year sports festival champion. Although for the girls it wasn't a surprise that impacted them like it did the brown-haired boy, they were rather happy that he studied here. Lulu's performance in class was average except for the field or simulation classes, in which the lowly was placed among the best in her class, technically sweeping her opponents on the first and second day of her class in Heroes vs. Villains. With his 2 weapons, which were 2 steel gloves, it was the most he could give, since instead the girl had asked for an axe, which was denied for obvious reasons. The skills shown gave just what Blood King supposed. Azazel taught him well. Note, for the forgetful, the Azazel thing is a facade. Prim, the girl proved to be very intelligent. She managed to keep up with the topics after reviewing the basics, although sometimes it was difficult for her to write Japanese, but with time she would get used to it. The girl was able to make friends with the few girls in her class, as she made friends, many men too. Even though the boys tried to ask the girl where she lived, she simply avoided them completely. Now among the halls the rumor spread that a certain champion of the first-year festival knew many beautiful girls. If the group already had beautiful students, now the rumor became stronger. It is worth clarifying why Lulu calls the chestnut Jean. In the end it was a nickname. But even so, the 2 days of class passed normally, if you could say so. But anyway, a normal day in the world of heroes, of course, except for Lita's attitude, a mystery to many. The applications were delivered to the cadre, and everyone had already chosen which professional hero they would do the work experience week with. Saturday, 11 a.m. It was morning. Today was the day they would have a party at the Haider residence, to celebrate the sports festival. It should be said that the chestnut tree left on Friday night, and has not returned until now. He said something about running into someone drunk who wouldn't let him go, so he wouldn't have to worry, so they made preparations on the roof for the party. The meat and cold the chestnuts said he would bring it on time. Some of the class were invited by the girls, and others, upon hearing that, they invited themselves to the residence, since I had sent the address of the residence to those who would come. Momo, Kyuka, Uraraka, Ashido, Tsuyu, Hagakure, all the girls were dressed in casual clothes at the entrance of the residence. Their mouths were open, impressed by such a house structure. In the case of Momo, the Yaoyorozu was somewhat surprised, even though her home was much bigger. On the boys' side, Midoriya, Todoroki, Kaminari, Bakugu, Tokoemi, Kaminaria and Mineta. The girls didn't want to invite these last 2, but the duo heard about the party and knew who to ask for the address of the brown-haired boy's house. They asked Midoriya. And the green-haired boy was somewhat innocent in knowing the intentions of the perverted duo in the classroom, so they had no problem getting the address from the heir of One for All. Lita rejected the invitation when they tried to invite him. Apparently his brother was one of the most recent victims of the hero killer stain, a hard blow for both brothers. The boys were amazed with their eyes wide open. Everyone, including the girls, had been standing outside for several minutes looking at the residence. It was huge. Tokoemi and Todoroki knew how to control themselves by not showing too much of how surprised they were. Not even the professionals' houses were that huge. The brown-haired boy had to be a millionaire, well, his parents. Bakugu, the explosive blonde, didn't even flinch. In fact, he had a twitch in his left eye, seeing that no one entered, and they remained static looking at the damn house. Bakugo, hey! Move your asses, it's just a stupid house! He exclaimed with annoyance, taking everyone out of their trance. You came to a party, didn't you? Then don't stay outside, ring the damn bell. Kirishima, dude! Don't you see how huge the house is? Exclaimed the redhead, still not believing it. A big house in front of him, and it's like 6 floors. When one of them was about to ring the bell, a blonde girl approached them to ask for directions. The girl was wearing navy blue jeans, short-heeled sneakers, a purple shirt, and a yellow jacket. Excuse me, do you know if this is the street my cell phone is showing me? The one who asked the young people outside the residence was Empty Lady, aka Takayama Yu. The girl had received a message from the brunette, which she accepted, so today she took the day off no matter what. She showed her cell phone with the address of the residence to the boys, but it seemed she didn't know these surroundings very well. She looked at the boys to recognize one of them, and it was Yayorozu. Oh, Yayorozu-san! It's you! The girl exclaimed happily, approaching the aforementioned. The brunette took a while to react, until she recognized the girl. It was my lady. Maybe she also came to the party organized by the girls. Momo, Takayama-san. It's good to see you, the girl greeted the blonde politely, who returned the greeting. Are you coming to the residence too? The girl asked happily. Before the blonde could, a little purple-haired boy approached the blonde with a magazine with Empty Lady on the cover. Mineta, Empty Lady-san. I'm your fan. Please give me your autograph and a photo, please, asked the purple-haired boy, excited to see his idol. Note, again for the forgetful, during the festival the chestnut is seen with Empty Lady without her mask by some of his companions. You signed her magazine. He even asked for a picture. The girl took out her mask that was supposed to become compact to graduate him. She put it on and took a picture with the boy, who was smiling like crazy. The heroes were like celebrities. Some show their true identity, while others have two lives, that of the hero and that of the normal. An example of knowing the identity would be that of Endeavor, who everyone knows his true identity. But you didn't. She had two lives. It was true that some knew her identity, but very few would keep them. You, oh yes, Yaoroza-san, do you know where Issei-san's house is? The blonde asked the black-haired girl, returning to what she came to these places of pure houses. It was like several blocks from home, and this building occupied a part of it. Momo, yes, it's here, said the girl, pointing to the large structure. You what? Said the girl, looking at the big house that apparently was 6 stories high. She looked at Momo to see if it was a little joke, but the girl's face didn't seem like it, nor the rest. She looked better at a small sign pasted on the entrance of the post that was written the kanji, Hyoudou. What, seriously? Exclaimed the girl at the top of her lungs. That huge structure was the house where the brown-haired boy lives. She didn't know why he wanted such a big house, if it was only him and his parents. We also had the same face, most thought, except for Bakugo, Todoroki and Tokoemi. The girl was like them when they saw the house for the first time, or rather a mansion, in shock to see a house of this type in a suburb where there are 2-story houses, that is, normal ones. Technically, the group of guests stood there for approximately 18 minutes, and Bakugo was still outside in the middle of an argument with Kirishima. Although more than an argument, it was a friendly conversation for the redhead. He was the only one who managed to start a conversation with the blonde for the most part. Wow, I didn't expect your house to be huge, said a new female voice that appeared. Everyone turned around to see who, to see that it was their teacher Midnight, or rather Kayama Namuri in civilian clothes. The black-haired woman carried a bag of coal in her right hand. Yes, many are surprised to see him, hee. Although the first time I saw him I also had a similar reaction, commented a male voice. The boys identified him as the brown-haired one, who with one arm was carrying a huge box of meat, vegetables on his right shoulder, while the left had sodas, chips among other things. Oh, it's you guys. He didn't finish greeting since a certain black-haired girl was able to recognize a blonde among her students. Namuri, you! Exclaimed the black-haired girl angrily upon seeing you. She immediately walked quickly to face the blonde. What the hell are you doing here? Do you want to fight again? You, oh, but it's Oba-san, the girl mocked, pulling out a vein in the brunette, still with some resentment from the live interview. Namuri, who are you calling Oba-san? I'm not even close to being one, the brunette said against the blonde's comment. Both girls started insulting each other, while an excited guy watched his 2 idols fight fantasy. Out of them 3, the brown-haired boy greeted his companions, and she returned the greeting, even Bakugo, although the latter was not very willing, something normal for him. The door of the residence opened. From the noise that Namuri and you made with the argument, it was obvious. Everything around was heard. The door opened slowly, showing a beautiful silver-haired girl dressed as a maid. It was Graphia. Graphia, you have finally arrived, Issei-sama, said the maid, giving a slight bow, and I see that the guests too. Please come in, and take off your shoes, said the maid, inviting everyone to enter. You and Namuri stopped arguing, and everyone now saw the maid. She seemed serious, but with class. She was beautiful, and no one denied it. Even the girls thought so. If Midnight was considered one of the most beautiful heroines in the top of beauty, the maid would be further ahead than anyone, among the first. Issei, hello Graphia-san, greeted the brown-haired boy. Sorry I didn't come home last night, he apologized as he entered the residence, followed by all the guests. Of course, when he entered, everyone took off their shoes. For some reason, Mineta didn't remember where he had seen the platinum-haired girl. He didn't remember, but he was sure he had seen her somewhere. With this in mind, he kept thinking about where, but he was taken out of his thoughts when several female voices were heard. "Alicia, where were you all night?" exclaimed the blonde, somewhat angry, since she had to sleep with the brown-haired man along with Maya and Prim, something that the aforementioned ended up spending the night out after leaving and saying that he would not return. "Maya, finally you're back. And with the meat," the girl commented amusedly while drinking a bottle of cold water after training. "This time you owe me," she said with a mischievous smile. The boys looked inside the house. It was incredible. Just the entrance with the stairs to the second floor already encompassed what was the house of the green-haired boy or the smiling brunette. And now the living room was the same, with very large sofas and not to mention the TV. As if that were not enough, since they entered they have not seen any men, only girls, and very beautiful ones that left Minetta in stone. "Graphia, if you excuse me, I'll let you know that he's back and with the shopping for the party the girls are organizing," said the maid calmly. She gave a slight bow to go and give the news, followed by Alicia and Maya to wait for him on the roof with the others. "Issei, okay. Let's leave this on the roof, where I think the others will already be waiting," said the brunette going towards the elevator. "Midoriya, just the living room is as big as my house," said the boy, impressed, "and there was even an elevator." "Uraraka, a house like that must cost a lot of money. How much did it cost?" the brunette said to herself. A house like that was perfect to give her parents a great life, even though perfect would fall a bit short with what hasn't been shown yet. The rest of the girls, except for Momo, were impressed. Even the always invisible Hagakure, you could feel that she was the same. Since it was too much for just one elevator, they would go half first and then after. The brown-haired boy would go first, accompanied by Yu, Namuri, Momo, Kyoka, Todoroki and Kirishima, since the brown-haired boy was carrying things, while Uraraka, Ashido, Tsuyu, Hagakure, Midoriya, Bakugu, Tokoemi, Kaminari and Minetta would go next. The elevator could support a lot of weight, but not many people, so it would be half, since the maximum capacity was 10 people. But since the chestnut tree brought lots of things to prepare it for the barbecue, it already covered a part. Inside the elevator, Chestnut was carrying the box of meat and vegetables, bags of coal, sodas and fried foods, accompanied by Yu, Namuri, Momo, Kyuka, Todoroki and Kirishima. "Kyoka, Issei, seriously, this is the first time I've seen such a huge house up close. What kind of rooms do they have?" the girl with the jack cables asked the brown-haired boy. Such a huge house had to have many rooms for sleeping, among other activities. Issei, well, let's see. Saunas, washitsu, study room, a music studio, video game room, a small library, individual and mixed bathrooms, meeting room, a movie room, and the rest I think are normal rooms, answered the brown-haired boy, surprising the girl. More of the study, she imagined one like the one she had at home, but a little bigger. Momo, wow, that is something big, answered Yayorozu, although her house was bigger, but she would have never imagined a house like this. It had a design between European and Japanese. It must have been a famous artist who designed the house. Namuri could only smile. The chestnut tree was definitely the golden egg among millions of eggs. If proving to be the first would give him points. Besides not being bad in appearance, he showed maturity and immaturity at the same time, now seeing that a rich family was coming, but even so he is humble and does not boast. Any woman who would marry him would win the lottery. She saw her first, and as the old saying goes, whoever finds it first keeps it. Yu, the blonde, also thought that this house was great, even though she lives in an apartment, despite being a heroine, but she could never really attend a hero school, since there was none that covered her quirk to grow up, that's why. She saved all the money to use a large part as funds so that there are academies that can train children with a quirk similar to hers, while the other part she would use to pay as a thank you to her adoptive family. Her quirk was unique. Until now, she was the only one who could increase her size. There were no records of this. That's why, let's say she didn't have a complete hero education, only the theoretical, she couldn't do it practically. This is reflected in some occasions by her own gigantification quirk, which makes her as big as possible, which ends up destroying more than the villains. But living in this house was supposed to be really relaxing, but first he had to reach his 2 goals before he could buy a big house. It didn't take long for the door to open and they saw the space on the roof. There was definitely room for 2 groups. It seemed everyone had already gathered there, with the 2 grills ready to use. Raswise, Kuroka, Ravel, Leifi, Ophis, Seraphal, Gabriel, Penemu, Yasaka, Kunu, Venelana, Grafia, Sona, Tsubaki, Griselda, Lilith, Olga, Chloe, Alicia, Prim, Kagaya, Maya, Lulu, Claudia, Seastein, Nakane, along with the parents of the chestnut. Even Tiamat, they were all wearing casual clothes. While the elves hid their pointy ears with magic, it wasn't necessary, but just in case, they might wonder why they got to the roof faster than the brown-haired one. Simple, magic circle. There were several wooden tables with seats there with plates and everything. Those who came with the brown-haired man were surprised to see only women, and only one man, who looked to be in his 50s, but young, compared to the average Japanese man of that age, not counting the small pool that could fit about 6 people at first glance. They were able to recognize some of them, such as Seraphal, Ravel, Leifi, Kunu, Ophis, Prim and Lulu for being classmates, and the last 2 they had known for 2 days, since they always came to class. While the rest of the women did not recognize any of them, but they could be sisters or relatives of the brown-haired man, like aunts or cousins, that's what they thought. Kirishima, seeing so many beautiful women, was left open-mouthed. In shock, he unknowingly activated his quirk, becoming hard. They were all beautiful, no one could deny this fact. Each one had a beauty that distinguished them. If there was a variety of beautiful girls gathered, this one definitely had a great variety. Akane, Lilith and Lulu, upon seeing the brown-haired boy, threw themselves at him. The redhead remained on her father's head, while the copy of Ophis remained on his torso, and the halfling on his back. The brown-haired boy almost lost his balance, but with effort he managed to stay standing. Akane, Dad! Welcome! The little girl exclaimed happily, hugging the brown-haired boy's head, something he could barely answer. Dad? Thought Nemuri, Yu, Momo and Kyuka, while a Todoroki stared at a redhead in stone. The 4 of them were surprised to hear that little girl called the brown-haired boy father. At 17 he was already a father? It couldn't be, or could it? There had already been cases like these. Instead of a man it was a woman, so the little girl must have seen the brown-haired boy as a father. After all, he didn't look anything like the brown-haired boy or have any features. Yes, that must be it. Besides the fact that he called most of the girls who live in the residence mom. The chestnut greeted the girls, while he carried the purchases to his place ready to prepare the food. Of course, the best cooks of the house would do the work of cutting the meat, vegetables and putting it on a rod. Chestnut's mother, Grafia, Tsubaki and Kagaya. While the father would be in charge of cooking it on the 2 grills. It didn't take long for the other half of the guests to arrive, not to mention their reactions, the girls in the class, although they felt proud of being classified as pretty in the opinions of other groups according to gossip. The girls who were present were on another level. They were definitely models. All the girls, looking at so many beautiful women gathered, it was a damn paradise. Midoriya, Kaminari, Kirishima, Tokoemi, Todoroki and Bakugo blushed slightly when they saw them. Even the last 3 were really serious, something that made it hard for them not to look at the women. At first the boy was practically drooling as he looked at each woman. When he thinks he's seen beautiful girls, so many come out that it surpasses his imagination. A very analytical put the little one could see MILF, exotic tan skin, blondes, big breasts, stockings, small, cat girls, fox girls, glasses, Lolas, all kinds of girls that the imagination could bring out. You could say that he was, but he was left unconscious with a lick from Tsuyu. Tsuyu, my Neta-chan gets imperative when it comes to women. Sorry, the frog girl apologized. Her friend was perverted and that was very bad. They all introduced themselves out of politeness. Of course they wouldn't say that they were part of the chestnut's harem, which would mean I wouldn't know how they were seen. Everyone helped cook the meat, whether with Todoroki's quirk, but not with Bakugo's, since instead of cooking it he made it explode. While the girls were talking, after a few minutes the purple-haired boy had woken up and now remembered where he had seen the platinum-haired maid. It was on the news and forums. 3 beauties avoided 3 villains in a cafe, which apparently had the daughter of a rich man present, and luckily for them, those 3 women were right here, in the residence. A brown-haired woman with violet eyes, big breasts, definitely over 110 centimeters tall, and she also seemed to be a MILF. A platinum-haired maid, Although that maid dress didn't reveal any skin, it was very tight to the body, highlighting her slim waist and large breasts, white and delicate skin. The red color of her lipstick made her look like a mature woman, and her breasts were not far behind. Finally, the blonde who wore a kimono showing a bit of her cleavage, but now she had animal ears, and several tails. She was the same one that appeared on the news, right? Just because now she has features like fox ears and tails. But after knowing that she was Kunu's mother, the ears and tail were something normal. It had to be a quirk. Those three women became very famous when a video of the three of them fighting against the three villains appeared on the networks, Power and Beauty together, and no one knew who they were after that. They have not appeared or heard from again. And there were magazines that offered a good price to learn about them, and guess who already got a good amount? That's right, Mineta. A unique opportunity that he wouldn't let pass, so he immediately came up with an excuse to take photos. Outside of the little pervert's thoughts, Caminaria had tried to flirt with those closest to his arcane according to him, since in no time had the women said that he had a partner, of course, that the cadre was his teacher, something that he didn't try with her, but none of them found the blonde's attitude interesting. The women talked happily, chatting about girls' things, even Tiamat, although the latter was not difficult for her, since she had never behaved like a normal woman, so to speak. She had to behave like a king or queen. Added to the fact that she is a dragon, it was not easy. But she began to be interested in being a little more open after the brown-haired man told her to socialize a little more, while the men, well, three of them, the brown-haired man, Kirishima and Bakugo, were having a contest to see who ate the most meat skewers, while the rest watched the contest like Tokoyami and Todoroki. Midoriya the boy talked with Uraraka about trivial things. Any topic of conversation was good between the two, but it didn't last long since the hug in the waiting room came to both of their minds, which they both returned with those of their respective genders. Akane, the little girl, had gained a little affection from the invited girls. Her tenderness had no end, while she was fed by her first mother, Prim. There came a time when the three boys who were competing could no longer do it, and Bakugo came in third or last, the brown-haired boy came in second, and Kirishima came in first by 1 skewer more than the brown-haired boy. He ordered a plate with 10 skewers and took it to a certain red dragon who stayed in his room, thus leaving the roof. At that moment, the purple-haired boy saw the opportunity. His perverted instinct told him that if the brunette were close he wouldn't be able to take photos. This was a good opportunity. With Issei. The brown-haired boy walks down the hallway where the red dragon Drake's room was located. Upon arriving, he knocked several times as permission to enter. As he opened the door, he could see the Welsh dragon in his tiny form asleep in the large bed, but he woke up when he heard the door open. Issei, "Hey Drake? I brought a meat skewer, in case you don't want to go up there," said the brown-haired boy, leaving the plate near a table. "Drake, I don't think they'll get hungry if they see a real dragon, haha," he commented with some amusement, while flying towards the table where the skewers were. Issei, "And why don't you use your human form? I mean, Tiamat-san has one, so I guess you would have one, right?" He said something curious, since the dragon had one, even Ophis, maybe 10 and 2, even Trihexa. "Drake, I have it, but I won't use it," denied the dragon, making the brown-haired boy raise an eyebrow. "I know you're going to ask why. Look, I can only say that I won't show my human form until I find Gran 9. The spell that allows a dragon to take human form can only be learned by king-level dragons and above, or dragons with great power. Even if they have such an ability/spell, not many use it." "Issei, come on. This time make an exception, haha," said the brown-haired boy, encouraging Drake. "Or can't you?" The last thing he said in a mocking tone, trying to make the dragon accept out of anger. "Drake, good try, but it won't work for the second time, partner," said the dragon, eating a skewer and then growing to a size almost the size of a room without destroying it. With just a wave of his tail, he sent the brown-haired boy out of the room. The chestnut tree crashed into the hallway wall and fell headfirst onto the floor. It didn't hurt, but it was the dragon's decision. Without further ado, he got up to go back. Rooftop. After the brown-haired boy left, the purple-haired boy wasted no time, and immediately asked everyone for a group photo, starting without being so obvious. Which was a good idea, so everyone formed groups to take photos, either of 4 or of 2, etc. Although they wanted to wait for the chestnut, Mineta would say that he would drink again when he returned, so his plan worked. I take photos of everyone, especially the girls, especially Venelana, Grafia, and Yasaka. The magazines would give me a lot of money for photos and information about the 3 women. In addition to uploading some beautiful girls to his blog, now that he's seen how the brunette lives, it was better to become his friend. Maybe he can benefit from this. After 10 minutes the brown-haired boy had returned. They took group photos again. No one was the exception, even Bakugo, who was a little reluctant to this. Once again the party continued, with music played by Jairu, Kirishima and Chestnut, playing simple songs that were of the moment, and that remained with the moment. A good Saturday for the Haider residents, of course without alcohol, since things would get violent, literally. The girls from Class A met new people, the Chestnut's family and their relatives. Later Azazel joined them at the party. After all, the fallen man was very well known and close to the Chestnut, even though he was prohibited from taking alcohol out in this place. No one of the companions and heroines would know that they are supernatural beings, much less that they come from another world. Sona Citri. A high-class demon, heiress of the Citri clan, one could say that she is one of the new generation of pure-blooded demons hundreds of years after the civil war of the underworld. Youngest daughter of the clan, younger sister of Serapha Leviathan, Citri, one of the Yandai Mao, she admires her sister a lot, although she doesn't show it, but she hates being under her shadow. At first she didn't care, but as she grew up, it became more important to her. She hated that many people approached her to get to her sister. She was nothing more than a means. Growing up with a good education in strategy, and among others that would serve her as a future heiress, king of her nobility, handling of magic, great knowledge of her family's main library. She didn't want to be seen as Sona, the sister of Mao Levi then, but as Sona Citri, future heir of her clan, who wanted to get out of her sister's shadow, and she would strive to achieve it. Her childhood best friend and rival, Rias Gremory, both were close since they were very young. They were, how to say it, the opposite of each other. Sona was calm and not capricious. Not like Rias, who was somewhat capricious. Even with their differences they had a good friendship, competitive, but good, that liked the other's company sometimes. Both girls entered Ko Academy, which at that time was an exclusive girls' school, in the first year, along with their respective queens, Tsubaki Shinra and Akino Himejima, where the 2 kings and queens would soon become the most popular girls in the academy. By that time her personality, as we know her today, had already formed, someone serious who rarely smiles, a strict, calm and intelligent character, a taste for tranquility and order. Despite always being serious, she has a side of companionship. During the time before entering the first year at Ko Academy, she already knew very well her dream. To make most of the demons stop seeing her as the sister of the Mao Leviathan was her goal. Her dream was to be able to create a school where they teach raiding games to demons, no matter their class or origin. Only high-class demons could participate with their nobility in those classification games. She wanted everyone to experience them without exception. And that's why she comes to the human world for classes, to study and analyze its structure, and use it as an example for her future academy. The first 2 years of class at Ko Academy were normal. Rias's commitment would be covered when she finished university, with the 3rd child of the Phoenix family. It should be noted that Sona had taken the position of president of the student council and, together with her queen, as vice president. She had been engaged to a prestigious demon from another house, which she denied. She did not have the same fate as Rias. Sona challenged the demon to a game of chess. If she won, the engagement would be cancelled, and if she lost, it would be the opposite. Suddenly the engagement was broken in that chess game. She had one condition for the man who would marry her, and that was that he had to be smarter than her, something she would change her mind about when the academy became co-ed when she entered the 3rd year. By the beginning of her 3rd and final year, she had already acquired 2 bishops, a rook, a knight, and a pawn. Unlike Rias, who had her knight, bishop, and rook, Sona had acquired more pieces than Rias, but they were not as powerful as her pieces. The academy had become a mixed one. Many boys entered the academy, among them, the horse of Rias. The first time she interacted with the brown-haired girl was on a rainy spring day, a month after the start of this year. She and Tsubaki were at the entrance of the main building of the academy. making sure that everyone left and that no student was left behind, since at night, the academy was a meeting place between her and Rias along with their nobility. That day it was raining very hard. She loves the sound of the rain falling. While she was checking that everyone left to return to their homes, a certain chestnut tree approached her and her queen. An average young man with short brown hair with several bangs that partially cover his eyebrows and 2 hair extensions that hang parallel to his neck, with bright brown eyes. The young man carried a simple black umbrella, which the boy offered to the citri, apparently confused that they could not go home because of the heavy rain. "Here. You can give it back to me later," said the brown-haired boy, giving the umbrella to the citri. He ran off with the case that holds notebooks and school supplies. He used it to protect himself from the rain. And before she could say anything, the young man left so quickly that he was lost in the rain. For a moment, just for a moment, she had felt a great power inside the chestnut tree. Maybe it was her imagination, but she had to make sure. If it was so, maybe she could ask him to join her nobility. If he refused, she would erase his memory so that this would never have happened. She looked at the umbrella, then looked back at where the chestnut tree had gone. All she could think was, "He's a weirdo." She asked Tsubaki to investigate him, which gave her all the information about him possible. His record was normal, average grades, an average family, but above all a pervert who had earned a bad reputation among the women of the academy along with his 2 friends. During that time, she kept the umbrella in the council room. Sometimes she would stare at the umbrella and remember that rainy day, but she didn't really know why. But Tsubaki had found out something interesting, and that was that at certain times the chestnut in his body released a great unknown power, but it quickly disappeared. Apparently he was not aware of this at all. She wanted to reincarnate him in one of her pieces. If he had that great power, it would be of great help to fulfill her dream, if Rias had not beaten her to it. She had learned that the boy had been killed by a fallen angel, and that at that moment Rias had reincarnated him. A very clever way to save his life that ended up being one of her pieces. Apparently she also knew that the brown-haired boy had a power that lies within him, and reincarnating him at the moment of his death would not have any option in case he refused. When it was revealed that she had a sacred gear, and that she was a twice critical, it seemed like a joke. That power that she felt did not seem like that of a twice critical, it was something more. With that young man being Rias's pawn, Sona decided to look for another person to make him her piece, and she found a young blonde boy from 2nd year, who required 4 pawn pieces to reincarnate him. Shortly after learning that the casta that had become Rias's pawn, her twice critical, was actually the boosted gear, one of the 13 Longinus, and one of the most powerful capable of killing gods, she knew that she had let go of a valuable piece. During the raiding game of Rias against Riser to break their commitment, she was one of the spectators, seeing that boy had grown quite well, despite only being a demon for 2 weeks. But he had little experience in combat, but he was far from being able to face in a fight. If it weren't for that perverted technique that made women lower their defense. Despite his little experience in combat, he had great will and determination, that was reflected in his eyes, which had a strange shine in Sona's opinion, but he understood that. Still, it wasn't enough to beat the Razor, ending with the Phoenix winning. But it didn't end there. She did everything she could to help her friend cancel her engagement, but it was useless, nothing worked. The pending account of the raiding game between Gremory and Phoenix was still standing according to the words of the Knight, Rook and Queen of Rias. They were sure that he would come. And so it was. He arrived at his friend's engagement party to fight Razor for the 2nd time, with a new power, his balance breaker for 10 seconds in exchange for his left arm. Such a sacrifice to save her, not even she would have thought that what has been a demon for weeks would have made this sacrifice. Her gaze did not seem to regret her decision, she was very sure. The second confrontation against Razor, Dragon versus Phoenix, 2 legendary creatures, the dragon being the winner, despite its time limit. At first she saw him as a regular servant, and she felt jealous that he was the one who solved her biggest problem, something that she as her best friend couldn't do, but that's also why she started to respect him. The incident with Kokabeel, the meeting of the factions, the boy despite being perverted fought for what was important to him, and the battle against Kokabeel, he had again felt that strange power come out of him. It was only for a few milliseconds, Maybe the rest like Eays and his pieces, the same with his own. He thinks it would be the power of the boosted gear. But he felt that it wasn't like that. That power that he released was more like a sensation, and the fight against Kokobile was the last time he felt that sensation. During the opening ceremony for the new young demons, she, Eays, Serorg, Diodora, Sigvera, Zephyrdor, the six named, would be the most outstanding of this new generation of demons, and they would go on to tell a little about their goals. Some of the pieces accompanied their king in this meeting, among them were all the Eays pieces. That was where she revealed her dream of opening a raiding game school for all kinds of demons. The council laughed at this, and if that weren't enough, they mocked that it was impossible and that only those of the upper class would have the right to do that. I think Kaisha's dream is something incredible. Only idiots like you don't see it that way. The chestnut had come out to defend the Citri's dream. Apparently he didn't care about respecting the rules, he simply supported the cause of opening that academy in the future. The Citri felt happy that he was defending her, even though that is frowned upon by those of the upper class, but she felt happy. The perverted side was not present, it was as if he were another person. In important moments, the boy knew how to show his good, even if it was not well seen by the upper class as it was a lower class. But that look of determination from the brown-haired girl, and interest grew within her towards him. And to show that Citri wanted to realize her dream, she had to prove that she was capable of winning whatever comes next, and the first step would be a confrontation between Citri and Gremory. The rating between the two heiresses of their respective clan was very opposite. The pieces of the moment that Sona had were not as powerful as those of Eays. Despite this, it was compensated by her great strategy. He was able to corner Eays's nobility with several difficult battles. He still had one last move, and that was to gather the last one standing on Eays's side, and finish it all with a powerful water attack. No one could see his strategy, only He wasn't an idiot after all. Well, yes, because of that technique of speaking with his breasts, somewhat embarrassing, but even so his attack was unleashed. At that moment, it seemed that the brown-haired boy wanted to intercept the water attack. He put on a strange pose that seemed like a martial art, while his eyes turned sky blue. He took off his helmet, showing those blue eyes. A challenging smile appeared on him. Sona, seeing that, again she had that feeling of power. The brown-haired boy launched himself to intercept that great attack. Just before impacting, his eyes turned brown as always, and he stopped. While he watched what was happening, apparently he didn't know what he did a few moments ago, without noticing that he was hit by the great torrent of water. Remaining one-on-one, Sona versus Eays, giving the victory to the Gremory heiress. But Sona was able to demonstrate what she was capable of, a great strategist, who knows how to use everything at her disposal to the maximum power possible, and it was a great achievement. She could have lost, but she won in the field of experience. At the end of the raiding game, both the Citri and Gremory clans went to the Citri hospital to spend a few days for their wounds to heal. Of course, both clans were congratulated for their fight. One night at the hospital, in Sona's room, the girl couldn't sleep. She couldn't stop thinking about what those blue eyes that rarely appeared on the brown-haired boy were. She wanted an answer, a doubt, and was interested in knowing what the brown-haired boy was doing, so she got up to go see the brown-haired boy. She didn't want anyone to know about this until she knew what was causing those changes in him. Whether it was a threat or not, she had to know before coming to a conclusion. When he arrived at the chestnut's room, he saw that he was asleep, so he approached him. He didn't know how to check that power. He didn't feel any of it, until he touched the chestnut's forehead. His surroundings began to turn dark. Now he was no longer in the hospital in the Citri territory. The place could feel a warm atmosphere. Despite being dark, it was warm. He liked that feeling. Everything was dark, but surprisingly he could see his hands clearly, and in the distance he could make out a silhouette. He couldn't see clearly, but it seemed the darkness didn't let him see anything but that silhouette and those blue eyes, sky blue pupils and black iris in the shape of a cross. The silhouette just stared at the Citri, saying nothing. She tried to get closer to him, but no matter how far she walked, she didn't seem to get any closer. It was the same distance. She had asked who it was, but there was no answer. The silhouette simply turned around to leave. Sona tried to reach out, but it was useless. The silhouette was gone and everything around her began to crack until everything lit up and blinded her. causing her to cover herself with her arms. When the girl opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was the face of a brown-haired boy sleeping in front of her, and she apparently was sleeping next to the brown-haired boy in the same hospital bed, face to face. She didn't know how it had happened, but she was asleep on the brunette's stretcher. With the brunette, her face turned red, she immediately got up quickly, which woke the brunette. When he saw the girl, she simply blushed even more because she thought badly. With a strong blow, the citri hit the brown-haired man, which ended up leaving him unconscious. She immediately went back to her room quickly, hoping that no one saw this. After this, the brown-haired boy did not remember this event. It was as if a strong impact made him forget it, something good for the citri, drawing a few sighs of relief from him. After several events, the citri began to see the brown-haired boy as a friend. She even began to admire his skill, which was something incredible. She even asked him to call her by her first name when they were alone, something that only increased the girl's interest in the brown-haired boy. During the time she had spoken with him, he had not behaved like a pervert. On the contrary, he was normal, like himself, without being perverted, someone nice, who had even learned to play chess, although he always lost. Spending time with him relaxed her from the minor stress of being the student council president. She was a little more open than usual. On several occasions they had thought about what she would be like in Ryuko's place, something crazy in her personal opinion. She had thought about it on several occasions. She was starting to feel jealous of Ryuko and the others. She also thought, where does it fit? Several one more wouldn't hurt, right? Even though she had said that she would only marry someone smarter than her, but she had fallen in love with Brown. She wasn't smart, but she had her thing, and that was to make everyone happy. Several times when she was doing her homework at the council, looking out the window, she could always see how the brown-haired boy and his two friends were being chased by the girls from the kendo club. Seeing that scene made her laugh a little. Even that lifted Koa's silent spirit. Even those who saw that sometimes laughed. But he already had Ryuko on his side. Maybe if she ended up with him, the redhead would get angry, and the friendship between them would be lost. She didn't want to lose a friend. She had that little knot in her neck. Something couldn't happen between us. Despite not knowing what to do, he kept going. Perhaps, in time, he could find the answer. When it was learned that he died at the hands of Shalba, he felt like a stab in his heart. That day, he cried silently in his room. He felt regret for not having said it, without knowing that his answer had already found him. It didn't take long for him to come back to life, to help everyone again, and stronger than before. And seeing him again, I wanted to tell him how I felt. If that was what I had to do in the face of Ryuko, I would do it. But her determination didn't last long when she saw how her friend cried, hugging him for having returned from the dead in the face of such deadly poison. Seeing that the redhead showed great love, she felt insecure again, keeping this feeling to herself again. After the battle against Ryuko, Clippeth, the liberation of Trihexa, a hard battle in which there was much loss on the side of the allied factions and the enemy. Ryuko had been able to break the seal without giving a soul/life in exchange. No one knew how he did it. Even with the fruit of life, the cost was still paying a life to break the last part of the seal. Apparently the circumstances of his release were not known by everyone. It was as if someone helped him from the shadows, someone who has never shown himself. The beast's release was done, as was the death of Ryuko at the hands of Vala and Fafnir. Now there was nothing to stop the beast, while that thing went around the world causing havoc, as was the chestnut's emergence from the coma after his confrontation with Ryuko, something that made Citri silently happy. Azazel had suggested that he submerge the brown-haired boy in a bath of phoenix tears with breast milk. Just when they were going to do it, Sona had arrived with her group to see if it would really work. She was worried about him. And before submerging him, she had felt that sensation again. She looked at the rest of those present, and it seemed they didn't feel anything, only her. Again everything around her transformed into that dark place, and there it was, that figure with blue eyes and irises in the shape of a cross, but now it was a little more visible. You could see its shape a little. Unlike the first time she saw him when she could only see his eyes, now she could see him completely, but not those eyes anymore. She couldn't see clearly, it was blurry, but she could see some features. It was a man, with black hair, wearing strange clothes, and apparently he was holding a silver pillar with one arm resting on his shoulder. That was all the features she could see, Beyond that, it was not possible. Like the first time, there was no response from the stranger. But he began to move that large pillar as if it were nothing. He began to turn it around as if it were some style of martial arts. It didn't take long until he stopped, holding the large pillar that began to reduce its size to that of a bow staff. Sona didn't know what the stranger was doing. It seemed like he was about to hit something, which was what happened, a downward blow from the cane to the ground, which created a blizzard all over the place. It wasn't strong, it was like a country wind, a soft one. At the same time, everything cracked again, making Sona return to reality. The room where she would immerse the brown-haired boy in that strange mixture, she apparently only spent a second watching everything that happened in that space. And before he was submerged, he had woken up, and the sensation that the Citri felt disappeared. Did that guy make the brown-haired boy wake up? She wasn't sure. He told Eays what he saw of the brown-haired boy, while she simply laughed at this, saying that it was his imagination. It must have been because of the stress that he mostly carried. In the end, they did not continue with the subject. Nobody would believe it. Apparently only Sona felt that sensation. Skip. The battle against Trihexa on the coasts of Japan was hard. The losses of yokais, angels, demons, and fallen. Even so, the power of the beast was much greater. There was no way to defeat it, only seal it again as it was millennia ago. His sister, Eays's brother, Asmodeus, Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Azazel, Penemu, Odin, Thor, Zeus, and Apollo, among some of the most powerful existences in the world, will use their power to seal the beast in a dimensional space that would be placed in the dimensional gap so that no one can have access to it. Sadness was what he felt for the loss of his sister. It did not last long, since approximately 3 months later, Ajuka was able to find a way to get him out, but he needed someone to take their place. No one would accept such a thing, but there was someone brave or stupid enough. It was him. The Citri could see her sister again, but again he would leave. There was no third time. He had already died twice. A third time could not happen. Even so, those words he wanted to say to her wouldn't come out of his mouth, no matter how hard he tried. In this way, without being able to tell her what he felt for the second time, he left, bringing his sister back with the others, while he stayed there. Skip. After his departure, everything had become peaceful. The factions with their respective leaders returned. The lost numbers were recovering after the fierce battle against the beast. The Sekiryuutei, recognized as the great hero of all factions, his sacrifice was honorable. While this was going on, Ajuka and Azazel were trying to find a way to get the chestnut out, but the results weren't good at all. And Seraphal. Her sister had changed. She wasn't as imperative as before. Now she was calmer, as if a part of her was gone. Although it was normal, she wasn't the only one. Sona was already in her second year of college with Tsubaki, Eays, and Akino. Her dream of opening a raiding game academy had come true. In the underworld, she had opened the first academy for all classes of demons. It was very well received by the middle and lower class, while only a few of the upper class were accepted. The income needed to maintain the academy was a lot, but with a little support from Saryorg and the heiress Agars along with Gremory, the grand opening was possible. She had asked Rosweiss to work as a teacher in magical arts, which she accepted, and surprisingly Kuroka also did combat and a bit of spiritualism or energy channeling. All the nobility of the Citri began to work as teachers in the academy, in different areas, such as physical, magical, regulations, strategy, teamwork, etc. During that time, her pawn began to approach her. The blonde tried hard, but something in the Citri, who on several occasions saw that new attitude that her pawn took, reminded her a lot of the brunettes. She tried not to think about that. She couldn't help it. They were very similar. Even the blonde tried hard to beat her king at chess, which was impossible. Even that idea of marrying someone smarter than her was already an old memory from a long time ago. Her pawn had confessed to her. She never saw him that way. He was more like a younger brother than a love interest. I didn't know what to do, accept or reject it, but Saji had changed. His personality was more positive than before. It was as if I was seeing him. Time skip 3 years. Sona and Saji's relationship in the early years was on good terms, going out on dates, holding hands, some brief fleeting kisses, something strange due to Citri's personality. But even so, her heart said she was alone. She couldn't calm that feeling inside her. The relationship didn't go beyond those small kisses between her pawn and her. She felt that this was wrong. It wasn't what she really wanted. That pain didn't calm down, it only intensified. Saji had asked for her hand in marriage along with Momo and Ryuko in the second year, where the bishop and the pawn happily accepted, except for Sona, who refused this, surprising the blonde who just thought that she was not ready. Saji's wedding with the two girls was incredible. It wasn't a big one, but all the acquaintances were there with their partners, like Akino with her husband, Rias with her fiancé Razor, the trio from the church with their angel boyfriends. Note: Saji's wedding takes place 1 year before the chestnuts' return. Sona and Saji's relationship began 3 years before they turned 7. And half a year before completing 3 years of relationship, Saji wanted to advance his relationship with his king, since it had been stagnant for a year and a half. She wanted to score, but she refused. But there was a time when she almost succeeded, but in the end she couldn't. She saw the look on her king's face. It was as if she was seeing another person in front of her. She didn't understand what he was thinking, nor did she know it. It was as if her mind was with another person, like her heart. Present. Seeing that guy you like come back from certain death, and rescue you from the hands of that biggest criminal who was presumed dead 7 years ago. Although that young man did not return as everyone knew him, he proved to be the real him. At first I had my doubts if it was a lie. But he didn't seem to lie. He even let himself be seen in his memories. There was no modification whatsoever. Everything was real. He wasn't an imposter. He was really Hyoudou Issei. She was finally able to summon all her courage to do what she couldn't say 7 years ago. Rias, you found happiness in someone else. I am already in my right to claim what you have left behind. Although she was surprised that there were more women who felt a romantic interest towards him, it was more than she knew. But it didn't matter anymore. 7 years was more than enough to know what I had to do, and that was to spend eternity with him. When she and he did it in the special room, she showed why the women of the Citri family are the dominant ones. A dragon's curse almost killed him, which she investigated in ancient dragon books, but to no avail. But Drake knew about this, but he suggested not telling everything in the presence of Chestnut, knowing that his partner would keep it a secret without telling anyone. The curse of the dragon, better known as the fall of a dragon, thousands of years ago, before the Great Holy War, dragons were hated, respected, and caused fear to many. Among them the biblical God, his hatred towards Samuel, better known as the serpent that lived in the tree of the forbidden fruit in paradise that at that time was in the human world, was a dragon, and was the same one who tempted Adam and Eve to eat the fruit of knowledge. For such action was the reason for the emergence of God's hatred towards dragons. He cursed them. He cast a curse on the entire species. Any dragon whose pure feelings are not reciprocated will suffer a slow death. They will not be able to love with freedom. I curse you. This is what God said before the curse he cast on the dragons, and then sealed Samuel in the deepest part of the underworld, the Cocytus. At first, many dragons suffered from this curse, which was the reason why the race declined over the years. The emergence of the tales of Prince Charming rescuing the princess from the castle guarded by a fierce dragon was a clear example of this. Many brave men have tried to fight the dragon that protected the castle where the princess is, but they all perished before the dragon's claws. But of all the men who were going to face the dragon to rescue the princess, only one could defeat us, and he was named Prince. The prince did not defeat the dragon because of his great skill with the sword, nor his dexterity. It was because he had won the princess's heart. We dragons didn't keep the princess captive. It was the opposite. We protected what was important to us, our partner. But by God's curse, our partner had an unknown probability of loving others, and we would not be reciprocated. The curse would kill us, but we are proud. Instead of dying from that stupid curse or performing a ritual that could also kill us in an attempt to release the curse, we dragons chose the third option, to die at the hands of the prince, and wish the princess a happy ending alongside her prince. Such information did not exist in the books, since if it were spread beyond the dragons, it could be a great weapon to kill them. For this reason there is no record of this. Only the dragons knew about this. They could not spread it to any other race. Until now. But it didn't end there. In addition to Drake telling Sona about one last side effect of the ritual. My partner will not be able to use 100% of his power. his soul is cracked after having done the ritual. The soul and the body must be in a leveled state to be able to use it. But in this case, his soul is in a very low state. If he were to be able to use it, most likely he would die, and in the least scenario an indeterminate coma. Such information left Sona in shock, not only her, but also the rest of the girls. She had been thinking about telling them before, but the incident with Azazel's portal machine occurred. Until after defeating Kuroina she had the opportunity to tell the girls. The chestnut tree didn't know about this last effect. Apparently if a dragon survived the ritual, it would no longer have 100% of its fighting capacity, something that would destroy its pride. Even though there was no need to make him use his 100% now, right? He is strong, now is a time of peace, there are no more threats. DxD World, Underworld, Sidri Rating Game Academy, Sunday 11:30 a.m. In an open field of the academy, in the combat field, all the nobility of Sona Sidri were together with their king. Apparently today was the day of a fight against Jin. Everyone would fight against him, for a training session before the tournament date, taking advantage of it to improve in the physical combat aspect. There would be no problem, since there were no classes at the academy today, so he would have all day to train. Of course, both Sona and Tsubaki would take into account the last effect that Drake told them. The formation would be as follows. Stroke. Saji with his 4 sacred gears of Vritra. Ryuko with her artificial sacred gear Procelarum Phantom, which gives her great power in her kicks. Garu, being part of Sorcerer Descent, is complemented by his great melee ability reinforced with magic, added to the tower piece. Binia, being a half-Grim Reaper, is a great master in handling the scythe. Tomo, with her katana of light and darkness, another of the sacred gear, made by Azazel for the Sidri team. They 4 together with their king are the ones who would make a face-to-face attack, a hand-to-hand combat against the chestnut. Defense. Yura, despite being the tower piece, its main role will be defense by being able to create a light shield that can be used both offensively and defensively. Tsubaki, her mirror Alice would be a key piece for a counterattack, a mirror that reflects an attack with double the year, but it cannot be used again within a period of time. Perhaps now she can break that limiter. Momo Hanakai, another possessor of an artificial sacred gear granted by Azazel, her applause wall allows her to create powerful defensive barriers at a certain distance from her. Support. Finally, Rhea, Sona's second bishop after Momo, her artificial sacred gear, scouting persona, in addition to being able to join together to form a shield. The role in this combat would be to see any movement that the chestnut makes to know and analyze a possible next move. Hours later. The fight was difficult for the Sidri group against the chestnut and his clones, although they were able to learn other ways to fight against strong opponents. New battle formations strategies, although this type of combat was more for physical growth, and very little on the part of magic. Both magic and physical power do the same job. The increase in physical power acts as much as in magic. It is for less wear and tear of magic when using it. Everyone was resting sitting on benches, Saji being fed by his 2 wives. Garu lying on the grass, recovering. The same was with Binia. Outside of all this, the brown-haired man was sitting drinking a bottle of water. Yura, Jin? The blue-haired girl approached the brown-haired boy who was accompanied by his king and queen. Jin, yes, Yura-san? Yura, and no. Nothing. The girl denied somewhat nervously. She didn't know where to start. Her mind was in turmoil. The duty of a king is to support his pieces now. That was what the younger Sidri would do. Give a little push but make it look like an accident. The brunette pushed her tower, which couldn't be seen where it fell. Yura fell on the brown-haired boy accompanied by a kiss on the lips. Both were stunned. The girl's lips had a blueberry flavor. Neither the mind nor the body of either reacted. Outside of the 2 of them, Binia asked her king for permission to attend an event for the program. The New Adventures of Sekiryuutei. She would sell new products from this reboot of the original Ape Dragon, which he gave her permission to do. When she said yes, the Grim Reaper half had already left. Also Rugal said he would be away for a week to visit a distant relative, a 7th uncle on his father's side. He said he would go to his 7th uncle's wedding in the United States, Portland, Oregon. The half-wolf would attend the wedding, since his seventh uncle sent invitations to all his relatives, which his king gave him permission to be absent during the following week. The seventh type of rival was a watchmaker who helps out at a spice shop in the city. A white-haired man with noticeable wounds was seen, but around him were several individuals covered in blood, some on the verge of death, others were in the same state as him. "Who sent them?" he exclaimed with an extremely cold look and death instinct. Suddenly seeing that a chestnut similar to how he was before had gone to attack with all his power, that was none other than the dragon god. "Then I'll force the information out of them." The white-haired man's fist was coated in pure black. "Let's see if you can handle this." Falcon punch! Hitting him full on, vomiting blood, noticing a white-haired being in the distance with a smile, the function of all against one. "I knew it, this Issei is very different. A flaw of fate and coincidence, haha," he exclaimed amusedly, watching as one of his pawns had been sent crashing into a mountain. Seeing that brown-haired man almost dead from a single blow, and the white-haired man with a cold look, almost like that of a psychopath. "Come on, are you afraid of how I left your comrade?" he exclaimed furiously. Suddenly seeing everyone healed and in heaven. "Nan?" He couldn't finish because everyone attacked the white-haired man together, creating a huge explosion capable of destroying the whole world. Everything was chaos wherever you looked, seas of lava, volcanoes erupting. Everyone was looking at the huge crater that looked like a meteorite had made it. After all, that attack was made by very powerful beings. Wow, they may have won, but I'm not sure they made him madder than necessary. But I'd better keep watching such a good show, haha, he exclaimed amusedly. Being able to feel several earthquakes in the place, no one could feel the presence of the white-haired man, to which everyone attacked again with their most powerful attacks, creating another huge explosion to make sure he was eliminated. After a few seconds, something came out at extreme speed towards the chestnut trees with the intention of killing. No one was able to act in time, and one of them received an elbow that shattered his jaw, followed by a stop at the head, which was sent crashing into more rocks. Everyone quickly seized the white-haired man with third-degree burns, attacking quickly. One of them who was going to attack him from behind was taken by the arm, accompanied by a blow that cracks could be heard, a sign that he had been hit in the ribs, letting out a cry of pain. Suddenly he was tackled by another and they crashed to the ground, starting an exchange of blows, but the white-haired man, still with injuries, had the advantage. When the brown-haired boy was careless, he took advantage of the situation to punch him in the chin. "Take this." A dark fire, as dark as infinity, had gathered in one of his fists. Dark punch. Everyone else had attacked with blows, generating thousands of explosions all over the planet. You could say it was the same Armageddon that was happening. Everyone had great difficulty attacking or hitting the white-haired man, but he moved before the joint attack of more than 10 people and more powerful ones. In the distance, everything was seen by the white-haired being with a look of interest and amusement as he watched the fight. Not bad, not bad. I knew this Issei was different from everyone I've killed, haha, thinking about all the cliché the others said before making them their puppets, the irony that mocks fate and laughs at coincidence. Someone who can be evil and enjoy killing for fun, someone who knows what is right but his way of thinking is different. That dangers must be eradicated or made to suffer. He is the irony that mocks fate and laughs at coincidence, haha. Come on, Alter. I know you're playing with them. Wait, he's letting himself get hurt. Is he addicted to pain? Looking a little reluctantly at the other white-haired man who was beating them all up, I knew it. There's no doubt about it, he is the darkness, the true monster that can be everyone's nightmare. He doesn't think he is a god. True despair incarnate, ha 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 ha. While in the battle, one of the Issei managed to hit him in the face, thinking that they had already won. Wow, not bad fakes. I'll show you the nightmare. As a reward, her eyes changed color to blood red while she smiled macabrely and twisted. Everyone seeing that smile moved away suddenly. Even though they were just puppets, they acted on instinct. Bravo, vermin, bravo, the other white-haired man applauded in the distance, observing everything. But at least some of you will die. That is a very different Issei from all of them, haha. Watching with the others, the white-haired man had a serious expression. His wounds suddenly regenerated. Okay, enough playing around and lowering the defenses to the minimum. Time for the truth. Everyone returned to attack the being by orders. He had taken out a spear, while the others created swords of magical energy. The white-haired man dodged all the attacks while hitting and using his enemies' attacks against them with quick movements, as if his vision was 360 degrees. TSH, ridiculous. In the distance. Let's see if I can handle this? Hee, I'll see if you can handle this attack, changing his attitude to one of absolute hatred plague. Creating a dynamo with enough power to destroy the entire world. Coming out like a projectile in the direction of the other white-haired man who was fighting. Everyone jumped away, then saw a flash of purple energy. That power, he exclaimed in shock when he saw the imminent attack, that if he didn't do something the damage would be serious. But it was too late. He saw the imminent destiny. Taking the attack head-on, it created an unstoppable burst of energy that was disintegrating everything in its path. Earthquakes were occurring everywhere, and the dimensional space was beginning to distort due to the enormous energy. Ha 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 ha, I went too far, ha 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 ha, he exclaimed with great mockery, and then calmed down. Well, one less to get closer to the true I. Being about to leave until you could feel how your power was dissipated at great speed by a dark energy. Asking to see a white-haired man with serious injuries but with a look that showed annoyance. That could almost kill me, regenerating his wounds, corruption fragmenting Zark's attack into pieces. Watching Zark with a psychopathic smile, seeing what the other did. Ha ha ha, so this trash knows how to repel the attacks that were multiplied? Grinning like a madman, this is interesting. Looking at his puppets kill him. Seeing the white-haired man at the other who could see him, crossing myriads, one was between amusement, mockery and hatred, while the other was a look like ice itself. You pointing at Zark, changing the color of his eyes to violet like his, feeling a power never seen before. Zark looked seriously at the white-haired man before smiling. Seeing that, he moved away when he saw everyone attacking him together. A battle without suitors began again. Everyone wanted to kill the white-haired man who had a cold but calculating expression. Thousands of explosions could be created throughout the battlefield for several hours, where everyone intensified their attacks to the limit, while the white-haired man suddenly changed his expression to one of anger. Hitting almost everyone with unstoppable force that left everyone extremely injured. Rising into the sky to see a pair of horns and spectral arms sprout from it. Gravitation extending his arm to all the Issei, only two escaping from the attack range. Seeing everyone suddenly that he had disappeared, hearing bones breaking, seeing one of the enemies who received a punch in more ribs that sent him crashing. You'll be the first to die, seeing the other chestnut tree that activated an armor and launched itself to attack combo of death. Giving a strong punch to the brown-haired man who had an armor that was completely destroyed, in the process vomiting blood. This is not over. He grabbed him by the head, creating a crater of enormous magnitude, and then, with his fingers, he pierced his chest, hearing explosions that were destroying the chestnut's entire respiratory cavity, which made him vomit blood every moment. Throwing him into the sky and being dragged to the white-haired boy who had his arm extended, more while Zark saw that he used telekinesis to do it, starting to give a series of combos to the brown-haired boy that were destroying all his bones, along with a black fire that burned the brown-haired boy. Giving him a blow that crashed him to the ground, quickly taking him by the head to see him, and a spark of energy coming out of his hands, generating an explosion of dark fire. Seeing a brown-haired man with third-degree burns being lifted by the white-haired man who took him by the head with both hands, shielding himself with the word die, generating a flash of light that illuminated the entire battlefield, then seeing how craters were generated, seeing everyone and especially Zark with an expression between shock and a little anger. Creating a blinding light that left everyone without vision for a few seconds. After a few seconds, a white-haired man was seen holding a corpse. NT, combo of death. Dropping the lifeless body of the chestnut tree. I promised him not to kill anyone, but he thinks I failed him. Now I have to go back no matter what, you're next, pointing to a chestnut tree that is barely recovering. Going through the chestnut's chest without being seen by everyone, who when they realized had already pierced him, kicking him, seeing that he could no longer heal. Pulling out a golden sword that suddenly cut off his legs, to kick him in the jaw, preventing him from letting out a scream. Starting to stomp on his neck hard, seeing him show everyone a cold look. Standing back, grabbing the brown-haired boy's head and punching him in the back of the neck. Taking his head with both hands and trying to tear it off. grasping more force, noticing how his head was torn off by the white-haired man. Throwing his head, to start talking. They dared to attack my family, so I am not compassionate at all, he exclaimed resentfully. But applause began to be heard in the distance, seeing Zark without a mocking smile. What a good performance, he admitted. You are someone very different from all your counterparts. Someone cold, capable of killing and sowing chaos. Isn't that like that, Issei? You, who are you? Looking seriously at Zark. Nobody in particular. Let's say I am what you may believe, a god, a monster, or whatever they call me, Hyoudou Issei. The white-haired man was looking surprised but didn't show it much, arching an eyebrow, to see how the last beings were disappearing through portals. This gives me a bad feeling. It would be better not to trust me, Alter exclaimed mentally. So, what are you doing here? I don't think you're coming to visit. Ha ha ha, of course not. I've actually observed you very closely. I thought you were like the others, but you're abnormal. That's how I see you, he exclaimed differently. That doesn't answer my question. I'll tell you, if you manage to hold this disappearing from the place, and creating thousands of dynamos come on Hyoudou Issei, you should at least hold this back, haha, let's go. Seeing how Alter accessed his Armageddon mode with various powers, with 4 special arms coming out behind him. Feeling an immense amount of power that was confirmed by various energies, to which Zark let out a chuckle and began a bombardment of dynamos towards Alter. Alter, seeing this, one of his spectral arms generated a power hadron cannon, this being fired at the dynamos as one of them was about to collide with Alter's attack. When these two collided, an immense explosion of energy was created that trapped the dynamos, generating thousands of explosions. Suddenly Alter had done the same as Zark, a bombardment of long-distance attacks that collided with the dynamos. It could be noticed that they absorbed the dynamos and then exploded. Another one that went directly to Zark, but he repelled them with ease. Looking with a psychopathic smile at Alter, who let out a scream of fury while increasing his attacks. Watching Zark as he disappeared in an instant, I faced him with a lion-shaped gauntlet, covering himself since that attack was not at all common, receiving the full impact that sent him crashing. Watching as he emerged from the rubble as if nothing had happened, touching his arm and letting out a small grimace of pain. Changing his attitude to one of total fury, he launched himself to attack Alter, who did the same. Starting an unprecedented battle, where Zark was beating Alter, but he was not far behind, trying to block his death attacks, but most of them could not be evaded, receiving most of them fully. After a few hours I saw an extremely exhausted Alter with mortal wounds and a Zark in front of him with annoyance but changing to one of disinterest, and then to a reluctant one. If you hadn't hit me, nothing would have happened. You have a lot to learn, seeing the other white-haired man agitated but getting up while his eyes shone violet as his wounds healed. I knew it. He's perfect for that job. I know he'll help me kill those 3 remaining ones, he exclaimed mentally. Alter, you know very well that I won't give up, damn it, tired. I want you to help me exterminate some vermin. And why the hell would I do that? Breathing heavily. I'd offer you something you have longed for years. I will give you the soul of your deceased wife, Marie, projecting a person. She was a beautiful woman with green eyes and blonde hair. She looked like an angel in person. Why do you think you couldn't revive her? Her soul was missing, and if you help me, I'll give you her soul. Seeing Alter, the soul of his wife, the woman who made him change when he lost everything in life, the only one who ever cared about him, the mother of his daughters, who had been murdered more than 10 years ago, blaming himself every day and night for not being able to save her, seeking justice against the guilty. Almost falling into evil again, but he remembered her words and the family she had given him. What are you saying? It would be a shame if his soul disappears. So you had it? Who knows, haha, but if you believe me, I'll keep my word. I'm not one of those liars, I'm just trying to get rid of the flaws. And am I one, right? Yes, but you are very different from the others. They did not last me even 3 minutes to get serious. But you are someone abnormal, the irony that mocks fate and laughs at coincidence, someone who can be evil. We are similar in a certain way, Alter, but different at the same time. What are you talking about? I was deceived for a long time, someone who was born from the game of life. Only someone stayed with me and I managed to find again what I lost in other people. On the other hand, you were betrayed, tortured by the women you once loved, leaving you with wounds impossible to heal, but you found someone who saved you from the darkness. That's why I offer to return the soul of your beloved to you, extending his hand. He did not want to stain his hands anymore, the white-haired man. From now on he would sit and watch. He had already killed many people, he didn't regret it. Maybe it had to happen. He wanted to get to that guy, the true I. His existence, the rest of the copies were derived from him. He wanted to know the existence of this damned cycle in the counterparts. You said I had to get rid of some vermin, right? There are actually 3, but one of them will seem familiar to you, showing a hologram of 3 individuals. The first was a white-haired man with crimson eyes, 2 meters tall and a large muscular mass wearing a black trench coat with white details. The second was a silver-haired man with a thin build but noticeable muscle mass who was wearing high-tech armor along with a katana. The third and last was a brown that resembled black, some parts of his hair that defied gravity. He wore a black suit with gold embroidery as well as part of tiger skin that was tied to his waist, crimson eyes with golden irises in the shape of a cross that wore a halo on his head. Seeing the white-haired boy at 3 and then seeing Zark, who promised him something he always longed for since the death of his beloved, he was willing to do anything to see her again, and he didn't care if he went back to being the same monster he was many, many years ago. Don't be too confident, those 3 of them with you and a few more, they are cycle irregularities, a bug. Don't fail, alter. He made it known that it would be a difficult task. Maybe it would no longer be necessary to do it himself before reaching the real one. He had been out for a while. He had to go back to see them. But now, starting to reach out his hand to Zark's, killing in exchange for his wife's soul, the answer was very simple. Chapter 37, Practices begin. First day. Monday, train station, 8:45 a.m. Today was the day where the class of heroes would begin their work practices. All of Group A were outside the train station, all with their suitcases with their respective hero suits, ready to spend the week with the professional heroes. Everyone was excited to get started, while a few were not so much. Some of the agencies were close to the station, others would have to take a shuttle, while others would have to take the train to go to another location. Following Aizawa's instructions, everyone went to their respective hero agencies where the practices would take place in different directions. A week off for the teachers of the hero course A and B. They wouldn't have as much work, although on Lita's part, her friends were worried about him, but the aforementioned said he was fine, and if he needed help he would contact them. His words say that, but his look reflected something else. Midoriya would go with a hero named Gran Torino, in Yamanashi Prefecture, 45 minutes from the station. This was at the recommendation of his mentor All Might, but as he told him, apparently the symbol of peace was afraid of him just by mentioning him. He had to be someone extremely terrifying for him to tremble just by mentioning his name. Lita along with Serafal went to the Hosa Prefecture to do their internship at the Hero Manual S agency. For the black-haired man, it was more of a personal matter. He was going after the hero killer Stain. He wanted revenge, and according to the attack numbers, Hosa had the highest number, and that was where it all began. On Serafal's part, the mouse simply chose at random. I had no idea which agency she chose, but there she is next to the black-haired guy. For Todoroki's part, he knew very well who to go with, and it was his father's agency, Endeavor. But he wasn't going alone. Ravel was also going to the same agency. He would have chosen any other, but he just had to finish the internship and that's it. It wasn't like it was something difficult. Leify went with Momo to the agency of the heroine Iwabumi, somewhat relaxed with the company of Yayorozu. He would not have problems, but the Pendragon wonders what kind of heroine she will be. Kunu, she would take the train to go to another station near the mountains and forests. She chose that place because of the vegetation. The Kitsune loves places with a lot of forests or vegetation, so she chose the Hussycats agency. Ophis, the lowly, would go with the heroine number 9 Ryuko, but Penami would be in charge of taking the goddess to her destination, since the probability of her getting lost was high, and she could end up causing problems without knowing, as it happened in the Coast shopping center. The brunette and the blonde would go with MT Lady, where the blonde sent the request to the brunette, while the purple-haired boy was her idol, but they were accompanied by Kyoka, since the agency where she was the same, so the 3 of them would take the transport together. The girl with the earphone jack, not receiving any requests, opted to take the practices with the hero Death Arm, who according to her was the one who was most active in his hero duties. The Empty Lady agency was a combined one with the heroes Death Arm and Kamui, since that would make it easier not to saturate the agency in the same prefecture, in addition to serving as a team. Although Lulu is not with Group A, since she joined last week, she had no problems adapting to her group, but since she didn't receive any requests, she was given a choice, and she ended up choosing the same place the chestnut tree would go to. He doesn't know that. She wanted to surprise him. The three took a taxi to go to the agency. The driver recognized the brunette and the purple-haired girl for their musical performance, and also the brunette for being the first-year champion. On Minetta's part, the boy was happy. After earning a few bucks by selling a few photos of a certain brunette, platinum-haired and blonde, and another large sum of money for the address, he had earned a lot for a few photos. Of course it was in secret. None of his classmates suspected this, much less from the residents. On the part of the brown-haired man, he mentally face-bombed himself. He had forgotten to give the green-haired man a green bandage. It wasn't just any bandage, but it was from him. His journey to retrieve the 7 sacred scrolls alongside the monk Xuanzang, he had learned a lot about viewing life, and after eating it at his own request, much of the knowledge had been passed down to him. He could feel that Midoriya would be someone important in the future, not exactly what, but he felt that he would be very soon. And before that moment arrives, he would train him at All Might's request. The brown-haired man took a green bandage out of his jacket pocket. Seeing it, he smiled nostalgically, closed his eyes to put it away again. He would have the opportunity to give it to the green-haired man when he saw him. With L's help, it would be a great plus in the boy's growth. He just hopes that Midoriya could contact L, like the brown-haired boy did in the past. Kyoka, seeing the bandage, asked if he had brought a bandage, but he simply replied that he forgot to give it to someone. The girl did not continue asking, since they had reached their destination. It didn't take long, about 10 minutes to get there. When they got off, they could see a 3-story building, gray with mirrors, simple so as not to attract too much attention. When they got down, they could notice Empty Lady, Kamui, Death Arm, and Lulu. The latter surprised the brown-haired boy, with the reason in the morning he said that the loli was a surprise. "Lulu, you took a long time, Jean," said the brown-haired girl with a smile. She had arrived half an hour before them. She even had her hero costume on. It was the same outfit he used for training, a school-style suit, but made of a very light and resistant material. The heroes, upon hearing the girl say, "Jean," to the brown-haired boy, assumed that it must be a nickname. Both heroes became serious to give the brown-haired boy a good image as professional heroes. While her companion Empty Lady was herself. "Empty Lady, you're just in time," Issei-san, the woman greeted casually and kindly. "Issei, hello you-san. And Lulu? I didn't expect to see you in the same agency to do the internship," said the brown-haired boy to the brown-haired loli. "Lulu, I surprised you, didn't I?" He said the girl, starting to climb on the brown-haired boy's back. Issei, "Yes it was," he answered with a smile. "Death Arm, so you are the ones who will be working with us for this week. It is a pleasure to have you with us," said the muscle of the trio to the 3 newcomers. The T's waved back, to go to the individual locker rooms to put on their hero suits. The chestnut one was the same as the Monkey King's outfit, only with the addition of the gray shirt inside the black suit. Of course it is an outfit made by the academy, but he had to admit that after the fight against Numu it had been torn, and now that they made him another one it is lighter. Finally, a bow staff of 1.5 m long that could be adjusted smaller for storage. Note: the clone suit in his awakened god form, Mori Hui. Kyoka's hero costume consists of a black jacket, a long peach-colored shirt, black pants and boots with built-in horns on each one, a simple black choker, and white gloves. Lastly, he has a red triangle drawn under his eyes. On Minetta's part, it was very simple: a purple mask and shirt, cape, yellow gloves and boots, a kind of belt that resembles a metal diaper on his waist. After finishing changing, the 3 went out to meet with the heroes. Today they would take the patrol together. It was the first thing I would do, see if there is any villain or crime in his prefecture. The 2 professional heroes walked calmly, followed by Kyoka, Minetta and a brown-haired girl with a loli riding on her back while talking to you. The blonde seemed more relaxed than usual under the gaze of her 2 companions, More than a patrol for her, it was a friendly conversation with her brown-haired friend. Walking through the streets, many recognized the heroes and the students, especially the purple-haired girl and the brown-haired boy, for the music competition and for being the first-year champion. Some passers-by asked the two students for photos or to tell them how they felt at the festival. If it weren't for the hero costumes, you could technically say they were just strolling around the streets. Mineta was thinking about what to spend the money on, since he still didn't know how to spend it, on magazines or on figures. Or maybe some new headphones. It doesn't matter if there are already a bunch of reporters or modeling agencies outside the residence right now. With Midoriya, the green-haired boy, after 45 minutes on the train, and walking another 10 minutes, had reached his destination, the place where his mentor's teacher lives in Yamanashi Prefecture. The green-haired man was at the entrance of a building that at first glance seemed abandoned and somewhat neglected, with cracks and some worn parts. It doesn't look like a place where anyone would live, much less All Might's mentor, does it? The boy checked the paper with the address written on it that the peace symbol gave him several times. He wanted to make sure he wasn't in the wrong one, but this was the address that was written on it, this very building. I knocked twice before opening the door. It was dark, barely any light entered the room. Izuku, Eto, my name is Midoriya Izuku, I come from the Eays, Issei, said the boy, looking around to find an old man on the ground in a pool of dark liquid. He's dead, exclaimed the boy in fear at what he saw. It was then that the old man quickly raised his head. Old man, I'm alive, answered the old man still on the red puddle. Izuku, he's alive. He breathed a sigh of relief knowing that the old man was alive. Apparently he dropped some food, but it was then that he also fell and the tomato sauce spread everywhere. Old man, who are you? Izuku, my name is Midoriya Izuku and I come from the Eays, answered the boy. Old man, what? He said like an old man with hearing and memory problems. Izuku, I'm Midoriya Izuku. Old man, Tashinori? He definitely wasn't like All Might had told him. He wasn't scary. He's just a normal old man like anyone else, well, in a hero's suit. Midoriya needed to make a call outside about this old man that All Might sent him to. Just as he was going to grab the doorknob, the old man spoke, but with a more serious tone of voice. Old man, All Might has told me that you can now control a part of One for All. I want to see how you handle what you have mastered. Come for me, One for All, said the old man in a very serious manner, surprising the green-haired man who was turning his back on him. This old man is Gran Torino, master of All Might in the past, and one of those who knows about One for All. The green-haired man turned around to see how the man now identified as Gran Torino looked at his suitcase which contained his already repaired hero suit. It was true that he had mastered 5% now, but with the old man he could find out faster. The boy stared at the old man for a moment. To leave the doorknob, that seriousness does not seem like someone who is acting. If he was really the right one by All Might, he was about to check it. Izuku, and when does it start? He didn't finish speaking, since the old man had appeared behind him at great speed. The boy turned behind him to see, the old man's attitude had really changed. Now he was smiling. Right now. With Ophis, the Dragon of Infinity, after the Penemu cadre took her to the agency of the heroine number 9 of Japan, was safer for people, although the Gothic lowly knows how to differentiate intentions and emotions. Her sense of direction is something that leaves you doubting several times. And if someone wanted to be clever with her, it wasn't so good for that variant. After leaving Ophis at the Ryuko agency, and giving instructions to never, ever make the girl angry for the good of everyone, the cadre left, a week off, which would give them time to prepare for the theoretical exams. The heroine Ryuko is a woman around 25, has some reptilian features, such as slitted pupils, and some sharp-tipped teeth, white skin and gray hair with a bluish touch. The woman wears a qipao dress, a traditional Chinese dress with a dark blue tiered design, a headband with claw-like accessories and a decorative wing on the back of her head, a pair of long black boots, and finally white gloves that cover almost her entire arm. Her accessories resemble the claws and wings of a dragon, and according to what she was told, she is known as the dragon heroine, Ryuko. Ophis's hero costume is the same as her usual gothic dress, but with the addition that it covers the part of her breasts, and her bare back is only covered by her long black hair. Both the professional and lowly attire were, in a way, a very extravagant way of casual dressing. Ryuko Ophis? Aren't you excited? The pro-hero asked the lowly, who was somewhat expressionless. Ophis, I'm excited, she answered without showing any emotion. Both patrolled the streets to keep them safe. Being a heroine in the top 10 of Japan was very recognized, either for her great effort or her humility. Upon hearing Ophis's response, the lowly's face said something else. It doesn't seem like, the woman thought with a small drop of sweat on the back of her neck. I had never seen such an expressionless young woman. Is it the fashion among boys these days? Who knows? She thought for a moment to get some conversation going in addition to the lessons of being a professional she has to take into account. Ryuko, come on Ryuko, you've never had a problem hanging out with young people, why are you having a problem with this girl now? Think of a topic that can get you out of the awkward silence the girl releases. I've got it. The girl thought in her mind until the best topic that no one could deny talking about occurred, the tastes of food. This Ophis-chan? Huh! When the heroine looked to her left side, where she supposed Ophis was, she was no longer there. She looked everywhere until she found her looking at Agrippa's stand. She approached where the girl was, but seeing how she stood watching as she prepared, unknown to this world, was that the sense of smell of the dragons was very sharp, the sweet smell of the store called the lowly. Ophis turned around to see Ryuko approaching her. She didn't pay attention and looked back at the stand. Before the professional could speak to her, a scream from a civilian caught the heroine's attention. A leopard-like villain was running at full speed with a bag stolen from a civilian. The professional's quirk is dragon form, which allows her to transform into a huge dragon, a powerful and majestic mythological creature. This gives her many common abilities that a dragon possesses, such as flight and super strength. As he was about to enter his dragon form, a pair of long black wings appeared in his sight, so long that they covered the width of the street. One of the wings just flapped, hitting the villain, leaving him unconscious, and then the pair of wings hit again. Ryuko looked where the wings came from. They came from Ophis. It was too fast, she didn't know when. She was still looking at the stand. Although the professional already knew about the lowly's quirk, she had never seen that she could spread her wings so long, nor had she shown it at the festival. But because of Ophis's dragon quirk, it was for this reason that she was interested in sending the work experience request to the lowly. Ryuko wasn't interested in this at first, since she already had in mind who would be the one to work with her, a third-year girl who also attends UA. But when she saw that there was another person with a dragon-like quirk, she was very interested. Ophis's action in stopping the leopard villain in this way reduced the damage that the professional's transformation would possibly cause, in addition to keeping her calm, which was the most important thing. The lowly of Infinity entered the store while taking out of her pants pocket a purse with the shape of a panda's head. She was followed by Ryuko to see what the girl paid for the crepe. After 2 minutes, Ophia took the 2 crepes. She had offered one to the heroine, which surprised her. Ryuko, thank you, the woman thanked her while eating the crepe. Ophis, you're welcome, she answered simply as she began to eat her crepe. Apparently the professional discovered that the girl was inexpressive, but there were feelings. Yes, there are. The girl was kind. Maybe it wasn't an awkward silence after all. There's a whole week to get to know each other. Both girls continued their patrol while enjoying a sweet crepe. It was the first time the professional did this while working as a heroine. It was more relaxed. With Kunu, the kitsune, future leader of the yokai, had taken the train to go to the agency where she would spend a week working with the heroes in that place. A beautiful green forest. I could have gone through a magic circle, but maybe someone would see it, but seeing the landscape through a train was great. She had her uniform on, leaving her ears and tails exposed. After all, it was normal in this world. The trip lasted a little over an hour, and she arrived right at the mountainous forest, where there was a place with many campers who came to see the surroundings. Although being away from the chestnut tree didn't seem like a good idea, she could be with him, transporting herself with a magic circle, so there wouldn't be a problem. No one would notice that she disappeared for a night. When getting off the train, leaving the station, there were already 4 people dressed in skirts, tops, boots, accessories such as gloves, tails, and headphones, all related to cats. At the same time, a somewhat striking presentation by all the members. Hussycats, a team of 4 members, specializes in rescues in mountainous areas or forests, all experts due to their years in this field. Their leader Mandalay, Sosaki Shino, a thin woman, short reddish-brown hair with bangs between her brown eyes, wears the red Hussycat's costume. The second is Pixie Bob, Tsuchikawa Ryuko, a woman with an athletic body, back-length blonde hair with long side bangs on her forehead, and green eyes. His hero's suit was blue, with an extra that includes a visor built into the headphones. Third Tiger, Chatori Yawara, the only male member of the team. Even though he is a man, he wears the female Hussycat's costume. Well, he is a transgender, female to male. Tall and muscular in appearance, with short black and brown hair combed back, white eyes and small eyebrows, and a mouth with a certain feline appearance. His suit was brown. And the last member, Ragdoll, Shiritoko Tomoko, a thin woman, the shortest of the group, a long turquoise blue horse, with big eyes with small yellow pupils. Her outfit was the same as the rest of the Hussycats, but yellow. The 3 females of the group, seeing the features of the Kyuubi, could not help but touch those soft and fluffy tails, and those furry ears. The Hussycats group had never done any work experience, but they saw that it was the first time they had seen a quirk with features that gives you ears and tails, since a physical quirk always changes your entire appearance, and Kunu, she retains her human appearance with those features. According to what has been said, the Kyuubi's quirk would be a cross between a mutant and a transformation, giving features of an alteration, but without completely changing its appearance. This first day wasn't very difficult. It was more than keeping an eye out for lost people or people trapped in debris in the mountains and forests. Nothing out of the ordinary, no problems. More than a practice, it was more of a friendly chat with the Hussycats. Her leader, Mandalay, was calm and kind, a complete adult unlike the attitude of Ragdoll and Pixie Bob. The girl apparently likes stories about yokai, especially the culture that has been formed with these stories. Something that Kunu had no problem starting a conversation with the reddish-brown-haired girl, after all. Kunu was a yokai, and it was normal for her to know a lot about the subject. From Pixie Bob. She was hyperactive, behaving like a young woman in her 20s despite being 31, she said she was 18 at heart. But above all, she seems a little desperate to find a partner, something that all her classmates know about. Apparently the blonde heroine wants to find young people. According to her, they have a promising future as heroes, and according to what was said on her list of mice, as she says, there was Todoroki, Midoriya, and the brown-haired one. The latter did not pass by, disappeared by Kunu, who looked at the blonde with hundreds of imaginary signs. Danger, danger, danger. That's what the imaginary signs said. She'll just have to wait for him to go after the other 2, and that she'll never meet the brunette again. That desperate obsession of finding a partner for the blonde heroine was terrifying, and a bit sad. That desperate Pixie Bob aura didn't bode well at all. Third Tiger, Tora, the only male member of the group, seems to be someone strict and intimidating, but protective of his teammates. He was a good person, despite always maintaining that intimidating expression. And finally Ragdoll, the smallest in stature of the group, a hyperactive girl who is unable to stay still for long, but fun, and that is even though cats are always calm, and in the case of this cat she has the hyperactivity of a canine. Hyoudou residence. Outside the residence, it was chaos. Reporters, photographers, company agents, even heroes, were outside, apparently wanting to talk to a certain trio of women who became famous for their quirk and beauty all over the networks in a single moment. No one knew the location of those 3 beauties until now. An unknown source, in exchange for money, gave information and photos about these 3 women who became famous throughout the networks. Even though everyone outside could break down the entrance, but this house was not just any house, it would resist even a great attack, a luxurious bunker. Some could see that the residence had the kanji for Hyoudou written on it, something that sounded familiar to them, but they wouldn't draw any conclusions yet. Inside the house were most of the residents: Alicia, Celestine, Chloe, Claudia, Kaguya, Maya, Olga, Gabriel, Griselda, and for the good luck of those outside Venilana, Yasaka and Grafia. While the copy of Ophis and Tiamat slept peacefully in their rooms, while the chestnut's parents had left just before the arrival of those outside. Today was Monday, so in the underworld, there were classes at the Citri Academy, so those who work there have their homework. Previously, a few moments ago, they had opened the door to see what they wanted when it was still a few, which was a bad idea, since according to him he wanted to look for a certain trio of women to be his model in a new clothing line or for parts of the heroes, if possible that they be heroines or a marriage by quirk. It is worth mentioning that the same parents took their granddaughter to kindergarten, and then went for a walk together, so they would soon be back home. Maya, oh my God! How did we end up like this? The redhead asked angrily, looking out the window at the entrance full of journalists, reporters, agents, and heroes. Alicia, now I know why Issei doesn't allow Venelana, Yasaka, and Grafia to go out unless they use magic to change their appearance, said the blonde knight, thinking about how to solve this without getting worse. Chloe, any ideas? Chloe, and if we scare them with our weapons? Said the half-elf, unsheathing her sharp sword that could be used as a mirror. Kagaya, I don't think it's a good idea to resort to violence, said Demiko in response to Chloe's actions. It wasn't meant to cut them off, just to aggravate them, but it might put an end to that thing called demand on their part. Olga, will I put him to sleep with my magic, said Olga, summoning her staff, or maybe make them forget this? Claudia, what a great idea! That way she'll stop bothering me and ringing the bell all the time, exclaimed the brunette, supporting the pure dark elf's idea. Celestine, but what will we do with the sleeping bodies? You can't use magic in broad daylight, or they'll notice, said the blonde white elf. Even though that ability called Cozy Eye exists, she couldn't say that a Cozy Eye would be a spell that requires the appearance of a magic circle. Not even an idiot would believe that it would be a quirk. Gabriel, and if we ask them nicely to leave? The seraph opined before this. Despite being able to see the interactions with her eyes with the cross-shaped irises, she was very innocent despite having experienced carnal pleasure. Griselda, I don't think it's a good idea, my lady. That's exactly what they want, the Queen of Hearts commented to her King of Hearts. Using magic in broad daylight would attract a lot of attention. Even if they created a pocket dimension, it would be very obvious if outsiders would disappear. But the most important question was, how did they know where they live? While the three women targeted by fame, they are calm, sooner or later those outside would give up and leave. Going out to confront them would be the first step towards what they seek. Sitting in the dining room enjoying a sweet pastry accompanied by tea, although for Venelana and Grafia it was more European in style, while Yasaka was more Oriental. They are supposed to be the ones thinking about solving this, but instead of doing it, they act as if nothing had happened. If they didn't know them, they would say that, but most likely they already have something in mind. Venelana, Grafia. Could you go wake up Tiamat-san? Asked the Bale to the silver-haired girl, who bowed to go up to the upper floors to wake up the blue-haired girl. He was up to something, but what does Tiamat have to do with it? Yasaka, Venelana, are you sure it's a good idea? Asked the current leader of the Western Yokai to the Bale, who simply smiled. Meanwhile, outside the residence, a few blocks away, were the chestnut tree's parents, walking calmly with a few shopping bags. The couple was walking calmly back home when they noticed a lot of people outside the residence. Even though I had a rough idea of why they were here, it was the only entrance to the residence, so the only way in was through all those people. When the married couple tried to pass, something that attracted everyone's attention, most of them asked if they came to visit this residence. In response, they received a "We live here," a dirty trick on the part of the father. After this answer, both adults were surrounded by that large group of people, who began to ask them questions. What relationship do you have with those three? A reporter asked, showing a photo with the Bale, the Lucifuge, and the QB. Could you get an exclusive with those three? Another asked. I am the owner of a famous women's underwear company, and I would like to hire you three as models for the new model. It was another's presentation. Among others who wanted her as a heroine, and others a marriage, whether normal or quirk. The two older Hyoudou were bombarded with questions and requests from reporters, heroes, and company owners, leaving the brown-haired boy's parents unable to answer or even move. The barrage of questions ceased when the door to the residence was violently opened. Everyone left the older Hyoudou alone to go and see what they managed to see. It was a woman with a good body, a blue-haired woman. She was Tiamat. She had a serious look, a strongly furrowed brow. A look that didn't matter to the outsiders, who bombarded the blue-haired girl with the same questions as the older Hyoudou. Tiamat, get out of here, said the dragon seriously. But nobody paid attention to her, making her even angrier. I said, get out of here, she exclaimed furiously as she transformed into her dragon form. Unlike using the usual spell, lighting up your body to take on a human or dragon form, this transformation felt more like a metamorphosis. The blue-haired girl began to grow to an enormous size and her human form changed to that of a blue dragon. When she finished transforming, she gave a loud roar accompanied by a flamethrower. This action of the Dragon Queen scared them all, just like the heroes who, despite already knowing a heroine who can transform into a dragon, this one was more fearsome and threatening. In everyone's eyes she really looked like a real dragon, and not one that transforms. In addition, the sudden action of Tiamat, when transforming, broke some of the cement bars that surrounded the house for aesthetic reasons. Something the girl apologized to the older Hyoudou for, and that they would fix it later. Those who are after Venelana, Yasaka and Grafia would not give up. They would return. They would manage to talk to any of the three of them to reach an agreement. They would have plenty of time. It is not as if they could disappear from this world. Gran Torino apartment, night. It was already night, in the building of the retired professional hero Gran Torino. After seeing what the green-haired man was capable of this first day, he was more skilled than the old man thought. By using just a little of his speed, the boy could keep up with him, and could even predict where he would attack. The boy's stance didn't seem like a normal fight like most heroes. He was more of a martial artist, saving unnecessary movement. Something that was not mentioned in the letter from his former student. Perhaps he only started learning it recently. Although as time went on I was losing control of the One for All, the fatigue was more stressful compared to using it at the festival. For Midoriya's part, the green-haired boy was grateful to have trained with the brown-haired boy during the 2 weeks of preparation for the festival. The brown-haired boy's speed was almost equal to Gran Torino's, but the old man won by a little more. Added to the fact that he had analyzed the chestnut's fighting style on several occasions, he had to admit that it helped him a lot in terms of agility, a stance that allows for more fluid movements. But for now that was all for today. It was time to rest. The old man was already thinking of a way to improve his handling in the One for All. So they were going to rest, so he gave him a cure so the green-haired boy could rest. The green-haired man, while sleeping, would think about what he had acquired for today. He was able to face the old man for a few moments and then receive several blows. His body rests, but his mind was processing a strategy to at least put the old man in a small predicament. With Issei. The first day was over, a rather simple day, patrolling the streets, arresting a few small-time villains, the normal part of this job. Now everyone was in the agency building, since it has rooms to sleep. The brown-haired boy had changed into comfortable clothes to sleep, but he was not in his room but was going to look for his friend, in the main office. Before knocking on the door, he managed to hear the conversation between the three professionals. It should be said that both Kyoka and Mineta were exhausted. Running almost all day apparently exhausted them, so they are sleeping like logs. On Lulu's part, the brown-haired loli, despite having a room, said that she would sleep with the brown-haired boy. Obviously she didn't say everyone, just the brown-haired boy, so she would wait for him to come back in a while. The conversation between Kamui, Death Arm, and Empty Lady was about some missing women in this prefecture, where the disappearance rate had increased. According to what little remains of the cause, it was a black van without license plates, but there is no more to that. And since the three of them were some of the heroes in this prefecture, they had to be on the alert, while the police investigated the case further. Something the brown-haired man heard, he would talk about later. A serious moment like this, he shouldn't be present as he was only a student, but he would be attentive to see if there was a black van without a license plate tomorrow on patrol with the heroes. Without further ado, she returned to her room. More than sleeping, she called to see how the rest of the girls were doing in their practices and also to call home. Chapter 38, Work Practices, Second Day. The second day of the week of practice had begun, as quietly as yesterday, with small-time villains being arrested. All 4 UA students at the hero agency of Empty Lady, Kamui and Death Arma had rested well, while the brown-haired one not so much. Since Lulu, who had told him that she would sleep with him, of course without anyone knowing except the brown-haired one. The girl had kicked the brown-haired boy a few times while he was sleeping, thus knocking him out of bed and waking him up. The same thing happened several times, but at certain times throughout the night. In total there were 7 kicks during the entire night's rest. Anyway, the good thing was that he had very good resistance, both physically and mentally, so he had no problems. Today, unlike yesterday, when everyone is together with the 3 professionals, today each one would go on a different patrol route, that's for the students. On Kamui's part, the wooden hero would go alone since he had no student who accepted his request. Death Arm, the man, would go with Kyoka. Instead of walking, it would also be a physical training jogging, something that the girl with the jack cables quirk would be really exhausting, but she couldn't refuse. It would be part of her practice with the professionals. Finally, the chestnut, Lulu and Mineta would go on patrol with Empty Lady. Unlike Death Arma, they would walk through the streets calmly. But the eyes of the professional blonde seemed to be much more attentive, as if she were locating someone or something. Maybe it's the black van without a license plate that the professionals mentioned last night, but it was 9:50 in the morning. I don't think it will appear at this time but rather later, but we must be prepared, as the number of missing persons has increased. With Leify, 11 p.m. The youngest of the Pendragons, the blonde magician along with the vice president of Group 1 had gone with the heroine Snake Iwabumi. Besides being a heroine, she is also a speed. A woman with a good body. Long blonde hair, styled in curls in the front and folded curls in the back tied by a plait. Golden eyes and 3 snakes sticking out of her hair, a maroon dress with scale-like details, matching slippers along with a choker, golden bracelets on her wrists and ankles. But Leify was not alone in this work practice, she was with Momo, along with the president of Class B, Kendo Itsuka. The first day they arrived at the heroine's agency. Without warning, they ended up attending an autograph signing for the snake heroine, something that was supposed to be something related to heroes and not like this. The autograph signing ended up consuming the entire day yesterday, causing the 3 UA students to end up being part of the staff for that event. Today was the second day. The 3 of them would attend a photo shoot with the heroine. What does all this have to do with being a hero? The 3 wondered, as the heroine explained that heroes are capable of taking on secondary jobs, since in the past, many focusing on hero duties ended up getting into trouble, something the heroine could handle being both a hero and a celebrity. Rather than teaching the 3 of them the experience of being heroines, the first thing was for the 3 of them to get to know each other, something that made sense in teamwork. Although on Leify's part, she wasn't interested in being a heroine, she attended for the fun of seeing what a school for heroes would be like. And boy did she have a lot of fun so far, in addition to accompanying the brown-haired boy, since according to him, before being Issei he never finished the academy because of Ragnarok. And as Issei neither did he, so this was his 3rd attempt to finish the academy. Despite being between 21 and 23, her appearance was young, about 17 or 18, so she wouldn't raise suspicions, and since she was able to make several friends at the academy, maybe being a heroine would also be fun. He had spent almost all of his adolescence studying magic, communication beyond his family. Vala's team was almost non-existent, not to mention the Gremory clan and the brown-haired boy. It was a good opportunity to promote the communicative part. So while the heroine is in a photo shoot, Leify, Momo and Itsuka would talk and get to know each other, as the blonde heroine said, even though 2 of them already know each other as group mates. But still, maybe there are new things to discover. The Kendo girl Itsuka, name of heroine Battle Fist. The girl's hero costume consists of a light blue chipao with a corset that goes just below her breasts, licorice shorts, a black mask that covers around her eyes. She is a happy and peaceful girl. Despite knowing how to fight, it seems not all of Group B was bad against Group A after all. She was like a big sister from Group B, altruistic, caring about others, always doing the right thing. He is friendly and very sociable. Even though he is intelligent, his favorite topics of conversation are different types of coffee and motorcycles. topics that for both Momo and Leify were something that she didn't know at all. While Yayorozu was intelligent, if not the most intelligent of the group, not including Leify, the black-haired girl likes to read and quite a lot, since in order to create using her quirk, she required great knowledge about what she plans to create, such as its materials, composition, etc. For this reason his taste for reading arose. He loves reading all kinds of things, since it was always something new to read. If the brunette could use magic, it would surely be a game for her to memorize the spells like child's play. The girl's intellect could easily be described as good among wizards, according to the blonde Pendragon's thoughts. On Leify's part, the girl likes to read, but she couldn't say magical books or books related to magic, so she would just say that she likes to read. In addition, she said that she was a big fan of the Sekiryuutei, although the two girls would only know about the vigilante side, not the supernatural part. In addition to what he said more, such as the abilities that the Sekiryuutei had, such as that his armor could produce a pair of cannons, a pair of wings among other weapons, although all this is a thing before taking out its pieces, and currently it is unknown if it can still have those forms. Something that surprised the two girls was that the armor must have been made with very advanced technology to be able to hide so compactly. But because they were so impressed that they knew about this, it didn't occur to them to ask how she knew about this, since she didn't talk about it in the forums. With Kyoka, 12 p.m. The purple-haired girl was currently jogging alongside the hero Death Arm, while the professional began to give explanations. Death Arm, heroes must practice and train daily. That doesn't change even if they are patrolling, exclaimed the muscular man to the girl, but above all you always have to be alert of your surroundings. Kyoka, why yes. She answered with barely any breath, since they had been jogging for almost an hour. Oh my god. This is harder than physics classes. The girl complained mentally, she had never done so much exercise, although the festival wasn't as tiring compared to this, maybe it was just for the fun of it at the moment. How is it going with Hyoudou? She asked herself. A long day full of walking for the poor girl, whose legs will hurt tomorrow. With Issei, 2:30 p.m. Issei achoo. Sneeze. With the empty lady group patrolling the streets, although unlike yesterday, this time there was silence in the group. Lulu, hello Jean, said the cheerful brown-haired lowly C. You're sick from sleeping out of bed, commented the girl. The brunette smiled with a somewhat forced smile. She herself had kicked him out of bed several times, and she told him that he shouldn't sleep out of bed. Issei, I'm fine, I just felt like someone was talking to me about me, the brown-haired boy commented to the girl who was riding on his shoulders. Even though the girl was 50 centimeters taller than Minata, she was still small, so there wouldn't be a problem. Lie 108 centimeters, Lulu, 158 centimeters. Mineta, Ode Hyoudou, said the little grape-haired boy to the brown-haired boy, who noticed him. Haven't you noticed that NT Lady-san is somewhat serious today? It's as if the person who was scared yesterday was someone else, said the little boy to the brown-haired boy, but the aforementioned blonde didn't hear her. Issei, maybe, but it could simply be her duty as a heroine. She has to be alert, commented the brown-haired man, although it was most likely that black van. But first he had to be sure. Lulu, Jean. The little one is right, Yu-san is a little serious, he doesn't seem like the cheerful one we met at the party, nor yesterday, my senses tell me so, said the lowly who was still sitting on the brown-haired boy's shoulders, while Mineta got angry because he called her little one. Mineta, who are you calling small? You're small too, complained the boy. Lulu, but I'm taller than you, contradicted the brunette. Outside of the three of them, Yu was looking around. It was already 4 in the afternoon. Since the morning they went out to patrol with the boys, he had been on alert with that black van without a license plate, but it hadn't worked. Obviously, there were moments of rest for everyone to rest. A bad time to be involved in this case, given that there were students present. I couldn't let them get involved in this, they could get hurt, especially since I didn't know who was responsible beyond the mysterious vehicle. So, he couldn't let his guard down, and his colleagues knew very well that safety comes first, especially since 2 of the professionals currently had students under their tutelage. Issei, Edo Yu-san, said the brown-haired boy next to the blonde. While Lulu and Mineta were arguing about height behind the duo, The woman was taken out of her thoughts to see what the chestnut tree was. Issei-san? Is something wrong? He asked with doubt. Issei, nothing, that's just that you're very thoughtful. Tell me, is something wrong? The boy commented with disdain. No. It's nothing, it's just unimportant things, said the girl with a small lie. She shouldn't involve the students in this. Issei, really? If you need help, don't hesitate to ask me. I'll help you in any way I can, he said, colliding his right fist with his left palm. The blonde smiled at the support. When she was about to thank him, someone else joined in on their conversation. Lulu, you mean us, Jean? Said the girl, joining the two, completely ignoring Mineta. With Midoriya, 3 p.m. In the old building of the retired hero Gran Torino, today was the second day of the work practice. Again it was a training with the old man. Unlike yesterday when he didn't wear his hero's suit, today it was time to use it. The first and last time he used his hero's suit was in the first simulation class, which was Heroes vs. Villains, where his friend Kaken literally made it explode, damaging a large part of the suit, which in the end had to be sent to the support department. But now he had it again, and with some improvements to the suit, but respecting its first design. The previous spring green color was now a darker green, the white details became black, and the knee pads he had before now covered half of his leg. Finally, the old smile-shaped mask was changed to one that has breathing holes, but still resembles a smile. Today was about using the full cowl to increase the percentage capacity, but above all it was about using it under pressure, such as in situations that require quick weighing. The green-haired guy couldn't use it freely in places that weren't flat, and today was about improving this by 3 points. After a morning warm-up, it was now what I would call the main event, a battle again against the retired hero. Yesterday I had experienced why All Might is afraid of him, and he was a monster, as the great symbol of peace of Japan said. Gran Torino, very well kid, I hope you can last longer than yesterday in a fight, said the old man with disdain before immediately changing to a serious one, while smoke or steam came out from under his boots, an indication that he was ready to use his quirk. According to the analysis of his book number 20, which contained mostly information and analysis of the quirks and fighting style of his companions, where a good part was from the brown-haired boy, not his quirk, but some of his movements were written, fighting style. A somewhat peculiar taekwondo style, but he had not reported about those ways of fighting. It did not seem to be invented out of nowhere. It was noticeable that he had been around for years when he said the name of the style Dashin Ashi Ryujutsu, Renewal. A battle against someone faster than you was difficult to get right, something I had already proven during the 2 weeks of preparation for the sports festival. Currently the green-haired man couldn't compete in speed against the old man. The best way was to be able to predict his movement patterns while taking a defensive stance. The quick attacks did not require much thought. They were mostly very straight and direct, and the best stance to take was the brown-haired boy's fighting stance, a stance that served him both defensively and offensively, according to Midoriya's analysis. So he got into a stance. His best advantage was his mind to create strategy, and he knew that very well, so they had to replicate some of the brown-haired man's movements. It was a great style after all, and as a future hero it was good to learn from that martial style. Izuku, 1 for all, full cal 8%, exclaimed the boy as his quirk activated. Red lines began to appear on his body accompanied by greenish rays. It shone brighter than yesterday. The old man was surprised. In just one night he had changed his posture a lot compared to yesterday. Today he seemed much more experienced. Now it was clear that he knew exactly what to do. His growth was impressive, perhaps not physically, but mentally he had taken a big step. Hyoudou residence, 6:50 p.m. In the big house of the Hyoudou, just like yesterday, there were a lot of people outside who wanted to talk to a certain trio of women, who were not there today, as they had gone to the underworld and to Kyoto, something good for them. Gabriel and Griselda are not here today either. They both went to heaven to watch something related to the upcoming Grand Rating Game tournament. And also those who work at the Citri Academy. So there were only Olga, Chloe, Alicia, Prim, Maya, Claudia, Celestine, Kagaya, Tiamat, Lilith and the parents of Castano and Penemu, since they had taken the day off. After all, Group A was on their work experience. Everyone was in the living room, having a glass of tea and some dessert, trying to ignore those outside. Lilith was sitting on the cadre's lap. After all, she is like her older sister figure. And it is worth noting that the fall was due to Akane at school, and they returned through a magic circle, of course, without anyone seeing it, and the little daughter is currently playing with her first mother. Fuyumi, I wonder how much longer they'll be out? Asked the older Hyoudou, looking towards the direction of the entrance. What happened yesterday with the transformation of Tiamat had ended up being on television, in entertainment programs. Besides, they now know where the three of them live, but it didn't end there. The name, Hyoudou, echoed in everyone's head, and they were easily able to link it to the first-year UA champion. In short, it had come to pass that the chestnut tree lived in the house, something that simply increased the heat of the news. In addition, they had to repair the house fence in the early morning. Some girls sighed at this, and still didn't know who, until now certain images shown in a program that talked about what is known so far about the Baal, Lucifuge and the QB, were images taken at the Saturday party, and only a few took photos. The brown-haired boy's parents were an exception. So the only one left was that little grape-haired boy Mineta. Maya, this dwarf. It has to be him, exclaimed the angry redhead. She wanted to chase the boy with her two swords. Before that, the residence was quiet, despite its clan size, since it was mysterious. Nobody knew who lived here, until now. If I knew where he was right now, what happened here, I wouldn't have told the brown-haired guy yet, because he would definitely look for the culprit for a very friendly chat. Kagaya, I don't think I'll be out long. It's almost 7 in the evening, said the Miko, indicating the time. Kasama, I think it's time to make dinner. The others will be back from their duties soon, said the Miko, as polite as ever to her future in-laws. Well, she already considered them in-laws technically. And it was true. It was almost time for the others to return, of course except for those who are in practice. Although according to those who are in the practices, most of them said it was a fun first day, as was the case with Chestnut, Lulu, Kunu and Ophis. While Seraphal said that the manual hero was too formal, or was too robotic in the sense of his hero role. On Leify's part, the girl said that more than a practice to gain experience as a heroine, the place was an autograph signing, something that makes her a little nervous because of so many people. When she steps forward to speak, her legs almost tremble. And finally Ravel, something that according to her, was more of an exam to measure her abilities, something that she didn't know what the hero endeavor's purpose was, that she would win with that, but it was annoying that she even had a simulation combat with the number 2 in Japan. But anyway, today was the second day, and they hoped that nothing bad would happen, like an annoying Ophis and Seraphal, which would simply sink Japan. And even less a chestnut tree throwing punches and kicks around the streets, knowing that when there's a fight, he gets excited. But returning to the large group that was outside the residence, saying that they have not tried to enter through any place other than the main door would be a lie. In the entire residence, the only direct entrance was the main door, or through the roof, something they tried either with flying quirks or some means to reach it, but it was useless. The house was not normal, it had a security system, and it was that anyone who did not enter first through the main door would receive a strong electric shock to become unconscious, and through a secret duct take them to the trash can. But that was information for another day. Now it was time to make dinner. Fuyumi, Kagaya and Prim would go to prepare dinner, while the rest would help set the table. Prim would leave Akane with Alicia to play. Chloe, Sai, I wish I knew how to cook too, said the half-elf girl, somewhat discouraged. This brought a small laugh to those present. Olga, not all of us have the talent for cooking, commented the dark elf, and it was true. Cooking was a talent. Despite being the former queen of the Dark Elves, she had never cooked in her life, not to mention her right hand Chloe. If she could cut a cell phone in half, cooking would do even more damage. Those who knew how to cook well could easily be counted on the fingers of one hand, and the rest were more into combat. If she were to try to cook something, she would burn down the kitchen in the blink of an eye. It doesn't matter that you are the ex-wife of a clan that no longer exists like the Levantine. Throughout your life you have only had knowledge of swordsmanship, and not as a woman. Or a former member of Kuroinu was also not good at cooking beyond a campfire. Not to mention Celestine or Alicia. In short, the kitchen was a different battlefield, one that had nothing to do with combat, where more than one person in the residence had lost the battle. It didn't take long for the girls to return, as well as Venelana, Grafia, Yasaka, Gabriel, Griselda, Rosweiss, Kuroka, Sona, and Sabaki. But someone else was coming. It was Yura, one of the Sona towers, who had taken the job from his partner Rugal, who must have currently arrived in Portland, Oregon in the United States to prepare to attend the wedding of his seventh cousin on his father's side, a third sister. Where the werewolf's part work was done by the blue-haired girl, so it would be a good idea to invite her to dinner at the Haider residence. After all, she already knows about this, and she wouldn't say anything about it, just like the rest of those who knew about the brown-haired girl's secret. Of course, they all agreed that the blue-haired girl could dine here today or whenever she wanted. The last thing was from the brown-haired boy's parents, something that brought a smile to Yura's face as she thanked them for the hospitality. With Issei 7:20 p.m. With the chestnut, empty lady, Lulu and Mineta, the four continued patrolling for the last time today to return to the building to rest. It could already be noticed that the red color of the sunset in the sky was beginning to disappear to take on a dark color. It was already beginning to get dark. The group was walking quietly. Today there were no small-time villains doing their robberies or assaults, so it was quiet, luckily for Mineta, who was the one who lacked combat experience, despite already being face-to-face with villains. Help! A male cry for help alerted the four, but also you. The group ran towards the direction where the group came from to see a subject dressed in pants and a black hooded sweatshirt, who seemed to attack a man in an office suit. "Empty lady, stop right there!" exclaimed the blonde who was the first to go out to stop the cloaked subject, who upon hearing the blonde's scream ran into an alley, where the girl followed her. It was a small and narrow one to use her quirk to grow in size, so it would be in her normal size. Issei-san, stay and take care of the victim. "I'll call the police and doctors. I'll go after the subject," exclaimed the blonde to the brown-haired. No student should get involved in this. It was different with small-time villains. The best thing for them would be for them to stay there. She would take care of this. Without further ado, she disappeared as she went deeper and deeper into the dark alley. Even though the brunette wanted to go, but couldn't, despite not listening to the order of his friend/superior, he couldn't move, because the man in an office suit grabbed his leg as if out of fear. He tried to get away but couldn't. He couldn't harm him according to some rules in the hero's book. So he took out his cell phone to call the blonde's colleagues, some police officers and doctors, to check if there was any damage to the victim. When he was making the call, he could see the man smile maliciously slightly, his eyes focused dryly on the victim, who, believing that they did not see him smile, something that those present noticed except for Mineta. "With you, empty lady?" The blonde heroine was chasing the hooded man. He was quite agile, but the girl was not far behind. She was only 2 meters behind him, not knowing that they had already moved quite far from the starting point. They continued running for a few more minutes until the hooded man stopped dead in his tracks, turning his back on the girl, who also stopped due to the sudden action of the subject. She was able to identify that in front of the hooded man was a black van without a license plate, so she quickly assumed that it was the same van that the police were looking for. "Empty lady, you better give yourself up, as well as the whereabouts of the missing girls," exclaimed the girl seriously, but without receiving any response from the hooded man, who turned around showing that he has a Shinto-type mask of a yokai, a kitsune covering his face. The subject took a knife from his pocket, lunged to stab the girl, but she stepped aside to let the subject pass by her. After this, the girl kicked one of the hooded man's feet, unbalancing him in the process and falling on his face. The blonde immediately took the knife from him to take his hands and put them on the subject's back. "Empty lady, you will be under arrest linked to the cases of the missing," said the girl about the subject, preventing him from forcing himself to free himself. But it was strange. He could not resist at all. It was as if he were a distraction. She quickly turned around behind her only to see how everything around her was illuminated without being able to see anything but everything in white. Immediately her body felt like hundreds of electric shocks were present in her hag. She gave a scream of pain until she collapsed to the ground with light smoke from the slight burns. Her vision was slowly going dark. The last thing she could see was several feet. Then everything went dark. She had fallen into a trap. The hooded man was not alone. Several just like him. But the mask was of a different animal. He remained hidden to attack when the heroine, Without further ado, they put the unconscious blonde into the black van, followed by the hooded men. Without wasting time, the van sped off from the scene, but not before placing a fake license plate to blend in. After a few minutes, the chased man arrived quickly after managing to get away without hurting the civilian. The place there was nothing but the essence of the blonde was very strong in this place, above all. There were several residues in addition to the blonde. She looked around to notice that in a certain part of the ground there was a small trace of heat. She cursed herself mentally. If it were not for being kind to the civilian who would definitely seem to be holding him back, it means that there were several who captured the blonde. The first thing would be to get information from that victim. 1 hour later, nearest police station, 8:10 p.m. After the disappearance of Empty Lady, the only witness would be the civilian office worker. He is testifying with the officers about everything he saw to know at least a clue about the culprit. While with the chestnut, Lulu, Kyoka and Mineta, along with the heroes Kamui and Death Arm, who went as quickly as possible to the place where everything happened, but it was late, their partner had disappeared. Currently they couldn't do anything, well, on the part of the residents of the world of heroes. They were hoping for some clue that could provide them with where to start looking for her. Plus it seemed that her communicator had broken down, so it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. On the part of Issei and Lulu, the duo knew very well where to start, and it was with the civilian who is currently being interrogated by the officers. They were already planning how to make him confess everything, whether by good or by bad means. Hurting loved ones, the brown-haired man would return it 100 times worse for those involved. Issei, I know who was one of those involved in Yusan's kidnapping, said the cast seriously to his two superiors. And impressing Kyoka and Mineta, now he would start the good way, ask for help from his superiors. Kamui asked seriously. Tell us how you found out and who she is, said the wooden hero in a hurry. He wanted to find his partner as soon as possible. Death Arm, boy, don't come with jokes at times like this. If you could have known, we and the officers would have easily noticed, he reproached the brown-haired man. Thinking it was a joke, the young people were too early to know how to solve a case. It would be better if I returned to the agency and rest. The adults will take care of it from now on, he said to the 4 students. He didn't want to involve them in this. He wouldn't know what he could do to his partner. Without further ado, the 4 of them headed off to the place indicated by the robust hero. Of course he wouldn't do it. He would wait for the office worker to leave the police station, and then do his own thing. Kamui, you shouldn't have been so serious with them, especially with the young Hyoudou. He simply wanted to help his friend, the hero commented to his companion. Death Arm, no, it was for the best. Despite being the group that had face-to-face contact with villains, they are still inexperienced. After all might was what saved the group. They are still children, I comment seriously. The girls are not ready to enter the major leagues. With the Issei, Lulu, Kyoka and Mineta, the 4 after leaving the station walked a few distances away from the station. Kyoka, come on Hyoudou, the heroes will find Yusan, so you don't have to worry about anything, said the purple-haired girl walking next to the brown-haired boy. The girl was trying to cheer up the brown-haired boy. The blonde was a good friend, which was obvious from the way she spoke at the party and yesterday. The chestnut tree stopped in its tracks to turn around when it saw the station, then looked ahead again, to enter an alley, followed by the 3 of them. Mineta, hey Hyoudou, they told us to return to the agency. This is a dead end, the little one commented. He felt a little scared. Something told him that his partner would do something really stupid, but like Kyoka, the brown-haired boy did not answer. Lulu, what are we going to do, Jean? The lowly asked the brown-haired boy, even though she already had an idea of what he would say. Issei, isn't it obvious? We'll rescue Yusan, he replied with a simple chestnut. Looking up, he looked at how tall the building was. Mineta, what the hell are you saying? You're crazy. You know he'll scold us for not obeying the heroes. We can't do anything to help, said the great hair, somewhat nervous to the brown-haired boy. He didn't want to get involved in this. It still reminded him of the attack, that thanks to the arrival of All Might they were saved. But this time there would be no All Might. Issei, if you don't want to be there, go back, and you won't know anything about this, he said very seriously, turning to look at Kyoka and Mineta. Lulu wouldn't have to say anything, she would still get involved in this. Her nosy personality wouldn't let her get into this. A silence fell. Kyoka and Mineta hesitated whether to help or not. But Mineta was very sure that if they were discovered they would get into trouble, and that was bad. The worst thing he could do to them was expel them for doing this themselves. Kyoka, count on me, Hyoudou. Yu-san is our friend, and we must find him before they do the bad guy, said the determined boy. Despite knowing the blonde in a short time, she had shown to be a great person, not counting some fights she witnessed at the party with Midnight. Mineta Aha! Come on everyone, before I change my mind! Exclaimed the little pervert. He was also part of the group after all. He may be a hopeless pervert, but they knew this was for a good cause. For now I'll stop thinking about perversions for a moment and focus on what's important. He thought mentally. Issei, good. Hold on to me so I don't fall, said the brown-haired boy. Mineta and Kyoka didn't understand why, but they obeyed the order. Without further ado, Lulu and Mineta climbed onto the brown-haired boy's back, while Kyoka the girl was carried in the brown-haired boy's arms to her embarrassment. Kyoka, this is embarrassing, said the girl with a slight blush. Lulu, what are you complaining about? You have the best place. I reprimand her. Chestnut, I wanted to be in her place, but this way was better, to be able to carry everyone in a good way and not like rags. Mineta, Hyoudou, what are we going to do? No eee. His response was answered when the brown-haired boy jumped to climb onto the roof of the alley building. Damn. Why didn't you tell me you were going to do this? He exclaimed furiously at such action. Issei, I told you to hold it tight, didn't I? Kyoka, what will we do next? Issei, let's go to the police station to wait for that victim, he said with a serious look, while jumping from roof to reach the roof of the station. The victim, that office worker who was attacked by the hooded man, according to what the officers said. What does he have to do with the kidnapping of empty lady? It was then that he remembered what the brown-haired man said at the station with Death Arm and Kamui. I know who was one of those involved in Yusan's kidnapping. Kyoka, don't tell me that she said, surprised, but the brown loli took the floor. Lulu, that's right, he is definitely one of those involved with Yu's kidnapping, said the brunette. Mineta, and how are you sure it was him? He was the victim. Issei/Lulu, intuition. The four had already reached the roof of the police building. Now all that was left was to wait for the subject to come out and get what he knew out of him. Half an hour later, 8:40 p.m. The man was leaving the police station after being interrogated for a little over an hour. It was annoying, but in the end he didn't give him anything that could serve as a clue. Man, stupid officers, keeping me closed for so long, asking me questions after questions. I hope those damn ones haven't started. He said mentally. Everything about the hooded man's attack against him was acted out, according to the instructions of his superiors. They wanted to kidnap a certain specific heroine, which they achieved. Now he had to go to the place to meet again with the hooded men. He walked carefree to a place to take the transport, until he felt someone following him. He turned to look at the same brown-haired man that he stopped so that he would not go after empty lady. He acted calm with a kind smile, even though inside he cursed the boy. Man, oh, but you are the young hero who helped me. I'm sorry for not being able to help you find my lady. The man in a suit apologized kindly. He looked again at the brown-haired man, who was giving him a serious and cold look. If you disciple me, I have to go home. The man turned around to turn his back on him, but to his surprise, the brown-haired man was in front of him, something that scared him a little. Issei, tell me, who are the ones who kidnapped empty lady? He asked seriously. While Lulu, Kyoka and Mineta were on the roof of a small building that was very close to the chestnut and the man, the three listened to the conversation. The senses of a halfling, the quirk of the jack cables. The two girls had a better way of listening, while Mineta would hear parts through his human hearing sense. The man tensed up a little upon hearing that question, but he managed to act as if he were innocent. Man, I already told the officers that I don't know anything. I am a victim, he exclaimed to the brown-haired man, who again repeated the question. I already told you that I don't know anything. If you allow me, I will take my... The man could not finish speaking, since the brown-haired man covered his mouth tightly with his hand. Followed by this, with the same hand he lifted him up, and in one jump he ended up on the roof of the small building where the rest of those involved in getting the information from the man were. The brown-haired man was still covering the man's mouth, who struggled to try to free himself from the grip. But it was useless. The man had no quirk, but he was an accomplice. he was not the only one without a quirk in that small organization. Issei, you tell me what I want to know, and you can live the rest of your life behind bars, or die right here, he said coldly, something that surprised Kyoka and Mineta from this facet, but they thought it was only to intimidate him. On the part of the halfling, she already knew very well how her husband behaved. He was kind. But if it comes to harming those who are close to him, he was someone who would make you pay. The three students did not see the face of the brunette since he had his back turned, but the man could see how those normal honey-brown eyes turned golden and his irises were torn like those of a reptile. That look released fear towards the man. The fear grew. Trying to free himself became useless. The brunette applied more force to the point that the lower part of his face began to hurt. He wanted to try to say it now, but he could not find a way to express that he would cooperate. Issei, I recommend that you turn around. You won't like seeing this, said the brown-haired man to those who were watching. Lulu, Kyoka, dwarf, you better do what he said. Jean will really get angry, said the girl, making them turn around. For nothing in the world turn around to look at him, said the girl again. It would get a bit ugly. Maybe the damage would be more psychological than physical. So the three of them turned their backs on the brown-haired man. But what kind of thing would he do so they couldn't see him? Who knows? Issei, well, let's begin, he said in a low voice, but it was very audible to the man, whose pupils dilated with fear. Apparently the brown-haired man doesn't care that it is forbidden to use a quirk without permission. Drake, do you think it's a good idea to show that appearance to scare him? He mentally asked his partner, who since yesterday had gotten inside the boosted gear. The dragon didn't want to go to school, but there was more action in the work practices, so he decided to see it with his own eyes. Some action would happen in a while. Drake, I don't think anything bad will happen if I show it. Most likely it would cooperate more easily, he answered in the mind of his carrier. That's how it was. The eyes took on the form of a dragon's, golden and with slanted irises, while on his neck and cheek red scales like a dragon's appeared. On his head a pair of grayish-white horns began to grow. His teeth began to sharpen. His hands began to take the form of claws. He would not take out his wings or his tail. That was enough. He made some of the features of being a humanoid dragon appear, of fear. Before the man's eyes the brown-haired man was a demon, without seeing that it could be a quirk, but his fear only increased. The part between his legs began to get wet. Issei, I hope you cooperate now, he said with a thick voice that sounded a bit like the drake's. After a few minutes the man confessed everything he knew. Those in the black van were an organization called Believes, which was apparently a women's market under the shadows of the government, and that they were about to send a group of women to their destination. But there was an extra order. That was you. That was all he knew. But before sending them with the buyers, his group had to break them mentally for less resistance. It was like an extra payment for everyone's effort, both monetary and carnal. And finally he said the address where the place was located, and it was several meters underground in a certain spa establishment. Knowing this made the four students angry, especially the brown-haired girl and the halfling. Technically it was a slave treaty, something that was always under the shadow of the law. After this, the man was in the fetal position on the floor, repeating the word monster over and over again, something that Kyoka and Mineta did not understand. But the brown-haired man said that he learned a little bit of hypnosis and applied it to him to see what scares him. Without further ado, they knocked out the man and left him in an alley. Now they would go to that indicated place. If the man lied to him, he would never see the light of day again, as a warning. That spa was where Kyoka's mother went once every 2 weeks. She couldn't believe it. That place was a base from where they sent kidnapped women as slaves to buyers. She thanked God that her mother, who hadn't been one of the victims, now had even more reason to expose that place to the public and take those bastards to jail. Even Mineta, for him that was already going beyond what was normal, now with more reason he should go, he had to be stopped. So Catania suggested that they climb on it so they could jump from building to building, thus arriving faster, and so they did without wasting any time. In a few minutes they arrived at the place. It was very fast. They were in front of the spa. Everyone was looking at the place from afar. 8:59 p.m. Kyoka, how do we get in? There must be several guards inside, the girl said. A place like that must have several security guards. With them 4 it wouldn't be enough, even with the brown-haired one. Issei, easy, I'll go in and you call the police and heroes to come, said the plan. something stupid. Lulu, but Jean, I want to kick ass too, complained the girl, making Kyoka and Mineta sweat a few drops. More than worrying, the lowly seems to want to have fun hitting left and right. Issei, no Lulu, you will stay here. If he finds out that we did this, take Kyoka and Mineta back to the agency, said the brown-haired man, placing his hand on the brown-haired woman's head. The little girl refused at first, but agreed, so the three of them would stay here to call the police. Kyoka, Hyoudou, and what will happen to you? You will have a huge punishment if you do it, said the worried girl. Issei, something like that won't be able to harm me. Heavy artillery will be needed to hurt me, he said with a smile, although what he literally said was that, if the cauldron of the 49 pentagrams with the most powerful fire in the sky couldn't kill him, on the contrary, it made him stronger. Note, the cauldron of 49 pentagrams belongs to the original story of the Monkey King, and was also present trying to burn Jean alive in the manhwa of God of Highschool. Mineta, you can't talk like that, hey. Come back, said the little boy to the brown-haired boy, but he didn't finish speaking because he saw how the brown-haired boy was already crossing the street to enter, who gave him a thumbs up. With empty lady U, 8:39 p.m. The blonde was slowly waking up, her eyes opened to notice that she was in an unknown place. Both the ceiling and walls were made of metal and the floor was cement. Her body ached. It was then that she remembered the trap in that alley, so she was on guard, even though she was still in too much pain from that electric shock. He looked around without letting his guard down. He could see cages, and what was inside them left him in shock. There were people locked inside the cages. They were women who barely had a piece of cloth to cover themselves, and you could also see traces that they had cried. Among all those locked up, he could recognize one. Who was the most recently kidnapped? He had seen her in last night's reports. If he remembered correctly, she was a primary school teacher. The women's eyes seemed to lack luster. It was as if they had been tortured in the worst way. The place had a somewhat rotten smell. I didn't know how to describe it, but it was very strong. White smell V. He tried to call with his communicator, but it seemed to have been broken by that powerful electric shock. She could grow in size to break those cages, but she couldn't adjust the size. It was always 20 meters. It couldn't be more or less. To her bad luck, the place where she is now was 3 meters high and possibly about 10 meters long. Maybe there is no problem, but she couldn't ensure the safety of the captives. A man's voice pulled her from her thoughts. You finally woke up, Empty Lady-san, said the voice, making itself present. It was a somewhat old man, bald with very noticeable dark gray eyebrows. He wore a type of traditional Japanese suit. Apparently the electric shock that my men gave you left you unconscious for longer than I thought. I apologize for that, said the old man again, although his expression did not seem contrary to what he said. The blonde examined him. Judging by the way he acted or presented himself, he must be one of those responsible for these kidnappings. There was no need to think about it too much. Empty Lady, I suggest you free them all. If you don't want to end up crushed, the girl threatened the old man, who simply laughed at this comment. Old man, ha ha ha. You think we didn't foresee that? You are recognized as the Rookie of the Year, but with great potential. We were able to get something that will stop you, said the old man as several men appeared behind him, all dressed in spa-type robes, simple, a gray shirt and pants. One of them was carrying a type of shotgun. But instead of a bullet, it seemed to shoot some shiny blue ribbons, and another with a stun gun, possibly the same one that left the blonde unconscious. The blonde shouldn't waste her time getting information. She would have time for them to confess to the authorities, then arrest them. So she would do. So she activated her quirk. Of course you would take into account protecting the big cage. When her body slowly grew in size, some blue ribbons shot out towards her body to tie her up. But the blonde thought that she wouldn't stop it, and would break it in the process of its growth. To her surprise, it didn't break. On the contrary, it became more resistant, even preventing it from growing in size. So with more effort she tried to break it, only to receive a shot from the electric weapon, drawing a loud scream of pain from the girl, and throwing herself to the ground from the tremendous pain of the discharge. Note, before a comment like, "This has to be a joke, it's really stupid that she couldn't break it." Well, before you come up with something clever, those ribbons chains are the same ones that were shown in the Hero Academia movie trailer, the same blue ribbons that tie up All Might in the trailer. So if they could defeat an All Might that only has the remains of the OFA, which is still quite strong, why couldn't they defeat MT Lady? Without further ado, we continue. Old man, calm down young man, we don't want the order to be broken before being delivered, said the old man maliciously to the man who shot with the electric weapon. Well, we have to start educating her, and then start sending the orders. You couldn't move, what's more, that electric shot had hit her right in the head, a shot right in the head, it was very lethal, a huge headache was present. It didn't help to improve the situation, on the contrary, it got worse. The shot stunned her senses, she could barely keep her eyes open, she being a hero. Couldn't find a way out of this now. More than anything, she needed a hero. Her mind screamed to be saved, her voice wouldn't come out. For the first time she felt scared. The strength in her eyes was slowly fading, the image of all those men approaching her would be the last thing she would see. Current events 9:12 p.m. Before they could reach the unconscious blonde, the door leading in and out burst open, shattering as several men flew out of the door and into the wall. Everyone was on guard. Those who didn't have a quirk would use their hands, and those who did would use it, like pulling out claws, fire, and the old man simply stood behind them all. The brown-haired man came out of the broken door, cracking his knuckles. His expression was serious. He looked around, activating the ability of his eye to give better vision, being able to see how there were many women with barely a piece of cloth to cover themselves. They seemed abused both mentally and physically. And he continued looking to find you. He did. He could see the unconscious blonde on the floor. Apparently she was tied with some kind of energy ribbons. Her breathing seemed labored, as if she were suffering, and he looked better to see if she had suffered any damage. What he saw left him with his eyes open. He knew about human anatomy. Thanks to the old man with the needles, you could say that just by looking at him, he would know the physical damage that the human body would have, and the damage that the blonde had was in the part of the head, in the brain, and it was not on the outside of the head, but internal physical damage. The damage to the brain was very serious. There was no damage from a blow, it was more like energy. He would not think about that anymore. First it is to defeat them all, and then get them all out to take you to the hospital. He was really angry, his brow furrowed violently. He didn't say a word. Even though the old man asked who he was, he rushed towards them. The place could only be heard screams of pain and agony from the men, blows in places that would easily kill anyone, but not for the brown-haired man. He knew how to leave them alive despite hitting those points. It was better to let them feel the pain than to die. Little by little the brown-haired man's hands were stained with the blood of each of those subjects, without giving them any chance to speak. Hurting those close to him was not good. He would make them pay with something worse than death. It was permanent pain and trauma, the pain of a painful death. With Lulu, Kyoka and Mineta 9:20 p.m. The three of them were still waiting outside, on a corner. They had already called the police. They were on their way with the heroes. Something that didn't take long to arrive after they were called, and had arrived, while they hid so they wouldn't be seen for disobeying, to return to the agency to rest and wait for the news. He didn't want to be punished. Well, for the lowly it didn't matter. Both heroes, Death the Arm and Kamui, and police officers entered the spa, which took them several minutes to leave, while outside many ambulances came to the crime scene. Not to say that they were a very large number of ambulances, it was still to be expected. After all, the kidnapped women were there. All the passers-by stood watching from behind some yellow tape, and the news also came to record. After 10 minutes both heroes and police came out. Several carried the victims onto stretchers, but what surprised the three most was that they brought the brown-haired man in handcuffs, with blood stains on his hands and clothes. And at the same time a MT lady was taken to the hospital immediately, while the doctors attended to the victims and at the same time to those responsible for the kidnapping. They had fatal injuries, but as if they were very lucky they were still alive. The cameras focused on the brown-haired man, who simply did not express any emotion, remaining neutral, while he was put into a patrol car. The champion of the first year of the sports festival had been arrested. Both his hands and clothes were covered in blood. Could he be the cause of those mortal wounds to those men? Such action reflected in the wounds. Were they too violent? Could the champion have a violent behavior or some symptoms of mental problems for such behavior outside the rules of a hero? That's what one of the reporters was saying, while the cameras kept taking pictures of the brown-haired man. Even for a hero, such wounds were too much, they were forbidden to go beyond a certain limit, and the brown-haired man had passed. Lulu, seeing this, knew that he had to take Kyoka and Mineta back. Those were the instructions of his king before entering. Even though they didn't want to, they had to do it. That was what the brown-haired man said. They might bring him more problems. Without further ado, they both went back to the agency, where they were staying to sleep this week, but it was more to go to the station. 10 p.m. The news spread quickly, through networks, TV, cell phones, among others, the missing women, the violence of a UA student, the coma of the rookie heroine of the year. So much so that at the moment in the residence several were still awake. Everyone arrived at the station. Everyone was at the station. The parents of the brown-haired boy, Rosweiss, Kuroka, Sona, Tsubaki, Gabriel, Griselda, Venelana, Grafia and Yasaka. Who these three no longer mattered. That the brown-haired boy told them to leave. Even Tiamat was there. While Ophis, Ravel, Seraphal, Kunu and Leifi also found out and came as fast as they could, but on the part of the magician she did not come alone, but Yayorosa came too. Lulu, Kyoka and Mineta were also there, and they were the first to arrive. As much as Olga, Chloe, Kagaya, Cloadia and Celestine were also shortened, except for Alicia and Prim, who had to stay at home taking care of a sleeping Akane and a Lilith, accompanied by Yura. Even though the three of them wanted permission, she had to take care of the little girl and prevent her from knowing that her father was arrested. The scandal became even bigger, due to the presence of the girls, since it was now confirmed that all of them had to meet the brunette. Also some UA masters like the direct Nizu, Azazel, Aizawa, Midnight and Pendimu, as representatives, and above all, All Might, but in their civil form. Everyone wanted to know what would become of Chestnut. According to the help of Officer Naomesa, a friend of All Might on the police force, he had several charges for violence committed, highly lethal violence. Luckily, the bad guys were not in danger of dying, but he would be resting and then brought to trial. The wounds alone were enough to classify the brown-haired man as highly dangerous, but the UA would come out to defend the brown-haired man and clear things up, well, whatever was possible. But there was a solution, and it was to have him freed, but someone from the UA would have to be like keeping him under surveillance, something that Azazel denied, so Pendimu would take the responsibility. But Midnight would take that away from her, since according to her, both Azazel and Pendimu were new, and that she would know how to deal with these types of problems. Maybe it is bad to take advantage of this situation, but it was a way to understand the brown-haired man thoroughly and that mysterious air that surrounds him. In a way, what Midnight said was true. Even though they both knew the brunette better, they were new at the university. The best person for this might be the brunette, so the director decided that Namuri would be the one to keep an eye on the brunette. Now he had to give a small press conference to the action of the Chestnut. The UA, for the first time since it opened, had had problems. Until now, the attack on the USJ, and now with the student it was something difficult to deal with, and more with the uncomfortable questions from the reporters. And the Chestnut's acquaintances were politely asked to return to their homes, and those who were in the practices to return to their respective agencies. Something that most denied, but he couldn't see the brown-haired boy now. He was under arrest and in a cell. It had to be after the press. Although with magic they could erase this, it might be a bad idea, so they went to wait for the news from Azazel and Pendimu. The Chestnut's freedom would be under Midnight surveillance, and would be revoked until further notice. DxD World, Underworld, Castle of the Mao Lucifer. After a day full of paperwork, the first class of learning to play the musical instrument, the Red Mao was more tired than ever, but he would still go to the world of heroes to be Red Satan once again. He had convinced his friend Ajuka to use the machine to go. Something that after thinking about it he knew that possibly whatever he touched would destroy him. The red-haired boy went to his bedroom to get his super suit. It was stored in a suitcase. When he opened it and saw that his suit was not there. "Surzex, my dear," he exclaimed to his wife, who was taking a bath in the bathroom of the room. "Mao, yes?" answered from inside. "Surzex, have you seen where my super suit is?" "Mao, what are you doing?" "Surzex, I said, where is my super suit?" exclaimed Mao. "Oh, your suit. I had the maids wash it, it was a bit dirty." And so it was a night to be a hero, have a fun time, was cancelled, His suit was being washed. So much effort for his wife to give him time off and for Ryuko to let him use the machine. It couldn't be done, and it was his only suit, without having any idea of what is happening in the world of heroes. Cap 39, a cadre, heroine plus 18. Thousands of years ago, before the Great Holy War, what we know as fallen angels today were once pure angels, under the grace of God. Although from the large group of pure angels, many fell into sins, whether ideals that were not in accordance with the ideology of the biblical God, others on the other hand were those who fell for having experienced pleasure, but all fell before the curiosity of experiencing what was inside them, beginning to be stained by sins, whether small or large. Among the first fallen angels, there was one in particular. Her handling of the spears of light ranged from one to multiple spears. She possessed a very refined and lethal combat ability. It could be that she was the only angel who could match Gabriel, spears against swords, a fight that when she was an angel she had never thought of. Until she fell for pleasure, only once was enough to be a fall forever. She was Penemu. What were previously the two most beautiful and powerful angels in all of heaven, now remained together the most powerful fall. A purple-haired woman with red eyes, with a slender but athletic body, what was once one of the two most beautiful angels in heaven, was now the most beautiful fallen angel of Grigori, coveted by many, even Azazel himself, but the blonde lock looked more like Gabriel. The reason why she fell was having experienced sexual pleasure with a human. Why a human? Well, at that time, it could be said that an angel had fallen in love with a pure-hearted human, which gained her interest when she was still an angel. A young man who helped without asking for anything in return, despite everything, since many rich people were the ones who dominated at that time. The young man lived off what life offered him and the kindness of some villagers, despite the sacrifice of the first Son of God, Jesus, to eliminate sins at the time of death of any person. The world was still full of sins, and the young man was like a small light among them all. She had pretended to be human to see the young man up close. She helped the young man in small and large things. She lived with him for a while, saying that she had no place to stay. Little by little, over the years, they both fell in love, to the point of having carnal relations, which did happen, but like an angel, she had to make certain prayers to God before being able to do so, which she did not do at that time. She did not care about falling, she would do it to be with him. Days after the act, she was called to heaven, to be expelled along with other angels who also fell, taken from heaven by God himself. 3 months passed since she was expelled from heaven. She told her beloved that she would leave the town for a while, but would return, something that the man wished her luck and that she would wait for him, sealing the promise with a kiss. She gathered with other fallen, creating what would be known as the Gori organization, where they could be located between heaven and earth. They would be placed in the middle, between heaven and the underworld, as it would be represented in painting. It was not difficult to decide who would be the leaders of this new faction, and with one objective: to search for bearers of sacred gear, train them and analyze them so that they would become part of them, since God had created hundreds of sacred devices. Among them there were some quads that were capable of killing God's second Azazel. After the creation of the fallen faction, the fallen returned to the town where her beloved was waiting for her to return. She felt no regret. She fell for loving someone that was pure. She wanted to tell him that she is not a human. She wanted to tell him everything, without secrets between the two. She was going to enter the small wooden house, but she heard several voices inside, so she decided to listen. It was her beloved talking to another man. Apparently he was offering her a large sum of gold coins in exchange for something. What the man asked for in return left her surprised. To her, to whom the purple-haired girl knew it would not be possible, her beloved would refuse. She smiled, waiting for the young man to give the answer. But it was the opposite. He accepted, leaving her in shock. He had accepted. The large sum of gold coins were many. From the time she was away, she didn't know what had happened to him, but the change, and a lot. She had fallen for him, sinned for him. But even so, she was happy to finally be with him. But not everything would end in a happy ending. Her heart had broken into pieces. The boy's light had disappeared among all the darkness until he was consumed. Apparently in all of us, no matter who, we have darkness within us. She didn't interrupt the exchange. She simply went back to Grigori with a broken heart, without looking back at that humble home. After this, Nothing was known about the young man. Perhaps he died at the hands of that rich man when he spent all his money and could not give him what he wanted. No one knew. The fall never showed itself again in that place ever again. She had become someone serious and hard, cold, someone completely different from what she once was. She was feared by many fallen. Any man who approached her with unholy intentions was left in a bad state. Her complete lack of interest in men made many believe that she was a lesbian. Post-Holy War. After the Great War, hundreds of years passed, she met a fallen man, who no matter how many times she sent him flying for her, he always came back to go after her, more than she knew him. It was the fallen man who approached her, who despite listening to the warnings of other fallen men, continued after the fall. At first she hated his persistence in wanting her as a partner, thinking that he would be just like other men. He had hit her on multiple occasions, but she kept coming back again and again. It was the first time she had seen someone who was so determined to get to her. Not even those who had previously wanted something with her were so persistent. Maybe she was serious. She didn't want to feel the same disappointment as a while ago. She didn't feel sure if loving again would be a good idea. It hurt so much that only the Holy War made her stop thinking about it and focus on fighting. The passage of time continued its pace forward. The fallen had shown her that he really wanted to go seriously with her, earning the opportunity given by the cadre. She was able to fall in love again. They were able to overcome the past almost completely. A relationship was moving forward in a good way. The fallen man was attentive to her. Their relationship was progressing at a good pace, even though a long time had already passed since the Great War, not to say quite a long time. In the sense of a human's time. The girl had opened her arms to the fallen man, giving herself to him. The fallen man was the second man she would accept. After so much time, she loved again. She gave her being to the second man who could win her heart. Some time later the fallen man had asked for the woman's hand in marriage, which made him really happy, and it was only a matter of weeks before he was ready for the wedding. And before the wedding day, as expected, the one who would be her future husband went out drinking with his companions, something that the woman wanted to make sure that he did not do something wrong. She looked for him, until she found him in a bar. She was going to go and greet him, but she heard the things that the fallen man was saying. Already in a drunken state. He boasted of his power, having done what no fallen man could, and that was the cadre. Having her in his bed naked with her legs open at his disposal, he spoke of her as if she were a trophy with which he could boast of his manhood. When she heard this her rage and anger rose. He may have been drunk, but the good and only thing about it was that he always told the truth. Again what began being reciprocated. In the end it was not. Again the woman had received great damage to her heart. With the wound again open and more hurt than before, she left the place as far away as possible. She did not want to return to Grigori's bases. She wanted to go to a faraway place. It was there that she ended up in a bar drinking to try to forget the pain. She drank nonstop. She did not stop crying, while cursing God, and any man inside the bar who wanted to be smart about the situation of the fall was knocked out by a blow from the woman. Day after day she drank in the same tavern. In a certain way she was already known by all the humans who passed by the tavern, until one day someone arrived who wore a piece of cloth as a tunic. It was somewhat old. You could not see his face clearly, but only the lower part, the mouth, but you could see that his eyes were red. Great pressure was emitted from him. It was as if a power, instead of being released, was accumulating inside his body. She could feel that he was not human. His presence was not that of a human at all. She kept an eye on him in case he was an enemy. The mysterious man sat next to her and asked for a glass of water. Something strange, since the place is a tavern, and logically someone who would come to this place would be for a drink of alcohol. But a glass of water? Penemu, who are you? Asked the woman, who despite being drunk, was prepared for anything. Me? I'm just someone who travels to explore this world a little, answered the mysterious man with disdain in his voice. The cadre didn't believe that, and continued asking him. It was hard to believe that someone, instead of emitting power, emitted great pressure. He must be someone dangerous. Penemu, tell me, who are you? You're not someone normal, she asked seriously, focusing her gaze on the mysterious man. Mysterious? Wow. I didn't know you could spot it. I think you have good eyes, he said with joy, as if he were flattering the cadre, who by his voice could tell that he was a young man, no more than 23 years old. Their conversation was in a low voice, enough for both to hear, which no human could hear. Penemu. So, what brings a young man like you to a place like this just for a glass of water? The cadre asked as she ordered another drink. Mysterious. I was traveling with a friend, but she had to go somewhere, so I explored this small town on my own, until I heard about a woman who had been in a tavern for days finishing off several barrels of liquor. The young man said to the group, something like that is not seen every day, haha. But tell me, why do you drink so much? I can feel that you are a little unwell. The cadre continued to look at the mysterious man, and from what was shown, they could only come to one conclusion, due to that carefree, idiotic attitude. In a way, the mysterious man gave off an aura of joy. It was as if he were someone you could always trust. It was strange to feel something like that with someone you had just met a few moments ago. Mysterious, tell me. What is causing you so much pain? You would have to be blind not to see how the woman was, but it was as if he saw something beyond the sad expression of the fall. For an instant he saw how the hooded man's eyes shone a red and gold tone. But what does it matter? She wanted to tell someone, and who better than a stranger, who might not know who she really is. She told of her love story, that a long time ago she had fallen in love with a young man in a faraway place. They both loved each other so much that she did not care that her father had kicked her out of her home. She was happy to finally be able to live with the young man, but she saw a side of him that she had never seen before. He had sold her to a rich man for a large sum of money. It really hurt her to hear that. The first thing she did was to get away from there. She never wanted to see him again in her life. She thought she would never fall in love again. Time had passed since then, where she was able to find someone again, better than the previous one, after so much time, and days before her wedding. She discovered that he was nothing more than a simple trophy to show off her hard work. Penemu, and here I am, she said, finishing her story, to look at the mysterious man, waiting for a comment. She would hit him if it was a joke. Mysterious. He was asleep, something that caused a tick of annoyance at the fall. Penemu, hey! Didn't you hear everything I said? She exclaimed angrily. Her scream woke up the mysterious man. Mysterious, huh? Is it over? He said, waking up to look at the purple-haired girl. Penemu, were you asleep during everything I told you? You were the one who asked me to tell you! She exclaimed, annoyed. The mysterious bastard fell asleep from the beginning. Mysterious. Well, I am a stranger after all. You were able to take a weight off your shoulders by talking about your problems, and at the same time this stranger never listened to it. So technically you took a weight off your heart, said the mysterious one. Something logical and at the same time not. The fall felt lighter. Being able to tell that to someone, that pain, what the alcohol could not. Talking to this one could take some of the weight off. A wise monk once said things happen for a reason, to open your eyes and give you something, worth everything you've been through, so have confidence, he said with a smile, which could barely be noticed. Despite being asleep on the outside, in reality he did hear everything the fall said. He did not understand about love, so this was the best he could say. If you want to talk about love problems, the indicated ones were Akane and Rio. If he remembered correctly, it was that they both started a relationship. The fall, now he was surprised, his way of speaking along with his voice. He seemed like an idiot addicted to fighting, but he never saw advice like that coming, something wise, the opposite of what he deduced with the little he could see of him. The mysterious man gets up to leave a gold coin next to the glass of water. It was time to resume his journey in this new world, and before leaving through the entrance/exit, the fall stopped him. Penemu, hey wait! You haven't even said who you are yet! Exclaimed the fall, stopping the mysterious man, who turned his head a little to see her. He began to remove the hood, showing dark brown hair, spiky hair, a green bandage around the top of his head, honey-colored eyes. Mysterious, I am Jean, he said with a smile, to put his hood back on and resume his walk. Oh, I almost forgot, not far from here to the east, I think I left someone unconscious. She had black feathers, see you. He knew that the woman was not human. She was the same as the black-feathered angel that he left out of combat on the way here. After saying this, he simply left to join his traveling companion. The cadre was surprised to hear black feathers. He really wasn't an idiot after all. But he didn't seem to be lying. After all, neither of them were human despite their appearance. So he finally paid the bill to go to the direction indicated by the dark brown. He was flying with his wings of fall, towards the east. He flew for almost an hour until he saw traces of a fight, half-destroyed forests. As if a great blizzard was brushing the place, he could see someone on the ground unconscious, pale skin, black suit, long black hair. His eyes were blank. It was a fallen angel, not just anyone, but one of the high command Kokubile. Was it perhaps the one that left him unconscious? He did not emit power, but pressure, a mystery that would remain unsolved. He could not search, since someone that strong must be like a very intense incandescent lamp. It would be easy to find, but it is not like that. After leaving, you could no longer feel his presence of power or what you could feel from him. But when she saw that the unconscious person was Kokubile, she left. She didn't like that guy. She could handle it on her own. She had a wedding to refuse. With this in mind, she would return to the base. There was only one day left until her wedding. The wedding day had arrived. The fallen one was anxious for the wedding that was taking place. They were in an abandoned but rebuilt church. Everyone was present, the high command, except for Kokubile. Now everyone was waiting for the other protagonist of today. It had been a long time, and just the one mention makes an appearance. But she was not wearing a wedding dress. On the contrary, she was wearing her usual clothes. She approached the man who would be her husband, to turn to look at everyone, saying the following: "The wedding is off. No one will ever speak of this again." After this, no one spoke of this again, and the fallen man could never approach her again. The always serious and cold, stronger fall had returned, and this time harder than anything, with the fallen men having the same intentions. The years passed, not to say hundreds and thousands. No one ever heard from him again, not even a trace was known, but what he told her was always on her mind. Wait, in these recent years, she took under her command 2 falls. One was blue-haired and the other black-haired. The black-haired woman had a hidden potential, something that should keep her away from Kokubile, knowing his desire for war, who would later be sent to Ko by orders of Azazel. Some time later, she met Baraquil's daughter's boyfriend, a Catano, a drag carrier. She had heard a lot about him, both good and perverted. The first time she met him in person was when Akino came with him to talk to Baraquil. It was the first time they had met, but in a certain way she felt like she had already met him. She didn't know why, but she didn't remember where. It didn't make sense, but something about that young man seemed familiar to her. She felt like she could talk to him about anything. Which is what he ended up doing, although at first he mocked Akino and him about how Baraquil would cry if he asked for his daughter's hand in marriage. When the daughter went to talk to the father in private, the brown-haired man was left alone with the cadre, who continued examining the brown-haired man with his eyes. From this feeling of memory that he caused him, I can see how the brown-haired man's gaze is looking at her breasts, somewhat annoyed, another pervert. She asked him things about how it felt to have several girls, something that the brown-haired man said that he felt good to be able to reciprocate, or so he hoped. Apparently he still hasn't realized some of the girls' feelings. Was it because of his perversion that it clouds his mind, or that he is an idiot like him? But it was clear that they really wanted them, even giving their lives. Something surprising. Despite being classified as weak, he gave his best. She had seen the rating game against Citri and Bale. The young man showed that he could turn things around in the game, despite the fact that his team lost against the Citrian strategy, winning against Bale by a small margin. They talked about trivial things, mostly about him. It was as if she had already met him, but she wanted to know more about him. And what she said was that he was the king of the harem and things about breasts, something that made the cadre laugh. But above all, she apologized for one of the falls under her command. She killed him by putting a spear through his stomach, something that he said was already in the past. Well, the conversation was interrupted when Baraquil's daughter returned. Both had to return home, but not before exchanging numbers to continue talking. Of course, without saying anything about this, knowing women, it is most likely that she will start questioning him. The days returned to normal. She spoke through messages. She could relax from the pile of paperwork. The dame Azazel, as always, going to a city to take a break and have a delicious coffee. It was very relaxing, clear of her duties as the chief secretary. In addition to talking to the brown-haired, it was fun. The topics were no longer about "we will make breasts," they were more normal. normal in the sense of the supernatural. But lately the terrorist organization did their things faster than normal. Telling about that currently Ophis lived with him. For some reason he said that he was his and she was his. The young man was nice, whether by message chat, and rarely in video chat, although the latter rarely. Although she accompanied the Gremry group during the training camp, she wanted to see more in depth of who survived Samuel's poison, since his king Rias had gone to Romania with Azazel. And while the Fallen One commissioned her to watch over the training of the pieces of the Gremry. She supervised the training. It was a normal one. It did not increase quickly, but rather a mastery of techniques and fighting style. According to some documents left by Azazel, the Gremry group had the power part, but in terms of techniques, it was somewhat behind. During the training, she felt an old sensation. That pressure from the guy from years ago, not to say that it was almost a millennium ago, was present. She looked all around her but couldn't find him. He must have been close. But there was no one else but the Gremry entourage in the place. It must have been her imagination. But she felt very close, as if he were behind her. She turned around to only see a brown-haired man calling him, as if he were in a trance. Honestly, I didn't know why, but I couldn't take my eyes off the brown-haired boy. Sometimes I would just stare at him. It was like I was seeing someone else. But he felt a tranquility that he had not felt for a long time. Despite being perverted, it did not bother him. On the contrary, he felt proud of his good attributes. At other times, he did not look at breasts, but it was as if he were meditating, despite being seated normally, with his eyes closed, something mysterious. Even so, the interest did not disappear. The appearance of Rise of him, the transformation of vampires into evil dragons, the existence of the Trihexa, the change of the name of the terrorist organization Chaos Brigade to Clipeth, the floating city was stolen, the kidnapping of Gabriel to obtain his necklace as one of the keys to break the seals that keeps the beast locked away. Despite all that was avoided with the anti-terrorist group DXD, the awakening of the beast was imminent, managing to defeat Rise of him and kill him, but that did not prevent it from being released, and the coma of the brown-haired man for using his DXD form, the days that he was in the hospital in the Citri territory. The cadre was going to visit him and check his condition. He did not know, but he felt very bad, as if something had become important and was lost. On one of those days, she saw something strange in him. When she touched the brown-haired man's forehead, she saw someone's silhouette. It was not clear. The silhouette seemed very familiar to her, but she could not be sure because of the lack of clarity. He quickly took his hand away. Everything seemed like an illusion. Even if it was like that, it felt very real. To be so, what relation there was with what he saw, he didn't know. There were many things to worry about. The coma state of the chestnut, a beast that was supposed to be a myth, was out killing any being that crossed its path. The damned Rise of him, despite dying, his death caused more destruction. She had to meet with the leaders of all the factions to find a way to deal with the beast of the apocalypse. She quickly kissed the brown-haired boy on the forehead to leave the room. As she walked, her face slowly turned red. She brought her hands to her cheeks in embarrassment. It was unconsciously strange, very strange, but did she really want to do it? Why did I do that? Skip. The fight against Trihexa consumed many lives. They barely served as a distraction, and that was only part of his power. And to think that the old man did it just to defeat him and lock him up, and the only one who can do it again is only the old man. But Azazel together with the Juka were able to make a prison-like space. It could not be as powerful as the seals that the biblical god put, but it would be enough to keep him locked up for a long time to replace it with a new seal. Serzex, Seraphal, Asmodeus, Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Azazel, Ella, Penemu, Odin, Thor, Zeus, Apollon, Aten, Luf, Susanoo and Yamato, all of them volunteered to distract the beast while it was sealed. Since it required time, they would do it. Despite the denials, the sealing was done successfully, but at a great cost. The artificial dimension was deposited in the dimensional gap guarded by 2 of the 3 dragon gods. Since one was the threat to seal, there could not cause damage, much less release it again, ever. She did not regret making this decision. After all, there was nothing stopping him from staying. One could say that he had lived long enough, even though the right one, as he told her, never appeared. He no longer knew how much time had passed since they began to fight against the beast. The notion of time was non-existent. many were beginning to get tired. It was only a matter of time before they died in the clutches of the powerful beast. When almost no one could continue, from the large number of beings sealed here, a ray of light appeared before everyone. A being in crimson armor appeared in front of everyone, intercepting the beast's attack. She was barely aware of what she saw. She could barely move. Breathing was difficult. But it seemed she came to get everyone out of here. Without further ado, she could finally rest. She thought she would die here, but life gave her a chance to live for a while longer, so she closed her eyes, a big mistake. When she opened her eyes, they were being treated together with the rest of those rescued from the artificial dimension. She saw how, despite being free again, there was no joy in the environment. It was as if nothing had changed. A loss was still present. After telling what had happened, he couldn't hold back and covered his mouth in horror. Unconsciously, tears came out of his eyes. A throbbing pain stabbed his heart, a pain difficult to define, avoid. What made him think that he could handle that monster alone? If she gathered many more powerful people than him, they couldn't, and he assured them that he would get out of that damned prison alive. Someone who had barely entered the supernatural for almost a year, someone unaware of his problems. Old man, I know that my faith in you disappeared when I decided to take this path. Even though you are dead, the faith that you left, many still maintain it. If that faith really still has some of him left, I ask you, please bring him back, I beg you, like the one who was one of your daughters millennia ago. Ophis had gone to guard the prison along with Great Red, leaving the copy of the dragon goddess in this world homeless. The copy of Ophis, seeing the cadres so bad, was the first to try to comfort her, despite not knowing emotions like the original. But she was not a copy, as the brown-haired said. She was Lilith. She was not a copy of Ophis. A copy that would find her way as someone independent. The years passed. She, as always, lived in the bases of Grigori, but now accompanied by Lilith, who always followed her everywhere, had become like a little sister to her, taught her about emotions, everything she could. Progress was slow, but good, could not rush, still had not found a way to bring him back. His sacrifice united many factions. What was previously just a band of yokais allied, now the missing band had also joined, the Olympic faction, which kept many mysteries. Now they were part of the alliance, not by commitment as in the war against Ryzavim. Now she really wanted, maybe the pillar physically is no longer among them, but his spirit was, as were his exploits. Statues in his honor, a great hero. Many thought he was dead, and others didn't. She would believe he would return, despite the low probability, which was almost zero. But that silhouette increased her faith. Accompanied by the kiss on her forehead, a forgotten sensation came to the surface, a feeling that was never reciprocated twice. Now came to the surface from the depths of her. Have I really of him? Things happen for a reason, to open your eyes and give you something worthwhile for everything you've been through, so have faith. If that something worthwhile could be him and his return? I have fallen in love. The return of Ryzavim, 7 years later. Finding out he was alive was big news. He should have been dead. Everyone saw that he died in Fafnir's clutches, and the one who was supposed to be alive hadn't heard from him. It was unfair. What does that bastard have that he doesn't have to get out alive? The news was made known to many of the factions allied to their high command, kidnapping the younger sister of Leviathan to attract them. But the traces of the Clipith organization had been completely eliminated since the last battle against the son of Lucifer, as well as all the evil dragons except for one. A war that was supposed to have ended, started again, or rather, it never ended, it only took a pause, but this time, he is no longer among them. But there was someone else, or rather someone he knew, from thousands of years ago. He thought it was a coincidence of resemblance, but it was too much, not to say exact, and his name is Wukong Jin. Jin! It was that mysterious man from years ago, but apparently he didn't recognize her, even though it was normal. After all, it was about 1,000 years ago, and they only saw each other once, the only time. Skip. Reveal the identity at the meeting to deal with the problem of Ryzavim again. Discover that those two people you met turned out to be the same. How could you believe that it is the same person? The memories of a being do not lie. If it were modified, the modification would be noticed, although it was difficult to believe. It really was him, the same person he was 1,000 years ago, just like the one from 7 years ago, returning at the right time, to turn around the battle against the son of Lucifer. The brown-haired man had returned stronger than ever. When both were about to do the act, he didn't care that he wasn't the last, but for her, he would be the third. But the last, a lot of time had passed, he could be the one. It was curious, the one who encouraged you a little in the past, and you ended up falling in love with the same one but with another appearance, knowing his true origin. But how he ended up being the son of the Hyoudou, a mystery that he doesn't remember. Before turning around, she asked if he remembered someone from about 1,000 years ago, which he thought about for a moment, until he made a rather exaggerated expression, drawing a laugh from the crowd. He remembered him, but not his companion with whom he was traveling at that time. His change of attitude surprised her a little, but he maintained the essence of 7 years ago. Although he is no longer a pervert, now he shows himself to be someone like a child, perhaps the maturity of an adult, a combination that is hard to believe is possible, immaturity with maturity. But there he was, he about to become one with her. The cadre had a smile on her face. She never thought that the mysterious man from almost 1,000 years ago would end up being another person that she would meet, and above all, end up falling in love with him. What irony. I love you, Issei. Present. The brown-haired man's arrest worried many people in the Haider residence. Everyone had already returned to the big house, well, except for those who had work experience, despite suggesting that they use magic to erase all those memories. And the media. The brown-haired man called through a communication circle, saying that everything would be fine, that he would leave tomorrow, but under the supervision of a teacher. Something that calmed everyone down, but being the brown-haired one, he was carrying a big sign that said "Look for trouble everywhere." Something hard to believe that it would end well in a completely good way. But that was all they could do for now. Wait, tomorrow would be a long day. The news about what happened would make a boom everywhere. It was already late. It was better to return to their respective rooms to rest. It had been a long day. Even Yura was offered to sleep here tonight. It was already late after all. Kayama Namuri, midnight. A beautiful woman with a slender body and blue eyes, straight black hair, somewhat uneven as disheveled as small tips of sprouts, classified as one of the hexiest heroines. Despite the fact that she is already in her 30s, she looked young, desired by many. She is currently a teacher at the prestigious UA Academy, where many aspiring future heroes want to enter, of which only a small number of them manage to enter. But she was not always a teacher, she was simply a heroine. It all started a few years ago. She ended up being a teacher, with a fight with one of her old friends, with whom she attended the UA of young people. It was Eraserhead. The girl likes to advise quite a lot. It was for this reason that she ended up being a teacher, something simple, but just as time changes, along with the teachings. The heroes of now had a limited time of life. Some of them would become teachers to educate those young heroes. Where would she be as one of the teachers at the UA? She personally requested the director Nizu about being a teacher, despite acting and dressing a little hexually. Shortly before entering her 30s, the woman had tried to find a partner. It was time. In fact, she was supposed to be married, the average Japanese woman being to get married before 27, and then there was her. A single woman. She wouldn't lie. In her youth she had sometimes slept with rich men, even with heroes, just for the fun of the night. Maybe it's vulgar for a woman, but that's how it was before, years before she was a teacher. Note: please don't come at me with those 4 letters. Oh, and there is something called protection. She didn't go with just any man, only with those who seemed attractive to her in her opinion, a career as a renowned heroine, and a bit of nightlife on some occasions. But she had to leave that behind and look for a single partner, if only it were as easy to find one as talking. It was true that she had met several men over the years, but none of them had that flame of eternal youth, as she said. All of them were just a simple physical attraction. None of them lit the true flame of a woman. She wanted a flame, not sparks, something difficult to find in adults, so why not take a look at the young students? She was only a few years away from being an adult, was what she thought when she saw that no man was the right one. Since I entered the academy 2 years ago, I had seen many young people, still not finding the future until the 3rd new generation took the practical exam, destroying those robots. Among all the screens that showed the students at that time, one in particular, a brown-haired man with spiky hair, had a big smile of fun while destroying the robots with a punch or kick, a very focused and determined look. That's it. My flame. Checking the young man's information, he was 17 years old. There wasn't much left. He was a good option at first glance. He looked good. He seemed to already have combat experience. I had to get closer and find out more about him before making a decision. The young man had been left. Although it was to be expected, he was one of the 6 with the highest score ever seen. The other 5 were girls. As if that were not enough, in rescue score he was not far behind, but being greatly surpassed by a boy named Midoriya. I could see his arms thanks to his sleeveless top-tight shirt. During the practical exam through the monitors, he had strong muscles, not marked with exaggeration like many heroes. His was thin like some other heroes. As a flirt that she is, the first thing she would check after all would be the young man's body. Skip. During the day of the attack on the USJ, she was one of the reinforcements. Arriving at the place when the battle had ended, none of the students were injured, while on the part of the teachers like Aizawa and number 13 had large wounds, which had to be treated now. But his eyes were fixed on that young man, whose clothes were only somewhat torn, but complete, a good excuse to start checking his body, so as not to receive a sanction from the principal for physically harassing a student. She could see the brown-haired boy's body up close. It was well-formed, but thin. It didn't look like a body that he had achieved just by training normally. It seemed that he had been through a lot. Her curious side increased. Now that she saw the torso under the excuse of examining if there was a wound, her perverted interior came to the surface. She wanted to devour him with her gaze, which ended up chasing him all over the place. In full view of everyone present, she was worse than a villain at that moment. Skip. After finishing the week that the students were given to rest after the attack, and she as a counselor teacher, spoke with each student in the class about how they felt living through what happened at the USJ. It was an approach to some true villains. It was very different to see it as usual in the streets than to live it. All the students told how they felt. It was a private talk between teacher and student, or rather, the black-haired girl had to chat with the 26 students of Class 1A, although most of them said almost the same thing. Since it was the first time they faced villains, it was something scary, while the rest, like Todoroki, Bakugo, Seraphol, Kunu, Leify, Ravel and Ophis, were something different from the rest. It was that they were not afraid of those responsible for the attack. On the contrary, they faced them. Now there was only one left. It was the brown-haired boy. Both of them were sitting face to face, with a glass of tea for each of them. She looked at the brown-haired boy. He seemed serene while enjoying the tea. He, along with a few others, were the only ones who seemed the same after the attack. She asked him how he felt about that attack. He simply responded that it was a surprise. But at least the majority came out unharmed, and on the part of the 2 teachers, they gave everything to protect the students in the class. They were admirable, he said very calmly with respect to the 2 injured. In the woman's eyes, he seemed like another person, someone more mature, like an adult. Another side that the woman could notice, since the classes began, she could only see that of a young man who goes through life relaxed. Seeing 2 opposite sunsets in one was rare to see. During what was left of the time, the woman spent her time finding out what she could about him through conversation. She could only say one word: mystery. The young man was full of mystery, like a long story from his past, a mystery that increased her curiosity. Her interest only increased. He was like a mysterious evil that she could gladly swim in while she learned more about him. Time was up, and he returned to his classroom, leaving a thoughtful brunette. Hyoudou Issei, you really are someone interesting to meet. Skip. It was night, a Friday night, inside a ramen shop well known to everyone. There was a brunette at a table, alone, drinking several bottles of sake. It was Nomuri. The woman drank non-stop after having eaten 2 bowls of ramen. The girl was celebrating her 3rd anniversary as a single woman. It was a little embarrassing. The atmosphere, or rather her vibe around the woman, made no one want to get close to her, even the owner and his daughter. The woman was dressed in dark navy jeans, Converse-type sneakers and a sort of wool that revealed her entire neck and part of her shoulders, her hair tied back in a ponytail. She was sitting alone at a table. She couldn't invite her friend present Mike or Aizawa. Most likely she would tell bad jokes about being single. She couldn't tell her parents that she still hadn't found a partner, since they lived in another state, far from here. She was already drunk. She had finished her 3rd bottle of sake. But her gaze focused on someone who had just entered, someone very familiar to her, a young man with spiky brown hair, who always wore a swampy greenish sleeping mask on his head. He went to sit on the wall where you could clearly see how he prepared the ramen. Without noticing that the brunette was also there, he ordered food as expected. She stayed watching how he devoured each bowl, showing a satisfied smile, a smile that the owner really liked. It reflected the taste for his food. She approached slowly, until she was on the back of the brunette, taking him off guard with a hug. The woman's arms were placed around the brunette's neck. Such action almost choked the brunette with food and at the same time almost burned his face. He turned to see that it was his teacher Midnight. He had tried to get away from her, but she was very insistent, that after a few moments he started flirting with her. After a few minutes he started crying buckets, saying why he was single. Why can't he find his partner? He repeated over and over again. The drunkenness along with each change of attitude from flirtatious to sad was like a roller coaster, up and down, and that was what the brunette did. After an hour the brunette left the restaurant with one hand carrying a bag containing 2 bowls of ramen for Tiamat, and with a black-haired girl half asleep on his back. How did it end up like this? A few moments ago the black-haired girl had fallen asleep when she was on the roller coaster of mood due to her drunkenness. The owner said that she couldn't stay, since the store would close in a few more hours, and seeing as how she knew the brunette, the responsibility fell on him. The brown-haired man had tried to ask Azazel through his cell phone to come for his coworker, but to the brown-haired man's surprise, the fallen man also ran into a drunk blonde woman with red eyes, who apparently discovered that her husband was dating her secretary from work, so he could only send him the address where the brunette lived. After all, and about how he has it, it wasn't difficult to enter the UA data center and get a copy for his research on quirks, and well, he didn't check and made a copy of everything. The brown-haired man carried the black-haired woman on his back as he walked calmly under the city lights and the eyes of some passers-by. At that time, he was quiet, until the woman asked him a question very typical of a single woman. "Namuri, nay, do you think that I'm attractive?" asked the woman, who raised her gaze to look at the right side of the brown-haired man's face. Crystalline eyes had become the woman's eyes. She was so close to him that she could smell his scent. It was very pleasant. She waited for an answer. "Issei, you are," he answered simply. The woman was drunk, saying something that she didn't like. The whole way she would be crying like in the ramen restaurant, and that at that moment was the least he wanted. But it was true, the woman was attractive. For being in her 30s, he wouldn't deny that. The woman, upon hearing this, squeezed her hands that were holding part of the chestnut-haired man's cloth. That moment seemed very long. "Namuri, so, why can't I find a partner?" the woman asked again. "Issei, this I wouldn't know how to answer that question. I might not be the right one," he said again. He wasn't a fortune teller to give an exact answer, so that was the least he could say. "Namuri, and you love me?" she asked, taking the brown-haired boy off guard as he coughed at this question. "Issei, Edo, I might have to take you to your house quickly," exclaimed the brown-haired man, evading the subject with the excuse of taking her home quickly. He exclaimed with a little pain. Since the woman had pinched his right cheek, he couldn't turn around enough to look at the woman, but he felt an expression of fear and seriousness looking at him from behind him. "Namuri, answer me," he said with a dark voice, accompanied by the same aura, making the brown-haired boy swallow hard before answering. "Issei, of course." "Namuri, of course," she said, still serious, making me really say it. "Issei, Midnight-sensei, please don't make things more difficult for me," he asked kindly. "He may be powerful, but every powerful man, there is a woman who will be stronger than him," and on this occasion the black-haired woman was added to the list. Even though she says she really likes her teacher a lot, the times she has had interaction with the black-haired girl, it made the classes more relaxed. Even though she was flirtatious, she was very different from Kuroka's. The black-haired girl was more like a predator desperately searching for her prey. "Yes, I love her, sensei." A path to take back to the brunette's house. A quiet silence was around both of them. A brown-haired man carried his teacher on his back under the lights of this city. Despite the noise around, it will feel silent. The same went for the teacher. In the last 2 anniversaries, she returned alone to her house, either walking or in a taxi. But this time someone carried him back on his back. What for her was always a cold and lonely way back home, now there was a heat that carried him back. His back felt warm, so much so that she could actually fall asleep. After 40 minutes he had arrived at the brunette's house. It was 2 stories high, A house that looked normal on the outside like any other. He took the house keys out of the woman's purse. Upon entering, he noticed that it was a normal living room, with a TV, sofa, kitchen, and a small bar. He thought it would be more, I don't know, like something with a bigger meaning because of the way the girl dressed, a bit daring, but it was normal, so normal that it didn't seem like his house the first time he saw it. The brown-haired man continued carrying the black-haired woman. He went up to the second floor. The second floor had 3 rooms and a bathroom. He didn't want to know what was inside each room until he reached the black-haired woman's, but he had to, so he opened each door. The first ones were empty, the bathroom didn't count. Until he finally found the room, a normal-sized bed. He carefully left the woman on the bed, took off her shoes and then covered her with the sheet. Now she could go, but it wasn't like that. The black-haired girl held his hand with a little force. The brown-haired girl tried to take it away, but the black-haired girl talked in her sleep. Nemuri, don't go or I'll tell everyone that you and Pinchan have a relationship, she said half asleep, making the brown-haired boy sweat. Issei, I can't believe that even when she's asleep she's threatening, but how did she know? He said in his mind, how did he know that she has a relationship with the fall? Nobody knows, only Nemuri. The brown-haired boy sighed. Maybe when she woke up she wouldn't remember that anymore, but he didn't want to risk it. It would be trouble. A teacher in a relationship with a student, and even more so coming from the UA, a prestigious academy, something that wouldn't be good for both of them and the academy. And well, I think the best option was to let the black-haired girl blackmail this time. He sat on the carpeted wooden floor, still with one of his arms being taken by a hand of the black-haired girl. With his free hand he took his cell phone out of his pocket, sending a message that he would not return tonight, that he has nothing to worry about. When he finished sending the message, he created a small transportation circle, sending the 2 bowls of ramen to the residence for Tiamat. The good thing was that the black-haired girl did not notice it. When I finished doing this, I glanced at the black-haired girl, without her heroine costume that was almost very hexy. Seeing her casually, she seemed less like the teacher who always dresses sexually and flirtatiously. She was sleeping with a sweet smile. I think that today the brown-haired boy will sleep with his head resting on the bed, while the rest of his body will be sitting on the floor, under his sleeping mask to cover his eyes. Without mask he fell asleep in a second, with one hand being held by the black-haired girl. Tomorrow, Saturday. The brunette was slowly opening her eyes. Sunlight was coming in through the window. She had a slight headache, but she was brought out of her thoughts when her hand felt like she was holding a hand. She looked where it came from, and was surprised seeing the brunette asleep. His head was resting on the bed, while his body was on a small piece of furniture stuck to the bed. Her surprise changed to a flirtatious smile. She remembered a little about last night, when she got drunk, and ran into the brunette entering the store. It wasn't a dream, so it was the same one who brought him to the house and spent the night near her. Nemuri, a delicious fresh and served breakfast. What a great way to start a Saturday yufufu, I commented mentally. So enjoy this great breakfast. The black-haired girl launched herself at the brown-haired boy, but she didn't count on him moving quickly, standing up to stretch his bones, while the black-haired girl, unable to land on him, fell to the floor. The brown-haired man removed the sleeping mask that covered his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a black-haired woman on the floor. The brown-haired man said good morning to her, to which she returned it but reluctantly for having failed him. The brown-haired man looked at the time. It was already 9 in the morning, and he had to go buy meat for the party among other things. The brown-haired boy was leaving in a hurry, to which the black-haired girl asked him why the hurry? To which he replied that today at his house there would be a party for the sports festival, and he had to go buy food and snacks. A good opportunity to see the chestnut tree's life up close, so she invited herself to go shopping with the chestnut tree to go to his house, something that the chestnut tree didn't deny. Without further ado, they both went to buy meat, coal, snacks, sodas, etc. to return to the Hyoudou residence. Present. The brunette was waiting outside the police station. She was wearing casual clothes, since the brown-haired boy would no longer participate in what remained of the practice time. Yu was in the hospital recovering, for an indeterminate time, so Mineta and Lulu would change heroes on behalf of the academy. So they would go with Jairu and the hero Death Arm. It didn't take long for the brunette to come out wearing the same clothes he had worn on the first day of practice. He couldn't go out wearing his hero suit with blood stains on it. He walked calmly until he saw the brunette, who greeted him. "Nemuri, since you made such a scandal last night," the woman commented. The brown-haired man's actions were well regarded and frowned upon at the same time. Some said that he deserved it for such a crime, and others that being a hero he was violent. The brunette said that from now on, she would keep a close eye on him, to see his attitude, and that this would not happen again, something that the brunette would not guarantee, and that now he would have free time for the rest of the week. "Nemuri, so where do you want to go?" the woman asked the brown-haired boy. "Issei, to the hospital to see how Yu-san is," he said without concern for her current condition. In fact, he was more concerned about the blondes. The black-haired girl understood what she wanted. It was normal to worry about a friend. Even she, despite not getting along very well with her, worried, so they took a taxi to go to the hospital where the girl was and then go to the Haider residence. Chapter 40, Work Practices, Third Day. The Phoenix's work practices were not all that great. She had taken on the number 2 hero of Japan, only being surpassed by All Might, not only her, but Todoroki too, although it was to be expected from the boy. Now that she sees him up close as a hero, he was tall, with a good amount of muscle mass, a seriousness, very cold, a threatening look. Although she had seen similar looks in the past, it was hard to believe that he was Shoto's father. He didn't look like that at all. He may look like his mother. But speaking of mothers, what will Todoroki's be like? The first day of practice, they really didn't do anything more than a physical exam. She didn't know what the professional was up to, but she was grateful that she had already had physical training, from running on treadmills with cables that measure her blood pressure and heartbeat, to destroying as many of her targets as possible in the shortest time possible. On Todoroki's side, the boy remained silent. He did all the tests. He wanted to show his old man, despite having part of his quirk, he was him. He would not be like him. He would show him that everything his ideals are wrong. That technically was the first day, physical tests. Everything was seen before the hero's eyes. He had his goal of doing this on the first day. After all, his agency was a tall building with several floors, with integrated training rooms, dormitories, although it is known that very few heroes can get to work under his agency. He had never sent requests for practices, until now. I had seen the festival. I had to admit that this year, the first years had students with very good and powerful quirks, especially ice and fire. An ice quirk as if it were magic. It was an ice quirk never seen before. More than a quirk, it was as if it were really part of the person, just like breathing, very surprising. And about fire quirks, those blue flames seemed powerful. They were very rare, and the girl who had it, apparently not only had that quirk, but another one, a mutation one. Those ears and tails, most likely they do not provide much use in combat. But there was one that really caught his attention, that blonde with the fire quirk. Not only did she have great potential for power, but she also created wings of fire to fly. It was hard to believe. It wasn't a flying quirk, it was more for attacking, and that brat had used it to fly. Not even he could fly with his quirk. At most he used it to give himself a boost to rise higher. He wanted to know how she would do it. That was his goal, to study her. And about other news, there was a news. It was about a certain trio of women, who became somewhat famous, either for their quirk or their beauty. That disintegration quirk seemed very powerful. It seemed that with just one touch it disintegrated everything. The disciple of All Might seemed very powerful. Such actions taken in not dodging the attacks, he must have been quite confident. He was not stupid. He knew that brown-haired man was holding back. He did not know how much, but a good part of the power of his quirk. He did not know where the number had gotten it. Note: as I wrote in one of the chapters during the sports festival, Endeavor had mistaken the chestnut as the successor All Might was training. He knew that his best creation was far from reaching him. Like master, like student, he had to look for another woman with a powerful quirk to give birth to, who would carry his legacy, and he knew very well who it would be. He had sent someone to go for her, her name and location had been leaked. Such a quirk that could be long or short range with such potential, it was a waste to leave it unused. During the second day, nothing had changed. It was still physical tests, whether to check or she could take it as training. That was for Shoto, but for Ravel the professional had invited her to speak in private. He wanted to know how he learned to use fire in such a way, not only to attack, but during the tests he learned that it could be used both offensively and defensively, and even to move. He wanted to know where or who taught him such use. The only thing she could say was that she had been training for a while, and that she had devised that method, using it to fight at short and long distance, and how to fly. It just came out of nowhere. She didn't know how she had learned it. This last part was clearly a lie. She couldn't say that she was a demon and that the flames weren't normal, but combined with magic. But she could say who she trained with it was with Issei. The man was surprised to hear the name that this girl would have with him, but that did not matter to him, for now. During the night of the second day, around 9:45 p.m., she was in her room resting. She was looking at her cell phone with a background a photo of her with the brown-haired man on that date, but she received a notification of some news. She opened it out of curiosity to see what it was about. Most likely it was about hero things, but this time it wasn't like that. What she saw shocked her to read it. She quickly put away her cell phone to change clothes and leave to go to the police station immediately. Her fiancé had been arrested for an extreme action outside the rules of a hero. After arriving at the station, she was not the only one there, but also most of the girls and some of her classmates, as well as her in-laws. Everything was a scandal. The first-year UA champion made such a massacre. Many reporters said that those responsible for the disappearances all came out alive despite damage to vital points. But despite that, there were no charges against him for his actions, since he was supposed to have done such things under drastic actions. Added to the current situation of the heroine empty lady, he should have done what he could to save her. He would leave tomorrow morning, but he would be under surveillance to show that it was only because of the situation that he was in that place. Nobody could do anything. They thought about calming things down with magic, but it seemed that not even the chestnut himself cared about the situation he was talking about. Without further ado, they returned to the residence and agencies where he was staying this week. He could only wait for news from himself. Well, to tell the truth, everyone in the DxD world wouldn't worry so much, since they doubted that in this world there is anything that could harm him. Present. Today was Wednesday. Today she would finally go out on patrol. It was already boring not to go out. The day before yesterday and yesterday she spent her time on physical exams and questions about her fire handling. Has everyone else gone through something similar like this? But she was relaxed. She had received a message from the brown-haired boy that everything was fine, and that he would go visit you in the hospital and then return to the residence to report. Currently she and Hyoudou were in front of Endeavor, who was sitting at his desk. Endeavor, today they are finally ready to go out on patrol, especially you Hyoudou. I hope we still follow the same path, even said the man seriously, standing up. Hyoudou, I have no intention at all of going down the same path. I will take my own path, said the boy without any expression. Endeavor, ho! Really? Well, I think someone will have to take the goal of surpassing it, said the man with a slight arrogant smile, then looked at Ravel. As for you, tell the Haider that very soon I will go to talk to them about something important, said the man to the Phoenix, who simply raised her eyebrow a little in doubt. That's all. Get ready to leave. With Sarah Fall. The first day of practice was something normal, you could say. The professional hero manual was somewhat calm, to the point of becoming a little bored by what the hero said. He was like a human robot. Rules here, rules there. Despite the first day they began to patrol the streets of Hosu. The Mao hero's suit was technically her magical girl's suit, not to say the same. Such a costume highlighted the girl's breasts and legs, and above all showed off her good demon body. But anyway, this caused several people to take photos of the girl, something normal for her. It wasn't the first time that someone took a photo of her with her magical girl costume, something to be interesting about the patrol. But anyway, it was the first day. Maybe what's left of this week something interesting will happen. And on the part of Lita, the vice president of Class 1A, remained serious, and that was saying a lot about him. Maybe with his helmet you couldn't see, but he had a look that was looking for someone in particular, or rather that being that was never captured, as if he were a ghost killer of heroes. And by the second day, it was somewhat similar to the first, although things in Hosu had become a little crazy, due to the injured heroes in this prefecture due to the hero killer case. But the crazy thing was not the size of the crimes. On the contrary, it had gone down. The crazy thing was the murderer on the loose in these surroundings. A quiet patrol, stopping some bad guys, and above all, the lessons or rules told by the professional. Something that really made the mouse sigh with boredom. The academy was fun, but apparently she took the wrong agency. She thought that the rest would not have as much boredom as her with such a rule-following hero. The night of the second day had arrived. The girl was lying in her bed. The feeling was very different from the bed where she always slept. It was harder. It was to be expected from a strange bed. Well, maybe today she could transport herself to another room to sleep. After all, nobody would know there were cameras or anything like that. When suddenly her cell phone rang, it was a message from Leify, which she opened to read it, and what she read left her surprised. She quickly changed her clothes to get out as fast as she could. Present. It was Wednesday. Last night had been a very long one, but now she was calm. After knowing that the brunette was free, but unable to do his work experience, the important thing was that there were no charges against him, other than that he would be under the supervision of a teacher until it was no longer necessary. He would take the rest of this week off to check on the blonde's comatose state in the hospital, something he felt responsible for, something that calmed the levitating Mao. If he continued to worry for a moment longer, he would most likely end up sinking or freezing all of Japan to get the brunette out of this. He and his sister were the most important thing to her besides her parents. Currently they were still patrolling as expected, but the atmosphere in this city today seemed different, somewhat heavier. It was as if something would happen in this prefecture very soon, very soon. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in a kind of bar, with dim lighting, there were 3 subjects. 2 of them were recognized, one with gray hair and dry skin, with one hand covering his face, and the other a kind of dark specter with golden slanted eyes dressed in a tavern waiter's suit. They were Shigaraki Tamura and Kurojiiri, the 2 responsible for the attack on the USJ. And behind the 2 members of the Villain League, there was a monitor, turned on. There was no image, only letters, that said, audio only. Apparently this guy behind the monitor and the 2 were in front of someone, as if to talk about something. You were the ones who attacked the UA, then you want me to join your ranks, said the man in front of them. Appreciates that he will not show any interest in joining. His appearance was of hair with a mohawk cut and a flat face, due to the lack of his nose, and elongated. He wears a sleeveless shirt, dark pants and black shoes with metallic coating and spikes at the tip. He has a white bandage around the upper half of his face, which makes him look like a mask. He wears a long, dark moth-eaten scarf around his neck, red and white. He also has knee pads and a belt around his waist. He was Stain, the hero killer. Shigaraki, yeah, come on, you have a lot of experience as a villain, said the gray-haired man to the black-haired assassin. Stain, what is your objective? He said with his eyes narrowed, looking at the gray-haired man. Shigaraki, for now I just want to kill All Might. I want to destroy everything I don't like, especially damn children like these, he said, throwing 3 photographs on the table, showing a green-haired, brown-haired and half-red-haired and white man. Stain, I was an idiot to be interested. You really are the type of person I hate the most, said the assassin. His ideals were very different from theirs, but the actions were the same, but with a different objective. They were really doing evil to destroy, while he has been doing it for the greater good. Both villains, upon hearing what he said, were confused. Do you want me to join your group of children who call themselves villains? Kill without conviction, he said, standing on guard, unsheathing 2 military-type blades. While all this was being heard by the being on the other side of the screen, it didn't matter if this went further. He knew that things would go as he had planned. It would be a good lesson for Tamura in his growth. And without warning, the hero killer launched himself towards Shigaraki. Moments later. Stain, should I join your group? To achieve something, you need conviction. Those who don't have it, and the weak, are eliminated, and you are both. That's why you ended up like this, said the black-haired man threateningly on top of the gray-haired man, with both knives stuck in the ground, but passing through his face, but one grazed the flesh of his shoulder. Shigaraki, it hurts really bad, said the gray-haired man with the same dry voice as always, but he showed a little pain from the cut. Kurojiiri, take this guy away, he said to the black specter, who also had a cut on his arm, in addition to not being able to move. A cut like that couldn't paralyze them, even though it was a little deep. It wasn't so deep that they couldn't move. It must have been Stain's quirk, he could only stay still. Stain, Being a hero nowadays has lost its meaning. All these false heroes filled in this society and the villains who use their powers without a goal in life must be eliminated, said the assassin, bringing his knife closer to the face of the gray-haired man. Before he could get there, a hand took the knife without caring about the edge. It was Shigaraki's. "Shigaraki, if you touch this hand I'll kill you," he said with a sharp look that could be seen in the openings of the hand that covered his face. And the knife he was holding began to crack. "You know? You talk too much conviction." "Of course I have one." While saying that, the blade began to rust until it turned to dust. "And it is to kill All Might and tear this society to pieces," he said in a somewhat psychopathic way. If it weren't for that hand covering his face, you could clearly see that dry and horrifying smile. And then with his free hand he tried to touch the murderer, who stepped back. "We don't have a healing character. Don't you think you should take responsibility?" "Stain, I already saw what's coming. Our goals are opposite. We only agree on wanting to destroy the current society. Beyond that there's nothing in common between us," said the antihero. "We have nothing left to talk about. Take me back to Hosa at once. I still have things to do like this." The integration of Stain into their ranks would be a good increase in power, but an agreement could not be reached. The man was not entirely a villain, his actions reflected that he was, but his objective was not. Continuing to talk would be a waste of time. It was more than clear that he would not join. Hosu, Professional Hero Agency Manual. It was already night, around 7:50. The city lights were starting to turn on and do their job. Very soon this third day would end. Today the patrol lasted less than the 2 previous times, but it was good. I could rest. Manual. "Ha, sigh, wow, it's been a long day," said the hero, taking off his helmet with a little sweat to the 2 students who came to take the practices with him. "With the city on alert, the villains won't dare to come out. Can you take your break now? Have you earned it?" said the hero kindly before leaving. Those 2 had shown a calm attitude these days. He had taught what he could so far. After all, they were still young. A break was good. He would have time to continue learning to be a hero. For now he would go check some things. Tenya, the boy with glasses, maybe in these 2 days did nothing but patrol, but it was not like that. He was gathering information to complement what he already knew about the hero killer, and in the previous cases several happened in the same place around him, and his last and most recent victim was his brother, in Hosu. It was the first case in Hosu. Not for nothing did he come here. He knew he would return for another hero, and when that happens he would catch him with his own hands. He gave a look full of hatred and thirst for revenge. This was seen by Seraphal, who knew a little about the situation. After all, the black-haired man during one of the conversations during the break in the 2 weeks before the sports festival had told who his brother was, and now knowing that he is in the hospital because of that hero killer, it was to be expected that he would give a look like that. He would not stop until he found his target. If he did something like that to his Sotan, he would definitely destroy heaven, earth, and sea to destroy the person responsible. Everyone was taken out of their thoughts by a huge explosion. Both young people looked out the window and saw that several places were on fire. Immediately the professional came to warn them to stay in the agency, and that under no circumstances should they leave. Obviously they would not listen to him, and would still leave. A good opportunity for Lita to look for him to settle the score. On Seraphal's part, the girl would help to diminish the flames. She wanted something fun, but not an explosion. With Stain, moments before. Thanks to Kurojiri, I take Stain back to Hosu, on top of a building, on a water tank, but he came with someone. Shigaraki was with him. The dangerous guy didn't want to come, but he had other plans to do in Hosu after thinking about it twice. "Shigaraki, this city is more developed than I thought it would be. What will you do?" he asked in a voice without much interest. "Stain, fix this city," he said with a somewhat gloomy expression, while his tongue was hanging out. He wanted to spill the blood of those self-programmed heroes for real, and to achieve this I require victims. So that was what he was referring to at the bar. Something to do, keep killing heroes. Hero, a title only for those who do or have achieved great deeds. That word over time has left its true meaning, as well as its value. The name was stained by those worshippers of money who call themselves heroes. I myself will clean the name of hero with the blood of those who call themselves as one, the same ones who stained the name. I will not stop until the world realizes its value and meaning. Stain. After finishing saying those words, he took out a katana to jump towards another building and go in search of his next target. Those words bothered the gray-haired man a little. He was just an idiot trying to incite a popular movement, a noble cause, but bloodthirsty, but his cause it disgusted him. According to Kurojire's words, his presence in this city and in the previous ones where he appeared, crime had decreased. His actions had increased the awareness of the heroes, who by wanting to catch him, had increased security. Shigaraki, it really is splendid, making the heroes strive, making them look bad to do a greater good, raising those heroes too far-fetched. As I thought we don't have the same goal, he said to no one in particular. But now he knew what he had to do, with the hero killer. It was a nuisance. Kurojire, bring the Noma. The black specter became like a kind of dark portal, from which several creatures very similar to the one that appeared in the attack began to emerge, but they were a lighter color, one with wings, another very muscular and tall, and finally one with 4 eyes. The best way to eliminate someone like Stain was not to kill him. It would be very simple and boring. First he would crush his honor and pride, above all, his achievements. To finally kill him, undo everything you have achieved to replace it with others that are really worth it. According to the dangers, he simply gave a little tap with his fingers, which the Nomus began to move to do what he had to do in this city. With Midoriya. After yesterday's day training with Gran Torino until exhaustion, in addition to hearing the news about his friend, which simply made him more nervous, he was glad to know that he was free, although under surveillance, according to some UA masters who came out to face the brown-haired boy, such as Aizawa, Director Nizu, Azazel and Penemu and All Might. His action was caused by violent behavior caused by the crisis of the moment, since according to the facts he said that when he infiltrated he had found the heroine on the ground with internal injuries to her head, and being someone close to him, it was all because of a fit of rage. In addition to the fact that those responsible for the kidnapping were linked to an organization outside of Japan, they were wanted in Europe and part of the United States, a black market organization, which still has not found the mastermind, but which had already arrested several groups linked to him, according to some police reports. But the good thing was that his friend is now free, and that's it. Right now, he and Gran Torino were on a train to go to Shibuya, passing right through Hosu. Although the chestnut was nothing to worry about anymore, there was still one thing. It was Lita's case. It didn't seem like a coincidence to choose the same prefecture where his brother was attacked. He didn't want to think about it. But the possibility was very high. But he would try to put that aside and focus on his practice. Although he would arrive in Shibuya at night, according to the retired hero, he could gain more experience this way, since there would be more disturbances at that time, and above all it will be more fun. Although the green-haired man didn't like the latter at all. The boy had sent messages to the black-haired boy, to make sure he didn't do something stupid that would cost his life. But everything was left unseen shortly after having sent him the message. He didn't seem at all like the girl he knew. He couldn't stop thinking about it. He really felt something bad was going to happen. The good thing was that they would make a stop in Hosu before reaching their destination. He would have time to stop by to see his friend. The boy was taken out of his thoughts when he heard people saying that there was a building that exploded, and without warning something broke the train with an impact. It was a hero. He was hurt. He was trying to get up, when a pale green-skinned hand took his face. Little by little the being that belonged to that arm entered towards the train, which despite the damage, continued moving. The green-haired man recognized that creature. It was a Numu. He immediately became alert. That creature was no joke. Even Gran Torino, who knew about that from his student Tashinori, All Might, the old man was the only act for this. The professional was injured, and the boy was still too early for him. So with his impulse quirk he moved towards the Nomi, giving it a tackle that knocked it off the train until it hit a building. Midoriya, Great Torino! Exclaimed the boy, going to the hole in the train to see the aforementioned. But what he found left him in shock, and the center of Hosu was on fire. What the hell is going on? He said in shock, seeing such destruction. He had to go and help. He would do what he could. Also, he had to look for Ida and Seraphal. Present. Explosions, flames, people running for their lives. It was all because of 3 simple Nomus. Everything was seen before the eyes of Shigaraki, who was laughing before this. It was a spectacle full of entertainment for him. While with Seraphal, Lita and Manuel, the professional quickly headed with the 2 students towards the place of the explosion. Both would be of great help in putting out the fire and getting civilians to a safe perimeter. The three ran quickly towards the place, until Lita stopped, without the two paying attention. The black-haired man looked towards a dark alley on his right. His eyes widened when he remembered that all the attacks were in alleys. He should be able to find him in those places. He quickly ran into the alley, while a black-haired woman followed the black-haired man at a slow pace, but ready for any attack. The black-haired man was running until he saw a silhouette taking another against the wall. He knew very well who it was. Without thinking twice, he launched himself with his quirk to kick the hero killer Stain. The assassin saw this, and with his sword he simply cut the black-haired man's helmet, who was thrown to the ground a few meters away. Stain, a kid in a suit? He said, a little confused. Who is it? You better go, this is no place for a kid, warned the killer. He had no interest in killing a kid, who could be a new generation of good heroes, not like the current ones. A scarf as red as blood, blades armed all over his body. Lita had not been wrong. These were the most notable features of the Stain killer. There was no doubt. In front of him, he recovered, but without letting go of his anger, full of hatred towards him. Lita, the hero killer Stain, I was looking for you, he said with a voice full of hatred as well as his gaze. Listen to me well, criminal. I am the brother of a hero that you defeated. As he stood up, memories from his childhood of how he admired his brother came to his mind. I really admire my brother, and that is why I came to stop you in his place, like Ingenium. The hero who defeated you, he exclaimed firmly, as he looked face to face with the murderer. The assassin's gaze sharpened. This boy in front of him was seeking revenge. He didn't care. He could let him go, but he wouldn't leave him alone. Besides, he was the younger brother of that false hero. If when he became a hero he would end up being like that, he had to eliminate the plague before it grew. Stain, I see. Die, he said dryly. Without warning, the motors in the black-haired boy's left leg were activated, giving a quick impulse to hit Stain. Quinnen jumped up so that the attack would not reach him. He would not retreat. It could be said that the boy does not have a way to fight. The name of Ingenium, the same hero that he let live so that they would know about him. The police had tried to cover up his existence, but they failed. Now his name was heard everywhere. His boots had metal plates, with several sharp spikes on them. With that, he kicked towards the boy's right shoulder to damage him. Centimeters away from being able to nail him, a not very large pillar of ice was rapidly moving towards the assassin, who had no choice but to intercept it with his katana, thus leaving the boy. The edge of his sword was able to touch the ice, deflecting its direction, causing it to stick into the wall. The assassin stepped back to see who had joined. He could see how a girl in a pink magical girl-type outfit came out to introduce herself. Beneath the girl's feet he could clearly see air or smoke as if it were cold. She also used a wand as if she really were a magical girl. Seraphal, he had been seeing from the beginning, would not intervene unless necessary, and he could take care of him alone. But it would be strange for a student to be able to fight someone that not even several heroes could, so from the beginning he had sent a signal for help. He just hoped he had pressed the buttons correctly. Lita, you, said the boy, impressed to see that the girl was here, and more than that she saved him from an attack. Stain, TCH, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. Another young man had shown up, and you also want to make a fake heroine? He asked. The Malweak children shouldn't be here. Lita, shut up. Because of you, the damage to his spinal cord left him paralyzed. He was a hero, who had saved many people. He was an excellent hero, and not a false hero like you say. I will not forgive you, exclaimed the black-haired man. Despite the fact that the older Citri saved him from the attack, his hatred clouded him. He wanted to give Stain what he deserved, because of him. If his sister had been in a wheelchair for the rest of her life, I will kill you. Seraphal, you won't be able to defeat him, said the girl standing next to the black-haired man to face the murderer. If she weren't here, the boy would most likely be on the ground with at least one bleeding wound. Stain, really, children nowadays are too annoying, getting involved in adult things. Those actions do not mean that he is really a real hero, said the assassin, taking out a second katana. They are simply delaying his purification work. Better save that guy first, before the hatred that keeps you from being like a hero. And that is why they will die, said the assassin to lick his sword. He had launched himself against the two boys, where they both were, who were able to dodge the cuts. But Haider was grazed by his cheeks, managing to stain the katana with a little blood, and while Seraphal created several ice stakes. Stain licked the blood that was on the sword, which belonged to Ida, who immediately felt her body go numb, unable to move, losing her balance and falling to the ground. Seeing the black-haired man like that, the assassin didn't waste time going to stick his swords in him. Seraphal also rushed forward to intercept the assassin. A short distance from the two colliding their ice swords, someone else appeared to punch the assassin in the face, knocking him back. Smash! It was Midoriya, who had just arrived. After leaving the train, he received a location. It didn't seem like a place with a lot of people passing by. It was more like an alley, so he came to the conclusion that they needed help, and it was good that he had arrived. It was the Stain assassin with whom he would fight. And what a first work practice and fights with someone so dangerous. Lita saw again who had arrived to help her for the second time. It was the green-haired man, whose body shone a little with green rays and then his full cowl vanished. Lita, me Midoriya-kun? Midoriya, I came to help you Sarah-san, Lita-kun, exclaimed the boy with confidence. Despite that, he was really nervous about facing the Stain. Was it the assassin or the Nomus? He had seen how Endeavor arrived with Todoroki and Ravel. With the second hero present he could face those Nomus. Possibly the assassin and the League of Villains are related. The assassin recovered from the blow. Seeing the new boy more clearly, he was able to recognize him. He was one of the three boys that Shigaraki showed he wanted to destroy. Seraphal, you're just in time, Midoriya-chan, exclaimed the Mao with pigtails. Reinforcements had arrived. Now she could beat the assassin without being so obvious. Although perhaps for disobeying the rules she will most likely get a small reprimand for this. Not only her, but those present who are still students. Lita, Midoriya-kun, why? The boy asked his friend. It should be said that he still couldn't move, so he remained on the ground. Midoriya, according to the news, 60% of the murderer's victims were in desolate places. After receiving a message with the coordinates of Sarah-san, he was able to come to this conclusion, said the boy without stopping looking at the murderer. In addition to not letting his guard down, we will need to go to a busy place. Can you move? We will need help from professionals. The black-haired boy said he couldn't move. After being cut on the cheek by the assassin, it was difficult for a hero and a wounded student, and there was only the green-haired boy and the older Citri. He couldn't beat the assassin at all, Midoriya thought, without knowing anything about a certain Mao. In addition to what was said on the news and with Lita's state, the boy could say that the killer's quirk was activated when he cut his victim. It would be difficult not to let him even make a cut wound or they would be lost. He was taken out of his thoughts when the black-haired man spoke. Lita, Midoriya, Seraphal, don't get involved. Saying this surprised the boy and the girl a little. This is none of your business, she exclaimed while still on the ground. Seraphal, what are you saying, Lita-kun? Asked the Mao. You can't move and you're still on with your revenge? But everyone focused on Stain's voice, who finally spoke. Stain, your companions came to save you. Don't you think it's a good phrase? But I have the duty to kill them for delaying my work. In a confrontation, the weakest must die, he said in a dark way, scaring those present except for the Mao. So? What will you do? That look was very different from the one seen at the USJ. He wasn't a villain. He was a murderer. The girl couldn't beat him, not even with Seraphal, so she took out her cell phone to send her coordinate quickly, without knowing that the mouse sent it to all her contacts, or rather to the whole class, and that includes the brown-haired boy. Seraphal, you have nothing to worry about, Midoriya-chan. We can beat him, said the Mao, as if this were a piece of cake, even though it really is. Lita, stop! And run away! Exclaimed the black-haired man. I told you. This has nothing to do with you, warned the boy. This was personal, and if they died, it would be their fault in the end. Midoriya, what are you saying? I won't leave you for anything, exclaimed the green-haired boy, surprising the class president. The boy had many things to say, but seeing the circumstances, it will be for later, All Might once said, meddling when it was not necessary is the essence of being a hero, said the green-haired boy, putting himself in battle. What was said surprised the assassin, that he would name the number one hero, whom he really considers a genuine hero, but he changed from surprise to a somewhat sinister laugh. The green-haired man launched himself at the assassin, who simply smiled and tried to cut him with his sword. The distance was very short. You could say he was entering the blind spot of his vision, a good decision to avoid that long-range cut. The boy was able to dodge the katana cut, but could he dodge a second cut from a blade on the left side? He took out a blade to cut him, but the green-haired boy could see the action, and was able to duck and pass under the assassin, quickly being behind him with his full cowl still activated. Stain, in a quick action, turned around to give him another cut, but he was only able to hit the ground with his sword, since the boy had disappeared, jumped and was now above him. 7% Detroit Smash. He landed a strong punch on the assassin's head, which stunned him for a short moment, but it was enough to receive the impact of an ice pillar from Seraphol, which made him violently retreat, while his feet skidded on the ground, but he was able to recover, in addition to licking his blade, paralyzing the green-haired man. When did he do it? It was on the second cut, grazing his suit a little, but managing to make a bloody wound. Even such a small cut was very lethal. Stain, that blow wasn't that strong, but the ice was I let you hit me on purpose so I could cut you. It's not like you read my movements, you just got out of my sight. You talk a lot, but you're worthless, just like the rest, he said as he walked towards Ida. But he only had to take care of one and finish his job, but you deserve to live, kid, you're different from them. And as for you, brat, he said, pointing at Seraphol with his katana, I can see that your interest in being a hero is zero. It seems like this is a game for you. You're the one who deserves to die the most out of everyone here, the assassin said coldly to the Mao. Seraphol, it may be, but if life is at stake, I will not hesitate to freeze you for all eternity, she said the last thing in a really cold way, highlighting her strong and serious character. Not for nothing was she the Leviathan Mao just for fun. Her gaze sharpened, surpassing that of Stain, who could feel the tension in her body. In addition to the temperature around her dropping, the eldest Citri had begun to slowly freeze the whole place, while the presence of the cold air was more noticeable in the place. Stain, you have a character, brat, too bad I have to kill you, he said, throwing himself at the girl. It was final, he would kill him. The look on that girl's face was giving him the creeps, something he had never felt before. Midoriya, no! Exclaimed the green-haired man when he saw how the girl didn't move. It was definitive that she would die. Before reaching the Mao, a huge torrent of fire was launched towards the assassin, who was barely able to dodge it by moving aside. The sky was clouded with black clouds. The sound of thundering lightning drew his gaze upwards. A lightning bolt shot towards the assassin, who quickly jumped back, dodging the lightning bolt, which hit the ground leaving a burn mark. This surprised those present, that the sky struck a lightning bolt right on the murderer, but not for the Mao, who changed her serious expression to a smile. She knew very well that it was not due to completely natural causes. That cloud, someone was controlling it, and she knew very well who it was. But returning from who it was, the great torrent of fire that was shot towards Stain belonged to two people, who had just arrived. Stain, TCH, one after another, there really are a lot of people getting in the way today, said the assassin, annoyed, looking in front of who it belonged to. He could see two people. One was a boy whose left side was on fire, and the other was a girl, whose hands were on fire, and behind her flames that looked like flames came out. It was Todoroki and Revel, who were present to help. Todoroki, Midoriya, Seraphol, you should give more details with things like these. We were almost late, said the boy, showing the cell phone with the location. Both mentioned did the same, send the location. Without saying anything else, it was difficult to know what they wanted, but it was good that he and Revel arrived. The aforementioned almost lost her life. Revel, Seraphol-sama, I'm glad you're okay, said the Phoenix as she approached the Mao, although it wasn't necessary to say that. They shouldn't be confident just because they were stronger. Seraphol, oh Revel-chan. I'm glad you came to the rescue, exclaimed the Mao with her usual happy tone, hugging the girl. It's good to see someone close. I felt so alone without you and Eays-chan. Revel, Seraphol-sama. Don't do this in public, exclaimed the girl, somewhat embarrassed. First we have to take care of that guy, she said, referring to Stain. Midoriya and Lita were surprised to see the two newcomers, even though the green-haired man thought he had sent his location to a professional. But apparently when he sent it, he simply clicked on an option and didn't see what came next. But the most surprising thing was that he used his left side. Apparently he had found what he wanted to be like from now on. Todoroki, it wasn't necessary to ask much because you only sent your location. The same as Seraphol, they don't seem like the ones who do things without a reason, especially you, Midoriya said, Endeavor's youngest son, putting himself on guard, so that his right side would release ice towards Stain. Don't worry. The professionals will arrive in a few minutes. Stain had dodged the ice by jumping upwards, but to his surprise, Ravel and Seraphol launched their respective combined attacks. A pillar of ice that was surrounded by fire, a somewhat impossible but lethal combination. He had no choice but to cover himself in an X shape with his two katanas, intercepting the attack in the air that took him a few meters away from the students. It should be said that the attack of the two demons did not use much strength, it was more like support, but managing to keep the assassin away from them. Todoroki, I won't let you kill them, Hero Killer said the boy as his left side lit up in flames, ready to launch a fire attack. Plus he had the support of Ravel and Seraphol. He could hold out until the professionals arrived. Midoriya, Todoroki-kun. Don't let him lick your blood. I think he controls his opponents by ingesting their blood, warned the green-haired boy still on the ground. That's how he paralyzed us. The effect of the blood after having been ingested by Stain would soon pass for the three paralyzed. He knew these three brats would only hinder him, and if the time limit were to run out, he might be in trouble. Todoroki, so he has to drink the blood of his victim, that's why so many knives and swords. Then I just have to keep you at a distance, said the half-red and white-haired man seriously. For just a moment, while speaking, he was distracted looking at his hands. He didn't see how a knife was coming towards him. But just in time, the older Citri created a piece of ice that appeared in front of the knife, intercepting it and sticking into it to fall to the ground next to the ice. The assassin took the opportunity to approach Todoroki. It didn't matter if the knife failed, he had approached to cut the aforementioned, but Ravel threw a sphere of fire at him that made his weapon come loose and remain in the air. It was then that Todoroki took the opportunity to use his fire side, being able to make the assassin retreat in annoyance. He was almost able to get close to the boy, but those two brats apparently wouldn't let him. Without further ado, this same process was repeated. The assassin tried to get closer, but was forced back by Todoroki, Ravel and Seraphol. Lita, who saw this, did not understand why they were helping him. This was personal. He should stop the murderer, not them. Why? Why? He did not understand. He should do it, but he could not. He was on the floor, without any possibility of moving, just watching this with rage. And Midoriya, who was still on the ground, also tried hard to move until he felt how, starting with his hands, he could move little by little. Returning to the assassin, he was cutting the ice pillars with great fury. It was getting annoying, and it really was. Apparently they were just buying time, so at the moment of cutting the ice into pieces he threw several knives to cut the three students, who blocked the majority, being Todoroki, who missed one that stuck him in his left arm, causing him pain. And without wasting time, the assassin went at full speed to give a cut with his sword. Too bad someone had recovered, who quickly caught the assassin off guard to sweep him against the wall for a moment until the assassin hit him, causing him to fall, and behind him fell Stain. Todoroki, Ravel, Seraphol, get out of the way, Midoriya! The three exclaimed as Ravel launched ice and fire towards the assassin, and the aforementioned quickly stepped aside so that the attack would not hit him, and then returned to his companion's side. Stain, is that boy typo? The assassin wondered in his mind. That boy was the last being to paralyze him with his quirk, but he came out first of the other two. His quirk, Bloodcurdle, could paralyze his opponent just by ingesting the blood of his opponent, but the time varies depending on the type of blood that adds up from highest to lowest, which were B, AB, A, and O in order from longest to shortest paralysis time. The green-haired boy could give three possible options as to why he was able to free himself faster than the rest. The first was that it is less effective with more people at once. The second was that the amount of blood consumed affects the duration or lasts. Or third, type O blood is less effective depending on the blood type. He said the last thing. Since he was type O, the boy told his hypotheses to everyone. Stain, it's because of the blood type, said the assassin. You are not only skilled, boy, but also deductive, said the assassin to the green-haired boy with a smile. No one knew about his quirk until now, and this boy was able to deduce it, and he admitted it. It was worth praising such deductive skill. But knowing the assassin's quirk wasn't much help, since he reacted so quickly that he barely hit him with attacks. It was difficult to attack from afar since he would have time to dodge, and attacking up close was too dangerous when being cut by the assassin. Todoroki, it might be difficult with the four of us. We can only buy time until the professionals arrive, said Todoroki, and the highest priority was to protect Ida and the injured professional. The sky became even more cloudy. The sound of thunder was louder than the previous time. It was as if a giant gong was struck with force. It thundered 3 times, and of those 3 times it had launched 3 lightning bolts that hit the trio of creatures that were currently causing havoc in the center of the city. Well, it did, since most likely they would be left somewhat burned and out of the battle. Both Ravel and Serafal found it strange that only their cloud appeared. They wondered in their mind where he was. Perhaps he wouldn't show up. They didn't know what the chestnut was up to. Unaware that he was currently in the residence inside the bathroom watching everything with his eye ability while controlling his cloud to lighten things up, he had a type of bracelet on his wrist. He couldn't take it off for anything in the world. It was to track where he would be. Rules were rules. Stain, 2 attack and 2 support. It will be difficult, said the assassin, looking at the 4 fixedly to plan a move. That face that he could have seen at the station, Todoroki knew very well that it was the face of someone who acted out of resentment. He knew that feeling of resentment clouded his vision. If it weren't for his 2 now friends, he wouldn't have found his way, and if he could tell his mother everything, she had apologized to him. Nobody wanted it to end that way, but he understood that thanks to this he could talk to his mother again without fear of Red and of leaving that incident in oblivion. Todoroki, Lita, if you want to end this yourself, then get up once and for all, Ingenium, exclaimed the son of Endeavor without stopping throwing fire and ice at Stain, while Midoriya tried to hit him. Serafal accompanied Shoto in ice attacks, while Ravel threw fireballs at the assassin, but despite this, the green-haired man could receive a few cuts, managing to be paralyzed, so that the assassin could advance towards them. Despite the great obstacle, the assassin made his best effort to dodge or cut the ice. Adrenaline ran violently through his blood, the desire to kill them increased. It was as if killing them brought him great satisfaction. Lita, upon hearing these words, could not help but cry. She tried to clench her fists. He had inherited the name Ingenium from his brother, and he could not lie here on the ground lamenting. He had to get up and fight alongside his companions, not behind them. He had used his brother's hero name to teach Stain a lesson, not knowing if it was really good to use that name for revenge. He never saw what was in front of him, until now, his blood companions, and they hurt themselves for him. He had not thought about anything but revenge, seeking to calm himself then seeing others. And most importantly, what would his brother say right now if he knew that what he was thinking was far from being considered a hero? While outside the black-haired man, the 4 students continued fighting against the assassin. Serafal had stopped being a support. She created a sword edge that joined her magical girl wand to go out and intercept him. It seemed that the assassin was slowly adapting to the current strategy, which was to buy time and keep him on the sidelines. But little by little he was getting used to it. It was time to get a little more serious. Although the Mao Leviathan was more of a magical attacker than a weapon one, she could counter the assassin. After all, her speed could be said to be somewhat slow against the heightened senses of a demon, especially one from the Mao's position. The clash of the Citri's ice swords against the assassin's 2 katanas sounded throughout the place. It seemed strange to Stain. He had managed to cut the ice that the girl created as well as the boys, but why didn't the one used as a sword break? In fact, it didn't even seem to have any scratches, and the color didn't seem as pale. It was more bluish, as if it contained cold air inside. The girl was very skilled. Despite being a simple brat, she gave him more of a fight than any other professional he had faced before. He had underestimated her. Now he received a few cuts on his body. The girl was not a student to be a hero. That serious look that emitted a cold air gave her a different appearance. It is as if what was in front of him was not human. It is more as if it were a demon. Just at that moment, Lita slowly got up with great effort, while the motor tubes on the back of her legs lit up intensely. If she doesn't get up now, she will never be able to reach her brother or her friends. The effects of the paralysis slowly went away. The black-haired man could move again, much to Stain's annoyance. Recipro burst. The speed boost technique had been activated, although it would last a short time order of activated, and it required cooling the engine. It was a good speed boost advantage, which could help him increase the hit damage by speed. He rushed towards Stain, who was still exchanging sword clashes with Serafal, or rather, the Citri's Eye sword was freezing his two katanas. He arrived as quickly as he could. With a single vertical downward strike, he split the assassin's two swords in half, and then the black-haired man fell to the ground on his feet. Without wasting any time, with both of the assassin's long weapons destroyed, he had to take advantage of the gap. And his ability was still present, so he charged up a great momentum to kick the assassin, who barely managed to cover himself with his hands in the shape of an X. Even so, the great momentum taken, added to the impact of the kick, was powerful enough to send the assassin flying. Lita, I'm so sorry to say that this doesn't concern you. That's why I can't let you bleed any more for me, said the black-haired man in a determined manner, with a look of heaviness. Stain, it's useless for you to try to pretend the essence of a person doesn't change so easily, said the assassin, throwing away his two broken weapons and taking out a blade in each hand. You will never be more than an impostor who prioritizes his selfish desires. You are a cancer that distorts the idea of heroes, he said while his eyes showed lines of blood and then sharpened, and someone has to correct you. Serafal, you're wrong. People can change. And faster than you can believe, exclaimed the Mao at what Stain said. People try to make changes every day, even if it's something small they do it, said the older Citri, bringing out her leader side. As a Mao she could see the changes that there are in the demonic society. It was little by little, but it was in advance compared to the years. Todoroki, don't listen to the logic of a murderer, said the half fire and ice. Stain's mentality was more of someone who believes that what he does is right, and that the rest are wrong. Many people also have that way of thinking, believing themselves to be superior to the rest, being able to judge them, that what he thinks is absolute. Lita, no, you're right. I have no right to call myself a hero, but I still can't give up, she said as her left arm bled. The blood began to come out and run down her arm to her hands and drip. She clenched her fists tightly because if I give up, Ingenium will die. Saying this, the murderer got a little angry. He still wanted to act like a hero in front of him. He was really just useless. Stain useless. He launched himself at Ida, but Todoroki and Ravel stood in front of the assassin to throw flames at him, hitting the assassin directly. Ravel, you are nobody to decide if someone is a hero or not. We ourselves with time will prove our worth, exclaimed the Phoenix. She before in a certain way saw others as someone low, not only her, but many demons, but that idea was changing by the actions of her fiancé. Giving everything of himself, even his life, a low class had what most of the upper classes did not have: heart. Both young men continued to throw out a large flame without stopping. While the hero said that they should flee, it was the best option, since their objective was the professional and Ida. They should flee and leave the professional here, was the only thing that the wounded professional on the ground asked to say. Stain couldn't take it anymore, and had to jump to land on a metal pipe on the wall, then jump sideways to get close to the young men and cut them. Although of course, there was no shortage of attacks with an ice sword from Serafal, ice pillars created by Todoroki, fireballs from the Phoenix, it simply made it more difficult to deliver a cut, especially those two girls, who seemed to have quite a bit of combat experience. Midoriya was still paralyzed, just like the professional, and he had several wounds that prevented him from doing so, and since his engines were still cooling down after using that ability, he couldn't do much. But the latter, Lita, was able to think of a better idea to recover faster, and that was to put ice in his engines. Serafal seemed to have it under control against Stain, so the only one left with an ice quirk was Todoroki. Lita, Todoroki-kun, could you regulate the temperature of my engines? She asked the aforementioned hurriedly. Todoroki, what do you plan to do? Lita, just do it. Several knives were shot towards Lita, but Ravel created a wall of fire that melted everything he could only pass by, stabbing into the black-haired man's right arm, causing him to groan in pain. He had hit a nerve, but if that was necessary to sacrifice, he would do it, the black-haired man thought. His engines were ready, the temperature dropped. Now he could use the reciprocal burst ability again, although now he plans to hit him with everything. Lita, Serafal, get out of the way, exclaimed the black-haired man to the Mao, who moved away from the assassin. Reciprocal extend. The tubes in his engines were heating up to the point of turning red from the heat. The fire coming out of the tube turned phosphorescent blue. he took a great leap to reach Stain and connect with him with a powerful blow. He had everything he could give. And with Midoriya, the girl had a cut on her left leg, the effects of the paralysis were ceasing, it was time to fight again. But that wound seemed very deep, she felt a great pain. But it was not the time for that, she could not move unless she used more than the percentage, this attempt was all or nothing. Midoriya, 1 for all full cowling. 15%. Exclaimed the green-haired man, while his entire body shone with greenish rays, red lines were noticeable all over his body. He took a great leap towards Stain. In the process, he destroyed ice just by passing, even so he did not lose speed. Todoroki, let's go! He exclaimed, seeing how both boys launched themselves towards the murderer, arriving just in time for a blow. Ravel and Seraphol saw this in amazement, as did Lita and Midoriya. Both boys had reached Stain, who was in midair. Legs and fists impacted fully on both sides of the assassin's face. Such a shock really managed to stun him, but he still had to manage to kill Ida, so he recovered and took his knife to give a cut that he was able to dodge. Lita, he will beat you, she said with great determination in her voice, this time you as a criminal. She started her engines again to land another blow, and me as a hero. Added to Ravel and Todoroki's fire, and Seraphal's ice, which also fully impacted the assassin, who ended up being unconscious, falling on a pillar of ice. While Lita and Midoriya, Seraphol created snow to cushion their fall, which they achieved, except they rolled a little and hit their heads against a hard cement wall. The 5 students watched to see if Stain reacted, but there was no movement whatsoever. They were able to conclude that he was unconscious, drawing a long sigh from the 3 of them and the professional. It was a good opportunity to tie him up and go out into the street. It would be less dangerous than in such a closed place. Of course, they had to take away all their weapons after going out to the street, with a Midoriya being carried on the back of the professional hero, who could now move. It was the least he could do, and especially Midoriya, who used more than he could have won for all, which ended with some extra wounds caused by it. When they went out to the street, everything was calm. Now it was raining. Those who were with Stain until now realized, but it had been raining for a while, that put out all the fire caused by the Nomus. Besides that, it seemed like a true coincidence and luck that 3 lightning bolts fell and hit the 3 Nomus. Nature really can surprise you. Although of course, Ravel and Seraphol knew very well who made such an irregularity in the clouds, but they wondered why did he do that instead of appearing to help them. Both demons did not understand. Will he be in a place without being able to get out? She would ask him later. The rest of the professionals who were fighting against the 3 Nomus arrived at the place where the 5 students were with the professional, Midoriya being received with a kick in the face by Gran Torino in addition to being scolded for disobeying him. But even so, the old man was glad that the boy was okay. The rest of the newly arrived professionals would call an ambulance for the young people, and the 2 girls didn't seem to have any scratches beyond just a few cuts on their heroine costume. At the same time, they saw a tied-up subject being dragged. That was Stain. They were surprised to know that those 5 young people along with a professional managed to capture him, so they also had to call the police. And Lita, despite having more notable injuries than Midoriya, the black-haired man apologized to Todoroki, Midoriya, Seraphol and Ravel, who were hurt because of him and for involving them in his goal of satisfying those desires for revenge. He bowed almost 90 degrees of reverence as an apology to them, for his anger had blinded him, tears falling from his eyes because of the guilt. This fight against the villain's killer must have taken approximately 10 minutes. It felt like it was more for them, but in the end there were no deaths, thank God, just a few injuries. Shigaraki had already left after seeing how the 3 rays simply left his Nomus out of combat. He didn't know what or how it happened, but what he did know was that his moment of fun was interrupted with that cloud that covered the entire Hosa district. Not only did it stop his Nomus, but it also extinguished all the flames. He left with a bad taste in his mouth, knowing that there were no major losses. Meanwhile, with the Chestnut, Haider residence, the brown-haired boy was in the bathroom on the first floor of the residence. There was no bathtub or anything like that. It was only for bathing. He had his aurora, his red eyes with one of his ocular abilities activated, to see beyond. In this case, he was seeing everything that was happening in Hosu. In addition, His right hand had a piece of tiger skin with a black pearl bracelet around his wrist, a sign that he was controlling his cloud to throw lightning and make it rain. He couldn't leave. He had a tracker on his left wrist. Just by taking it off or not feeling that it was in contact with his wrist, he would warn that he had escaped. This was the most he could do now, not counting that in addition to all the girls being there, added to Nemuri having a tracker, it would be a problem to escape. Besides, I had thought about sending a clone, but I would see him there obviously, and I didn't want to explain more. Having a super strength and lightning quirk already made him strange. This was definitely the best and only option. He took a long sigh and then sat down on the toilet lid. He wished he had been there. Issei, you've been in the bathroom for a while now. You're not thinking about escaping or removing the tracker, are you? Asked a female voice knocking on the door. It was Nemuri's. Midnight. Issei, and no. Of course not, it's already finished, answered the brown-haired man, his aura disappearing and his eyes returning to normal. He lowered the bathroom lever to wash his hands and leave. He had to go see how Midoriya, Lita and Todoroki were in the hospital, and for Serafal and Ravel. They would have simply finished off that stain, but wow, it was so strong, especially Serafal.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.